That's so Trump's kind of pro-choice, just a bit, um, to be honest. But yeah, we're gonna get going on people here pretty soon. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. And again, everyone, there's also one more thing. I appreciate the IC paid. Thank you. I appreciate the hands up. Thank you so much. The FBI informant charged with lying about was charged with lying about Joe and Hunter Biden's ties to Ukrainian energy company. So with this specifically, this is a huge thing. This person said that like there was ties with like Joe Biden and Burisma and like he was getting paid and stuff. Apparently he just got charged with lying. So there's something there that's actually good for Biden, by the way, everyone. So a bunch of bad stuff for Trump came out today. A bunch of bad stuff came out for Trump. But yeah, we're gonna start getting people up here right now. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 40 years old.
For sure. Will you vote for Trump in 2024?
If he's still running, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, why so?
Um, my point, I think it's more about securing the protection of this country and trying to, I mean, I would say try to fix what's going on globally and internally, my opinion.
And how does it fix that?
Well, we need somebody that has a stance against our enemies instead of kind of giving in.
What do you mean by
So,
that?
well, I don't know if you
So,
remember,
has a
I'll give
stance
you an
against
example.
so is like upfront with his stance.
Yeah, I think he is.
Yeah, really.
Just
So
like
I
he
can send
told,
you a Reuters article right now of Trump privately favoring a 16-week
mhm.
national abortion ban. Is that pro-life?
Is it? I mean, I'm not too worried about abortions, to be honest with
That's
you, in my
that's
opinion.
that's allowing for most abortions to be
Um,
legal, right?
yeah, I'm more worried about our protection, my family, our borders, and across the nation. So, it,
No, no,
you
but you
know,
just said that he was
I
upfront with
don't.
his position. True, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. And I can show you right here that he privately favors a 16-week national abortion ban, according to Reuters.
I'm almost certain that it's been his stance because, first of all, he wasn't always conservative till like recently. I mean, he was a Democrat for so long. I mean, I'm pretty sure his mentality was abortions.
We're
So,
talking right
I
now.
mean, to say that, well, I don't care if he does. I mean, if that's his stance. That's his stance on it. At least he's open, right? At least he's telling
No,
you.
no. This is privately favors. Like it came out.
Well, where'd you find this at, first of all? Maybe
This
I'll
is
have to
on a
look for it
Reuters
and
article. Look up
figure this
Trump
out.
privately favors 16-week national abortion ban. It's a Reuters article.
Yeah,
Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much.
that's not enough for me to. That's not enough for me to believe it. But if it is, I don't care. But I'm looking at his history during his presidency, where we were having all these issues we have right now. That's what I'm getting at, which
Like
is
what issues?
factual. Do uh, now, if you're gonna play ignorant, then that's okay. I'm okay with that. Just tell me you're gonna play
Play
ignorant with the
ignorant?
world
I'm
right now.
asking you what you believe it is the case. Like what you believe he did good. Come on, what do you mean play ignorant?
So I cannot blame Biden for Ukraine because that was probably obvious going to happen eventually, right? But you look at every other incident and conflict we have around the world right now, it probably would have been, I wouldn't say stop, but there have been different options to it. Because right now, I mean, dude, it's ridiculous. There's so much stuff going on right now. And it has to be Biden's foreign affairs. So he doesn't do a good job. People, I mean, like you
What
had Kamala
specifically are
Harris
you
go to South
referencing?
Africa. Well, I'll give you an example. Kamala Harris went to South Africa and then told the South African president, "We're not going to give you funding if you don't allow gay people to roam around." I mean, I understand it's wrong, but
W
when you,
Kamala. W Kamala. Holy fuck. Holy shit.
right,
W Kamala. Can we get a W Kamala
well,
in the
it's
chat?
cool if you
You
think
said
the
that was a
thing
bad
is you can't.
thing? That was a bad
No,
thing
no,
to you?
no. You have to have relations. You have to have relations. It's not your country. You got to understand people have different mentality
Yeah,
and
yeah,
different
this is
values and
funding
culture.
from the US. Right? Yeah, you're not going to get our funding if you make it illegal to be gay in public. Like what? Like what?
Well, so you're
Yeah,
okay with them breaking all our breaking all of our contacts and relationship, correct? Are you okay with that?
all our contact. I mean, I don't want them to get any funding if they're gonna do the stuff like that. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so you're okay with World War III then, if we're on our way to
That's
it.
not World War III, bro. Us
No,
saying
no,
that
no,
we're
but
not
that's not
giving
the only thing
funding
going
to
on.
South Africa is not World War III.
That's not the only thing going on. Um, you have people under his administration, uh, supporting the one group that, you know, indiscriminately unalive children and families, right? So that shows me what he
Wait, what are you
stands
saying?
for.
Say that again.
I'm not going to say the word, but you know who I'm talking about from Pakistan. Not Pakistan, Palestine. Uh, not the Palestinians, but the group that governs their territory, right? So
So, I
they
mean,
indiscriminately unalive civilians, right? There are people
why
in his
why'd you just pivot to
administration.
that?
No, no, you told me why I don't accept them, right? So
Except
this is
who?
why I want Trump.
Like Trump?
Trump would have definitely supported Israel from the beginning until the end. Biden does not support him. He's kind of in and out, right? He does give him funding, but his stance is like half in and out. It's kind of stupid,
Are you
right?
not going to
Let's
acknowledge
just be real here.
the like what the Israel occupying forces have done? There's been like 30,000 plus Palestinians that have died in the region.
Yeah, let's not worry about Jewish people. Cool, I got you. So
What? That has
the
nothing to do with
anti-Semite
Jewish
in this
people.
country, right?
That's nothing to do
Hold
with
on.
Jewish people at all.
It has a
Has
lot to do
everything to
with
do
Jewish
with
people.
no, it has everything to do with the Israel state government
So,
and what they're doing. Like,
so you
why are
have
you
to blame
associating Jewish people with the Israel state government?
you have to blame the H group, which has a lot to do
You can blame
with
both at
what's
the same
going
time.
on.
Why can't you blame
The
the
H
H
group
group
can
and also
surrender.
blame the H
H
group
group
and
can
blame the
surrender.
Israel occupying forces? Why don't you blame both?
All it takes is H group to surrender to Israeli
Yeah,
defense forces, and this
why
will be
doesn't the
over right
occupation
away.
I mean the occupation forces can just stop killing as many innocent civilians,
Okay,
right?
so you sympathize with do you sympathize with terrorists?
How is that sympathetic to terrorists to say that the Israel
Because
occupying forces,
they're not a
Thank you so
military.
much, should do more to
They're not a
not kill innocent
military.
civilians?
Again, they're not a military, and they indiscriminately not only unalive Jewish people, they unalive Palestinians in their own country. And you know that happens. So
Yeah, and I'm not
again,
defending the H group. When did I do that? Never did, right? What I'm saying
well,
is that Israel occupying forces can try to kill less innocent civilians, maybe. Right?
yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
just these people on your live are saying freedom fighters. They're not freedom fighters. They like to unalive
Why'd you like
human
completely pivot
beings.
the topic? This specifically, you're saying that like because you want more funding for Israel because you want to support this more, when in reality what
No,
Israel
just
is
not just
doing, right?
Israel. It's
Okay, well that's what you were bringing
what's going
up.
on in China, right?
Like now you're
So
pivoting to another topic. So are you going
no,
to stick to
you,
one
you
or?
told me why. No, you told me why I want Trump, and I'm telling you, Trump would not allow the Chinese president to have his flag flying in San Francisco when he visited. That's like you're
What?
letting your enemy take over. Oh yeah, it was on TV.
Flying
You
a
might want to watch
flag,
it.
dude? Oh my god, bro. This is like, is this really what you care about? Are you trolling? Flying a flag? Are you totally fucking real, dude?
So
Appreciate it, Gem
if you
Gun.
want
Thank you so
someone to
much,
come in your
Harley.
house and wear
A
your
flag,
underwear,
bro.
does that make sense? If someone
How
wears
is that wearing
comes over
someone's
your house and wear
underwear,
your
bro?
underwear,
What do you
it's
mean?
the
It's a
same thing, dude.
flag. It's a flag, bro. No, it's not. It's not the same thing.
See, and that's the difference between me and you. Like I support my country 100%. You support your country 50%, half and half.
How does that mean I support my
And
country 50%? Because I don't
dude,
care about a
you
flag
just
being
said it.
flown.
No, you don't care your status in this world. You don't care about supporting those that are your allies. You pretty much just said it.
I said I'm not. I don't want to
Let's
give funding to countries that make it illegal to be gay. Yeah.
Yes,
Wow.
the only Israel's the only country in the Middle
Yeah,
East that
I'm
supports
not
us,
gonna
and you
give
don't
money to
support them.
governments that do that. That's crazy. Appreciate the corgi. Thank you so much.
So Israel's the only country that's never told any other country around it, we're going to decimate you and get rid of you. We're going to get rid of you off the map. But every country around it has definitely said that constantly. But you won't say that. You won't say that at all.
Wait. Say that again.
Did you hear what I just said?
What did you say about? No, say that one more
Israel
time
has
because I
been
want to make sure I heard that
constantly
properly.
threatened. Israel has been threatened constantly by Iran that they'll be decimated off the map. And this is why H group is doing what they're doing because Iran is funding them.
Yeah. So, I mean, you'd have to give me the sources for that specifically. But you understand that that is being done to Palestine, right?
I don't. So yeah, I mean, Palestine is having some issues. Yes, there are some obviously innocent people being unalived, but the WAR is
Some.
something that you can't just pick and choose who you're going to shoot or unalive, right? Let's be real here. It's you know
So
you
you're
don't
just going to
take a
justify
country.
killing innocent civilians?
Well, you got to understand it's part of a world thing, right? So you can't go into a country and pick and choose who you're going to unalive. And you'll never get rid of H group if you don't do it a certain way, right? Now, are they indiscriminately going in there? That's not factual either when you say that because
Yeah.
they're
How
actually
many
picking and
how many
choosing what they
innocent
shoot at.
Palestinian lives are you willing to give up for each age group member?
Well, I want them away. So,
Yeah. How many
am
how
I?
many
I mean,
innocent Palestinian lives? Tell me.
I'll tell you right now. If I was an Israeli soldier and my country was attacked, I would take as much as I can to get rid of them. Yes, I would.
As much as you can.
That's factual.
Do you not see
That
that
is
to be a crazy
factual.
fucking view? You're talking about innocent civilians dying. Would you say this about your own
No, I
country?
want to get rid of this group. I want to get rid of this group.
No, no, I'm saying again, you said that you'd be willing to give up as many innocent civilians.
I
That's a
mean,
crazy fucking
once they're
view.
gone, they're gone. Once they're gone, they're gone. What's the
Dude,
issue?
what do you mean? Do you not realize that that's fucking innocent civilians? What if someone
Dude,
were to say that about your family? Right? What if someone were to say that about people you care about? How would you respond?
there's plenty. Dude,
That you're just
it's
that
one or the
expendable.
other.
What do
It's
you mean it's
one or
one or
the
the
other,
other? You
dude.
give me any evidence to believe that?
So
Any
there is
evidence?
evidence when you go into combat, you can't just pick and choose who you shoot at, right? You know
Yeah,
that. I mean,
that
even if
doesn't
you've never
justify
been,
killing as many innocent civilians as you fucking can, right?
no one's justifying that. What I'm saying is there are certain
That's what
things
you
in
were justifying.
combat that you can't pick and choose who you unalive as. What I'm saying, and you're saying you're turning into I just want to kill all civilians. That's not what I said.
No, 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 no. What I'm saying, no. What I'm saying is that it doesn't justify the proportionality. You said specifically that you would be
So,
willing to give up as many innocent civilians. That's what you said, right?
well,
I asked
when
you
you're
because
in there, when you're down there, it's going to happen regardless. It's a war, right?
no,
So let's get off
no,
the
no. The
subject
whole
of how
idea.
many
Stop,
civilians I
stop,
want to
stop.
shoot
I
at,
want to
right?
stop you there. I want to stop you there. The whole idea
You're picking and choosing
hold on,
now.
listen. No, no. I want you to listen. The whole idea that it's going to happen regardless is a specific type of rhetoric spew that people give every single time to justify the killings of innocent civilians. You,
Okay.
as the person who are killing innocent civilians, have to justify that this is necessary. Okay?
Okay,
And you
so
can't do
what are
that.
you going to do? What
This
will
is
you do
not.
to end this conflict? What are you going to do to end this conflict?
What are you going to do? What do you mean? What are you going to do to end it? I'm asking you a specific
Bro, you
question
know
now. You're
so
pivoting.
much. What would you do to end
I
this
don't know
conflict?
so much. I'm asking you a specific question here. Can you answer the question?
You're blaming people for doing what they're doing, but you should tell me what needs to be done if you know so much. You can't explain that, right? Because you're not there. You don't know the substance of the situation is bigger than in your mind than you even think. Not that you're dumb, because you're smart. I've seen you on here a lot, and you're a smart guy.
You can't
I
answer
don't.
my question and you're pivoting and now you're attacking character. That's actually what you're doing. Bullshit. Answer the fucking
No, no,
question,
no, no,
bro. I asked you a
no, no,
specific
no.
question. Don't shift the fucking burden and gaslight me. Answer the damn question, bro.
Okay, what's your question again?
Oh my god, bro. Uh, dude, you don't even listen to my question and you just respond and say that, bro? Like, do you really expect me to think that this is a productive conversation?
Well, it's up to you. If you don't want a productive conversation, we don't have to have one.
No, I'm asking for a
I'm trying
productive
to understand where you're
conversation.
coming from because
And you pivoted so hard and didn't listen to my question. Like, you're not even taking into account what's being said, okay? So in this scenario, again, we were talking about this. I was asking you, how many innocent civilians are you willing to give up, right? And I was
well,
asking you that now you have to justify that this is a necessary means to be able to get rid of H group, and that
and I
specifically, the
answered that.
killing of those
If I
people is
was
going to lead to, let me finish, lead to less people dying in the future. If you can't justify that, well, then the killings of innocent civilians is not going to be justified.
well, and I said that if my family was getting attacked constantly, year to year, and I was an Israeli in that country, yes, I justify it because I'm defending my family. What's the difference? What answer do you want?
You didn't answer. No, I asked you for a specific question that you can justify that these things are necessary and that it would produce less deaths. Because in this scenario, no one has met this standard that they can give you, that they can justify this. And if you can't do that, well, then you can't justify bombing people like this.
I already justified it. They're defending themselves, man.
No, you
How do
didn't
you not
justify
understand
it.
that?
What are you talking about?
How do you not
Defending yourself,
understand they're defending themselves?
Really, dude? Really, dude?
Look,
Defending yourself
here's
does not involve killing this many innocent civilians. You have to
here's the
acknowledge
question
that.
to you: if they would never shoot a missile constantly every year and they wouldn't attack civilians, you think they would have done this anyways, dude?
Wait, say that one more time. I don't know what you're saying.
Consequences cause consequences, right? You give and you get. Karma is karma. You got to understand that, dude. 100%. That's the way it works. That's how human beings react. You can't just sit in your house and take it and then think that people are just going to take it just because you think it's right or wrong.
You can't just take it because
That's all
you
I'm
think.
saying.
Wait. Say that one more time. You can't just take it because you want to take it?
So I come to your
Wow,
house.
doesn't that sound like
put
you're
a pew-pew
arguing
in your-
against the Zionists?
If I come to your house, if I come to your house and put a pew-pew in your head, is it okay for you to just take it? You're just gonna sit there. You know what, dude? That's okay. You can put it in my head. I won't
Is it
retaliate.
okay for you to
against
take
because
the gun? Yes, of course. What are you talking about, dude?
it's okay for you to defend yourself, correct?
That's
If I am here threatening your family, constantly trying to unalive your family,
okay.
is it
So
for me to-
here, let me show you this. Right? Does it justify you taking the gun, shooting some innocent civilians, and then shooting them? No. Okay. Right? You can self-defense to the person that's initiating action towards you. Okay.
see?
What are you talking about?
So here's a problem. Everybody in America right now, and I don't know how young you are, but when I was a kid, there was plenty of terrorism and on a daily basis, Israel was terrorized and people were unalive constantly. But you know what? Let's not talk about that. That's why there's a border. That's why they kicked all
I think it's bad
Palestinians
when
off of
innocent
Israel.
civilians that are living in Israel die as well. I think that's bad as well. Okay, I'm not going to sit here and justify
but do you
the deaths
understand
of
why they got
innocent
kicked out in the
Israelis,
first place?
right? I would never justify that. But you're sitting here justifying the
Why-
deaths of innocent Palestinians because it's politically effective to you.
No,
That's
no,
what you're
I'm
doing.
not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. What I'm saying is, you can't just expect them to sit back and just take it. That's what I'm getting at.
Because you
There's-
want good
you can't
relations,
just pick and
relations
choose.
with Israel, right? You're going to accept the deaths of innocent civilians, and that's fucking crazy to me.
Okay, so you don't care about Israel's defense then? Why can't
Uh,
people just argue and be honest?
I am being honest. I'm being completely honest here. I am being totally honest with you. That's why I'm explaining this to
If you cared about him, you'd be okay with them defending themselves and doing what
Yeah,
they're doing.
so I'm okay with defending yourself. I'm not okay with the killings of innocent civilians. Is that clear, Russ? Is killing innocent civilians really defending yourself in this scenario? Come
but
on.
you're not
dude.
understanding. You're not understanding the whole concept, though.
No, you're not. You're not
That's, the,
understanding my
that's, what I'm,
point here.
that's what I'm not
at all.
understanding.
Candy, thank you so much for the $40 on Cash App. Can we get a W, Candy, in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, and Dimitri, I appreciate the $11.11. Thank you so much. Holy shit, I just saw that. Thank you, thank you so much. My notifications for Cash App are not working apparently. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. W, Candy. But yeah, go for it.
So
Sorry. what
I'm
was
just
it?
trying to understand your logic, man. That's all I'm trying to do because I can't understand it. I know you don't understand my logic, obviously, but I can't understand how people
Can't
expect.
understand how it's bad to kill innocent civilians. That's all I'm saying here.
No, never said that. Never said that.
What doesn't make sense?
But the thing is, I think Israel's tired of what's been going on for so many years that, you know what, they're tired of it. And they're doing what they have to do to get rid of this issue. It's like a beehive that keeps coming over and over and over until, you know what, they blew him up. Just like we blew up during World War II against Japan. It's the same concept.
And that's a fucking terrible thing too. You think that's justified? You think it's justified to drop nuclear weapons on people? You really?
Definitely, dude. Definitely.
That's fucking crazy.
Because
You're a crazy individual.
If
And you
we
want me
would
to
not
explain
have
why it's
dropped,
crazy?
if we
Listen
would
right
not
now.
have dropped that,
I want you to listen right now. Right? We have no empirical studies to justify that dropping nuclear weapons is a greater deterrence to war, right? Therefore, saving more lives. Therefore, you would never have a basis
It stopped
to
it.
justify. Let me stop. You'd never have a basis to justify engaging in the usage of a nuclear weapon in order to end a war, right? That's a fucking crazy view, right? You have no
But they
empirics to go off
surrendered.
of, right? The surrender
They
was likely to happen.
surrendered.
Listen, the surrender was likely to happen either
No,
way.
it's not.
Because the Soviet Union, when it was coming from the north, right? You understand that was
Wrong.
likely to happen. They actually already had like a convention where they specifically talked about a treaty.
That's not
they
true,
wanted to
sir.
keep Emperor Hirohito in a position of considerably power, the same way that it was dictated after anyway. Right? You understand the same
Do you
conditions.
know the story?
Let me please finish, dude. The same conditions of where
Okay.
Emperor Hirohito's position was after, that was established even before this position. Okay? So if that was established before and the US didn't accept it because they wanted that person not to be in power, why did they grant them to be in power after dropping the atomic bombs?
Okay, so here's the first thing to tell you a little story. I spent some time in Japan. I visited Hiroshima, and a lot of Japanese, yeah, they're angry about what happened, and a lot of them actually are glad that it happened, right? Not that people were unalive, but the fact that this war ended, because we got to understand that their country was under an imperialist leader, which treated them very rigidly. Secondly, the vice admirals, the Navy, the Japanese Navy imperial admirals warned the Japanese imperialist leader not to go and attack the U.S. because they knew it was coming. He ignored it, told them to attack. Guess what? We did it. In the war, they surrendered because of that. There's no other way you can say that it wasn't because of the atom bomb. I'm telling you right now, that's 100% why they quit. Now, Germany was already losing, correct, but not Japan. Japan still had an upper hand until that bomb dropped, and he got smart and said, you know what? For the people, I'm going to surrender to the Americans. That's why
What was the point I
Now,
made
no
to you?
one's saying it's right.
Hey, what was the point that I made to you and that you apparently just didn't respond to?
No. You're saying that there's no proof that the war ended because of the atom bomb. But that's not true. That's exactly what stopped it.
No, I
can go
asked you
look it up.
specifically about this.
It's easy.
If it was the case that we already established the conditions for there to be a surrender, if it is the case that Emperor Hirohito was in the same position, right, that he was as it relates to a political figure, right, a representative figure of Japan at that time, right, then it was the case that why was it the case that we accepted, right, Emperor Hirohito to be in that same position after the dropping of the atomic bomb?
I don't know.
Okay.
But I still stand with that's the only reason they surrendered. Because of that one
You just didn't understand
big
what I said then.
initiated-
You just didn't understand what I said then.
No, because you're trying to turn the story, but that's not what happened. I mean, it's a fact.
What? What do you mean that's not what happened?
If we would have never done what we did, there might not have been a United States of America. Let's be real here. We didn't get into the war until after the fact, until we got attacked. And we still lost thousands and thousands of soldiers after the fact. But let's go back to the topic though. Why do I want Trump? Because I know Trump will do what needs to be done. That's it. And you might not like the way he
And
does it,
how
but
do you
it'll
know
be
that?
done.
How do you know that?
Dude, his 4 years of presidency were great. The military did what it had to do. We never had any issues. What issues do we have under his presidency? None.
Yeah, the fact that you say that we have no issues under his presidency tells me how out of the loop you are, right?
No.
have
You said militarily. Military, we have any.
militarily. I mean, he increased military drone strikes in the Middle East by 450%.
He
Wasn't
did.
he talking the
and
entire
Obama
time?
did too, just to let you know.
No, I said 450% from Obama. So that was a rate comparative to Obama.
We're getting rid of ISIS, right? We still got
Yeah,
ISIS
so
going on,
so
but
there
they're
was a
lot
problem.
weaker.
Wait. So there was a problem. So there
What are
were
you talking about?
problems. There were problems insofar as that he had to increase military.
Yeah,
drone
but he
strikes.
was dealing with
So
it.
there were
He
problems.
was
There were
dealing with
military
it.
problems. You just conceded.
But he was dealing with it, dude.
Thanks for the
Stop trying
concession.
to turn my
Thank you
words.
for the concession. I appreciate it. Thank you
Dude,
for the
that's not what I
concession.
said.
Appreciate the roses. Thank you so much. So there were problems. Thank you for the concession.
Yeah, but he was dealing with it. This guy is not dealing with anything right now.
Wait, no. So
He's
so is
allowing-
Biden. Biden's quite literally dealing with it.
He
too.
is not.
I like how
He
you
is
just
not.
conceded, dude. Thank you for the concession. I really appreciate that.
He is not, and you're doing this because you're losing the. You're losing.
I'm not
the
losing
argument now.
anything. You literally conceded by definition.
You're losing the debate right now, and
Where am I losing? Tell me. Where am I losing?
So here's the thing. No, he is not doing his job because
Pivot.
he's
Where am I
picking and
losing?
choosing. He's picking and choosing
Where am I
what
losing?
targets he's gonna hit.
Where am I losing?
Okay.
I just want.
Is this all you're gonna do?
Yeah, I'm asking a question, and you're just like you want to pivot so hard, like a politician. So
I'm
I'm
not
asking
even
you,
pivoting.
where am I losing? Yeah, yeah. Where am I losing? Answer the question.
Again, I said, what kind of conflicts do we have under Trump? Nowhere near as much as we do now. And explain to me why.
Amen. So again, as it relates to the conflicts, right? That's not necessarily going to be caused by Biden or by Trump. There are plenty of different things that happen in different types of circumstances, depending on environmental conditions. You have to demonstrate to me that the Russia-Ukraine situation is somehow related to Biden or Trump being in office.
I already
You have to
mentioned
relate to
Ukraine's
me
not his.
the context of Israel-Palestine has to be related to that. You have to tell me that the context of plenty of different types of things that are happening around the world are related to specifically the United States president. And since you can't demonstrate that, well, then it's not going to be different under a Trump or Biden administration as it relates to this particularly.
I think I think what's going to happen is just like every other leftist I argue with, you're going to ignore the facts of what's going on in the world right now.
What am I
And you could just
ignoring?
say, I don't care.
What am I
You're
ignoring?
ignoring the conflicts we have right now.
What conflicts am I ignoring?
We got Israel, we got Syria, we got Iraq.
How
Our
am I
soldiers are
ignoring those
getting
conflicts?
our soldiers are getting pummeled left and right. And you know what? Leftists are okay with it because they want
How am I
Biden for
ignoring any
presidency.
conflicts?
Because under Trump, it wasn't happening. You have to admit
Again,
to that.
wait. So all of those things weren't happening under Trump?
No, some of these bases were not getting attacked like they are now. I mean, even Jordan.
Okay,
Do
so
you
you're
believe that
saying
in Jordan? Jordan hasn't been attacked since.
So
Jordan has
there's
never been
different
attacked.
conflict. So there's different conflict in different times. There was conflict in Trump's time that we could relate to that didn't happen under Biden. Like Trump literally, what's it called, assassinated one of their top military generals in Iran, like General Soleimani, right?
Well
So
deserved.
that
He
was a
killed
type
over
of war.
20,000 troops.
Yeah, so
Yes.
did
Well
that promoted
deserved.
conflict? They then responded, retaliated. So there were things that happened under Trump's administration, right, that didn't happen under Biden's administration to the same degree. So it seems like you're only able to acknowledge things that happened under Biden's administration, and you're not able to acknowledge things that happened under Trump's administration. And that tells me
No,
that your bias and your determinations as it relates to foreign policy.
no. I want somebody that's going to take a stance and get rid of our enemies, not somebody that wants to pick and choose who to get rid of.
Wait, pick and choose who we can get rid of. Wait, say that again?
Yeah, I don't want somebody that just sits here and tries to negotiate with terrorists. I mean, I want somebody
You,
that's going out and get these terrorists.
you don't want someone to negotiate with terrorists?
You're going to bring up the
So,
5,000
so,
terrorists
so
that
I
we
have a
free?
question. No. I have a question. How come Trump set up the agreement with the Taliban then? Because that's
There
the
you go.
negotiate.
You
That's
just brought it
negotiating
up
with
after I
terrorists, right?
mentioned it.
Appreciate the hanging lights. Thank you so much.
Because guess what? Guess what? There was an agreement already to pull out of Afghanistan from
No, there wasn't.
Obama.
That
So
was set by
yes,
Trump.
that's
That
why it
was set by
happened.
Trump.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, it
You might want to
was.
look it up.
You want to put money on it?
How do you know that?
Thank you for the hanging
Well,
lights. I
I can
appreciate. Thank you
because
so
I
much. You
was
want to put money on it?
do you, because I was in Afghanistan during that time when Obama decided we could start pulling out. So for you to sit here and tell me something I do know, you go ahead and
No,
argue
no.
all you
I'm
want.
saying the agreement with the Taliban was set by
No, no, no.
Trump.
That was Trump. That was Trump. But the
Yeah,
thing
that's what I just
is,
said.
it was already agreed that we're going to get out. That has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with what's going on right
No, no.
now.
The agreement was
I
specifically made
mean,
with Trump and the Taliban. So do you want to put money on that specifically? Because I know that's right.
dude, we all know there was an agreement between Trump and the Taliban. Was it a
So then he
friendly
does
one? No,
negotiate with
not the way you're
terrorists.
thinking.
So then he does negotiate with terrorists.
Not the way dude. That's not what I'm saying. Not the way so. That's not what I'm talking about. You're like trying to turn my words into something I didn't say. Not like that. What I'm saying is,
You
if
said that he
somebody
doesn't
does
negotiate
something,
with
we need to take
terrorists.
action
He just
twofold.
takes action,
We need,
but he negotiated with terrorists.
dude, we're already planning on getting out before his presidency. He was already on the books, so
But
he had to
but in this
negotiate with them at
circumstance,
that
did he
point.
negotiate with terrorists?
He had to.
He had to. So again, the same thing that you just critiqued Biden for is also applicable to Trump.
No, no, it's different. It's different.
It's somehow different. Okay,
It's way different.
way different. No reason.
So, so let me give you. You know what? I'll give you a very good example. I don't know if you ever seen the during Bush's administration, right? And I didn't like Bush, but I did like his actions. So during his administration, you think Bush went over to the news and said, you know what, we're going to attack Iraq right now. We're going to take these targets. Everything was done on the spot, rapidly. It's not happening now. Not at all. You're sitting here and telling people this is what we're going to do. That's what I'm saying. Like, he's too afraid to take action. You have to be honest, dude. Where's the action? There's no quick action to this. He waits till things happen. He waits 5 days for something to happen. Let's be real. That's what I'm saying. That's the
So, I mean,
difference.
what about coalescing the entirety of Europe behind Ukraine? Is that acting?
I would say, I mean, I don't think most of us even know the whole story behind that, but there was nothing wrong with what he did in Ukraine. I'll agree with that. He did the right thing.
Okay, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
But when it comes to the Houthis and the Iranian government, he's not strong enough with them. I mean, he needs to be point blank forward, and he's not.
What should he do?
What should he do?
Yeah.
Is you go in and take those targets down now.
So you just bomb people? Is that what you're saying?
Bomb terrorists, yeah. You keep saying people. They're terrorists. They're not people. They're terrorists.
You understand that some of these bombings have innocent civilians that die, right?
Bro, I totally understand that. You don't have to tell me that.
Yeah.
But see,
And
here's the thing.
they're people. Those are real people
Okay.
who have families, who have loved ones, who have friends, who have relationships with people. I think it's ridiculous for you to like completely ignore that side, right? I mean, regardless whether it's the United
No
States
one's
government,
ignoring that.
regardless whether it's the Israel state government, regardless of any government around the world, they have devalued human life as it relates to war. Because
Okay.
war inherently
But
devalues life.
okay. Well, I hope you say the same thing for H group too.
I do.
Thank you.
I did earlier,
Well,
actually. I
that's all
did,
you've
but
been
you're not
talking
able to
about.
say that.
All you've been talking about is Israel. So be honest. You haven't said nothing about H group unless
did.
I mentioned them.
I did, but you didn't listen. Okay, Nancy, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
Dude,
You didn't want
you
to hear
said
that.
it twice. You said it twice.
Yeah, so you did hear it.
That's it.
So you did hear
But
it.
you've been saying Israel left and right. There's
Because
no
that's
other
the thing.
country in
That's
your
what
mouth
you've been
besides
supporting.
Israel.
Because I'm responding to you, my guy. I've said it multiple
I'm
times in this
supporting you
conversation.
guys,
You
brother.
heard it. You heard it. You got the message.
I'm supporting
Explicitly
you guys.
mentioned it.
I'm
Okay,
supporting
so
people that will support me. That's
yeah,
what I'm
so
supporting.
yeah, so again, you want to support countries that commit genocide, right? That's quite literally what you're arguing here.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to hear. Because it's not true. That's not genocide.
How is that not? How is it not? What is the? What is it?
So
How do you
a
define that term?
genocide is when you
How do you define that term?
indiscriminately go out and take out. A genocide is when you go out and indiscriminately take out either an ethnic, right? An ethnic group, which they're not, because they're not out here firing at every other Middle Eastern country. So it's not genocide, brother. This is
No,
what you let
quite
to
literally.
say,
So
and it's not genocide.
there have been court cases on this that have told, right, specifically the Israel state government to stop engaging in acts of genocide.
Yes.
Right? There have
It's
been
a
conventions
rhetoric.
associated with this. It's not rhetoric. Conventions associated
Yes,
with
it
this.
is rhetoric. You can't tell me otherwise.
No, it's not rhetoric. I'm not just giving you rhetoric. I gave you something specific here. Okay? You're
The
just
UN?
giving me rhetoric. You're giving me rhetoric that's
UN
meant to justify the deaths of
the-
innocent civilians, and that's what's fucking crazy.
Right,
Is that you have people
the
who
UN
are literally. Let me finish. You have people who are arms of these state governments that will perpetuate the propaganda continually that support these defense contractors, literally murdering innocent civilians. Right, all of the countries around the world that have policies that targeted towards like them engaging in war and killing innocent civilians are absolutely dehumanizing and disgusting. Right, we need to absolutely look at the way that our governments are operating these things and democratically hold them accountable. Okay, because if we do not hold them accountable, how do we expect countries around the world to hold them accountable? It starts here in the United States, right? We have to start holding our own government accountable for the innocent civilians that it kills. And when your Trump candidate specifically does not even keep account of how many innocent civilians are dying, that further dehumanizes it. That further disallows us to be able to call out these individuals for the innocent civilians that they grant to be killed.
Yeah. So what about UN supporting H group? You forget that the supplies they supported them with, money to support them with, to buy
Give
weapons.
me evidence
Come
that
on,
that
dude.
went to the. Give me evidence that went to the H
Dude,
group.
it's
That's
already
humanitarian aid.
the
Give me
court
evidence.
has already the court has already found evidence
Yeah. So
that
so
they
the
were
food's going to go to H group.
supplying them.
The food. The
It
humanitarian aid that
wasn't
we
food,
send, the
dude.
supplies, the
It
basic
was
supplies that people need to
it was
survive. You're
moolah.
saying that they use that
It was
specifically?
moolah. It was money,
No,
moolah,
you understand that we
dollars.
use that money and then we send goods and services. The money that you're specifically
It
referencing,
fell.
no, hold listen. The money that you're specifically referencing is spent on food supplies, basic humanitarian resources, and then it's given. Right? You don't know what you're
To
talking
who?
about.
Who's
It's given
given
to the
to?
people. Okay, that's
To the
humanitarian
H
aid.
group. It's already been
No, no,
proven.
no. Give me any evidence. Give me any evidence. Kira, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. Give me any evidence. You're just engaging in conjecture. Michael,
There
thank you
you
so much for the
go. At
$40. I
least I
appreciate it on
admit.
Venmo. Thank you so much. And Katarina, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much. W in the chat for Katarina and W in the chat for Michael. I
At,
appreciate it. Thank you so much.
at least I admit my stance. You kind of don't stand on your stance. Like
I am
I'll
standing
admit
on my
to it
stance
if I'm
completely. I'm
wrong.
being very open with my stance. And what do you mean I don't admit my stance? I go on live every single day in front of thousands of people and tell them my stances every single day. What the fuck are you talking about?
Because it's already been talked about and there's evidence. The court's already found that the UN has supplied H group. Now, come on, dude. If you're gonna
Yeah, show
ignore
me.
that,
Wait,
then
what
it's kind of
evidence?
not
Tell
worth
me.
talking.
What's the title?
Just look it up. UN supplies H group. Look it up.
Yeah, I've
You
looked
know, I'm
that
not
up,
trying to
and
be mean.
and again, that's not something that I've seen evidence for. Appreciate the cuddle with me. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Nico.
You
That's
don't want to
literally
see
just
evidence for it
that's a
then.
talking group. That's a talking point that you have.
That's not talking
I
point.
literally look up
They,
specifically that, and
there was
nothing comes
miss.
up. Yeah, so the Israel Defense Force, or occupational forces, right, alleged that Hamas terrorists are stealing
Yeah.
the food and supplies intended for humanitarian purposes.
Okay.
So yeah, you're talking about food and supplies. So they're stealing food. That's
They're
your claim.
stealing it from the civilians, but they're good people. I got you. So
Wait, no.
look,
That's your
that's why
claim is that they're
that's
stealing the food and supplies.
right.
That's your
But
claim.
that's okay. Maybe they're stealing it. But see, here's the thing. That's who
No,
you're
no, no.
dealing
Is that
with.
what you're
So
saying? Is
how
that
do
what
you
you're
deal
saying?
with somebody like
That's
that?
just the claim of the IOF,
I
the
guess
Israel
because you're
Occupational
saying
Forces.
that it's food, but that's not what I heard. When I looked it up, it was actually weapons. But hey, you
That's what this says.
the
Yeah,
money they
where did you
gave
find
them,
that?
they
Because
stole it from
I'm
the
on
people.
foreignaffairs.house.gov. Where are you looking at? Tell me.
Okay,
Where are you looking at
let's.
specifically?
Well, I'm not looking right now, so I'm not going to read that point. But I do know that when you go back to history, the Palestinian government was given money, and guess who took that money? It's a recurring thing, dude. These people have been building up forever, and that's the problem. That's the issue here, man. I mean, if there's a better way to end it, I would love to hear it. That's all.
Yeah, so there are particular things within the context of this humanitarian funding that are specifically to ensure the assistance does not fall into the hands of foreign terrorist organizations, including but not limited to Hamas. That's what it specifically says in the foreignaffairs.house.gov.
But it does.
Yeah, again, we're talking food and supplies. That's the whole point of the reason why, foreign aid in this particular region or humanitarian aid is given in this particular reason.
So, remember what I asked earlier? How do we end this conflict?
Again, I don't think I have the ability to come to a conclusion about how everything is going to be ended worldwide. I don't think you do either. So I don't think that we would
Right,
have a
but
productive
you're
conversation and
well.
talking
I
about
do
that.
definitely have an
Although
idea
I
how to
do
end
think
it.
that
But
what's that?
I do have an idea how to end it for real.
Yeah,
By
Israel,
force is the only way.
stop occupying and stop being
No,
settler colonials.
by force is the
Colonial
only way,
state.
dude. And I know you
So
hate to ignore that, but by force is the only way. That's
yeah,
it.
yeah. So you're just gonna try and justify the killing of innocent civilians.
See, you go with your
No, I'm not
civilian
trolling. I'm not trolling
rhetoric.
because you're not
That's a
you're not even.
Palestinian free from the river to the sea bullshit, right? Is that what you're doing right now? That's bullshit, dude.
Yeah, Palestine should be free. Yeah, of occupational
Yeah,
forces.
fuck Jewish people. I got you.
How is that? How does
So,
that have to do with what? That's not what I'm saying at
but
all.
that's what you're
How
throwing.
is
You know,
how is saying that Palestinian people should be free saying that I don't like Jewish people? Please
Do you
explain that to
realize
me.
that? Do you realize that
Please
they're
explain that
charter?
to me. No.
Do
Explain
you
that to me.
realize?
Stop
Listen to
talking.
me.
Stop
Listen to me.
talking
You're
and
not even letting
explain
me
that to
talk.
me. No,
You're
explain
not
that
even
to
letting me
me. Don't,
talk. I'm going to
because you're not
explain to
answering my
you.
question.
So this is what I'm going to explain to you right now. So since Palestinians have been little children, they've been taught to hate Jewish people, and you don't know that. I know you don't know that. They've been trained to hate Jewish people in Israel.
And
The charter,
do
the
you think that
age group,
younger Israelis have been trained to hate Palestinians?
that's false. That's false.
Okay, so then what grants that Palestinians have and Israelis have not?
No, I'm explaining to you right now. The Israeli government or the Israeli
No. What
people are
grants it
not trained
specifically?
to hate.
Explain
Huh?
what grants that specifically.
No, I'm explaining to you something. You told me to explain. I'm explaining to you. So in Israel, first of all, there's freaking 2 million Saudi Arabian or Arabian people. So there are Middle Eastern people that live in Israel. So to say that Israel is against a certain ethnic group is false
No,
already.
against No,
Um,
you could say that
there
there.
are.
There are people who are Israeli that are like. What are you talking about? Like
That ain't the
again,
point. That ain't the
so
point.
you understand that what you're saying is not limited to Israel, right? The same thing that you just used to dispute that Israel is being taught to hate
They're not
is the
being
same
taught
thing
to
that you
hate
can use to
Palestinians,
dispute. The same thing that you can use to dispute. I appreciate the subscription that Palestinians are taught that. Okay, and again, as you're relating to that, you're the groups that you're
but they
referencing.
are.
What? No,
Because
give me
do,
evidence.
do you remember what happened during 9/11? Do you
Can you
forget
give me
about that?
evidence? Can you give me
How
evidence
old were you during
of
9/11? How old were you
I
during
wasn't
9/11?
alive. I wasn't alive.
I was 18. You know what happened? Palestinians were shouting, "Great, love the death to America" chant
Yeah,
because they're
so
taught
for you
this,
to
dude.
associate that all with Palestinians is ridiculous. And actually,
What,
again,
dude? What
I
I'm
need
trying to
evidence of that. I need evidence of that too. You
you
need
can look
evidence
it
of
up,
both of
dude.
those
I'm not gonna
claims.
look that for you.
Can I get both of
I
those
am not
claims?
gonna
Can I
look
get
that
evidence of
for you.
that?
It's there.
No, you made a
It's
claim.
there.
You made a claim about overall Palestinian people. That's a fucking crazy claim. For you not to provide any evidence of any of the claims I'm just mentioning is absolutely ridiculous.
But
Absolutely
you're
ridiculous.
denying that they
Give me
get trained to
evidence.
hate
I'm
Jewish
asking
people,
for evidence, and you're not providing it.
and they're shouting death to Jewish people in
Can you give
America.
me
So what
evidence?
are you
Can you give
saying?
me evidence of any of the claims you're making? You have the burden of proof.
Have you have
Stop.
you seen
Stop.
these
Hey.
protests?
You're just a claim generator. I just got a flag, of course. He just got taken down. So he's just a claim generator. Brandon, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Like literally claims, but never provides any evidence of the claims. Right? That's ultimately so harmful, bro. We're gonna go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, everyone. Let's get the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Yeah, will you vote for Trump in 2024?
Yes, I will be voting for Trump.
Why so?
So for me personally, I have very much disliked seeing borders being opened when people can cross legally, and when a state has to stand up for itself because a president and House of Representatives isn't willing to protect the state. I see an issue in that.
How are the borders open?
Have you not seen it all over the news?
Oh, it doesn't say the
Texas is
borders are
having to
open.
defend their own borders.
No, Texas was violating federal jurisdiction of border security.
In what
So
way?
what are you referring to there?
I'm referring to people, illegal immigrants, crossing borders when they could easily legally cross,
Yeah,
and
so
instead they are crossing illegally, and Border Patrol isn't able to stop all of them. So Trump
there are
wanted to set
people
up a wall.
crossing illegally under Trump's administration. So if you want to talk about the context
Yes,
of how many people are coming here, a lot of the people who are coming here are legal migrants to the context of the asylum process, the legal asylum process. Okay?
yeah, but you're ignoring that there's a much larger number. In fact, Biden encouraged
Do
them
you
to
even have
come
numbers
over
on how many people who are coming
illegally.
here who are undocumented?
I do not have numbers, but it is something that is widely known.
It's widely known without any actual data to go off of.
There's data. Is just I don't have another, like I would have to be searching on my phone and stuff for it, and I'm
I've looked it
It
up.
is one of those
I
things
haven't
where
seen that.
it's common sense.
No,
I
it's not.
understand that there needs to
Jared,
be
you
proof
need
and
overall
stuff,
numbers for
but
that. It's common
do you
sense
not?
that you need evidence, but it's not so common, huh?
I'm sure. Let me see.
Okay, tap that screen. Everyone's trying to run up to 200,000 likes. If you want to help me out, or you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone, or you can gift through TikTok. We did get our gifting option back, everyone. It was taken down for a while. But tap that screen, everyone. As well, if you haven't given a heart me yet, make sure to do that. We're trying to get onto 10,000 heart me's for like something that TikTok's giving away or something. I don't know what the hell. It's something like that. We will be on for a while today, everyone. I do have an
Alright.
assignment that I have to turn in though later, so I probably will be off by like 10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, latest. But yeah, as well, everyone share the live. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares, and follow if you haven't already. Like 80 followers to get to like 200 for the day. And people
I'm
saying
getting there. I
getting
just think I found.
Pinky Backup 3 saying, "Why are you lying about getting paid by the DNC? Can you explain to me how I'm getting paid by the DNC? I'd love to hear it because I would love to be able to get paid. That like seriously, dude. Give me my money. Where's my money at?
Biden officially had deported.
Is there someone in my name like getting money? I want some. That sounds great.
So it was looking like Trump's total was over 500,000 annually. He ended up getting that many returned back to Mexico that were legal immigrants, and Biden's was
Are you
like
trying to talk about
under
deportations?
200,000.
You know, there's more deportations under Biden's administration than Trump's. I could actually send you something from the Cato Institute that indicates that there were more people that were sent back, multiple times more people sent back under Biden's administration. Right here. Yeah, Cato. So you can look up here specifically. New data show migrants were more likely to be released by Trump than Biden, so released into the country. So in absolute terms, the Biden DHS is removing 3.5 times as many people per month as the Trump DHS did. That's what it says.
Okay, you said into a country. Which country?
No.
Biden
So again,
was letting
listen.
them
In
stay in
absolute
America.
terms. So again, when they say released, they're talking released into the country, right? So as it relates in the context
The
of
country?
absolute
Don't
terms,
specify.
read. In absolute terms, the Biden DHS is removing 3.5 times as many people per month as the Trump DHS did.
Okay, you're saying releasing, but into what country?
Removing. Do you see removing? Removing.
From our country? America?
Removing, yes.
All right. Well, you weren't specifying. You were saying
Remove. It says
removing,
removing,
and
dude.
if-
I think that's blatantly obvious, dude. I'm surprised I have to give you that one.
your grammar was a little off there, bud. Just saying.
So there's
But-
released in the title, right? That I told you it was in the title, and then I read this and I said removing. But apparently
Okay,
you can't listen
yeah.
to me. Maybe it's not my.
You said release first,
speaking.
and you changed
maybe
it to
maybe
removing.
it's no. It's the title, like I said, is released, right? And then
Yeah, Biden
in
released them
absolute
into
terms,
America.
in this, it says removing, and I said that, so it's not my grammar; it's your listening.
You changed it though. You started off anyways.
Dude, I was talking
Back
about the
when-
title. I was talking about the title, and then I referenced in absolute terms what it means because you were confused.
All right. I think the main thing. So let's get down to, I guess, more a personal level and stuff. Having family members and stuff. We grew up in the United States of America, and we work. I'm in the working class. I've done concrete a large percentage of my life. Work hard, pay taxes, things like that. But when it comes down to it, you'll have people coming over and stuff, and some of them don't have the best intentions. But when a president encourages larger amounts to come over and we have no place to facilitize. People that own hotels that are told, okay, well, now you guys just have to facilitize for them. You have to take these people in. There's places that are being forced, they're overflowing. Like, where do we put all these people? And so either tax money that I'm working and paying taxes is going to end up being given to take care of these people.
Yeah, migrants
And
bring more money into the country and by growing the economy, right? Then they take
legal
out in
ones
social
do.
services.
Legal ones.
Migrants in general,
Illegal,
by the
though.
way.
The
Migrants in
percentage of
general. Undocumented migrants are taken advantage of in our country. They provide so much more to our economy than they take from it because they are significantly underpaid. What are you talking about, bro? You have no clue what you're talking about. Okay?
I have quite a
Migrants
bit.
bring a lot to this country. You have no clue. Migration is actually a necessary fact for our country. You don't understand because if you look at the
No,
population,
I
population
understand
growth.
migrants.
Let me
I
finish my
worked
point,
with quite a
Jared.
few.
Hey, Jared, I would love to finish my point. Okay, right? If you look at population growth, we've been below replacement rates as it relates to fertility rates since the 70s. So we require things like immigration to continue having a population growth. Okay, if not, we're gonna start reducing in population over time. You know that, right?
No, I understand how population and stuff like that works. I'm talking about illegal immigrants. I've worked with multiple that have came through the legal way and joined workforces. And yes, I've met a couple illegal ones, and very few of
Did you
them.
tell on them?
No, I didn't tell on them
Oh, okay. So you don't really care that they're in the country, right? You still want them to have a better life, right?
okay, you're taking away from. There are some that are
You want
working
them to have a
though,
better life.
and then
Why didn't you
there's a
tell on
large
them?
percentage
Actually,
that
like
aren't.
legitimately, if you really care about like undocumented immigration, why didn't you tell on them?
Because there's certain ones that will actually put an effort to. There was only been like very few, and it
Undocumented
wasn't
immigrants and
my
migrants in
part
general have a significantly higher labor force participation rate than the natural born population, right, in the U.S. So of course, yeah, people who are migrating to the country are significantly more likely to work.
that makes sense. I guess the big yeah.
So
I
again,
guess
yeah, if it was this really big issue, it seems like you would have told on them, right? Like if I heard someone committed like something bad, right, I would tell on them, like something really bad. You don't think it's that bad? That's why you didn't tell on them.
the thing is, I knew a good one. Okay, just
A
because I
good
knew
one,
a few
bro.
good
That's
ones.
a crazy thing to say, bro. Bro, that's a crazy thing to say, bro. You understand most people are good as it relates to people who are coming over, right? You're
Well, a
perpetuating the
percentage
same
of them are
notions.
drug.
Yeah. People who are undocumented who are coming to the country are less likely to commit violent crime, right, than natural born U.S. citizens. So they're more likely to be good.
But the illegal one, the majority of the illegal ones are normally bringing over different drugs and stuff, from what I'm
Wrong.
aware.
Wrong. That's false. Completely false. Give me any source for that. Because I just told you they're less likely to
Source
commit
for it?
crime. You think they're trying to get caught, bro? People who are coming here undocumented are coming here for a better life, and they don't have the time to wait because our system takes 5 to 7 years on average. Okay. So how about we acknowledge that our system fucking sucks, and that a lot of people who are coming to this country who are undocumented are here because they want a better life and they want to get paid more for the labor that they have.
Yeah, but not a large percentage of them do the labor.
What are you
A lot of
talking
them will
about?
take. A lot
Jared,
of these people are
I
given
just told
free
you
money.
earlier, they are more
A lot
likely
of
to
these
work.
people are given our taxpayer money to live.
Jared, they're more likely to work than natural born US citizens. What are you talking? I just told you earlier they have a higher labor force participation rate. And it's by a big margin too.
The majority that I've met are legal. They actually worked to get in here, and they were frustrated when people would come in illegally because they had to work for their side of things. And then when people are actually coming in illegally and getting the same thing that they did, it's frustrating them. It's not just me. I have a couple friends, and they were 100%
That
like,
one, I
no,
appreciate the
I
appreciate the
agree.
glowing jellyfish. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, people can be frustrated with undocumented immigrants, but what I want you to do is I want you to acknowledge the reasons why people are doing these things. Right? Because
Yeah,
really,
they hate
it's
their country, so they
predicated.
would come here for a
Listen,
better future.
It's predicated off of reasons I think you would empathize with. Okay, and when you acknowledge that our system takes 5 to 7 years on average, we have to permit a system that goes significantly faster. Okay, 5 to 7 years is way too much. Do you agree with me on that?
5 years is too much, and our system does suck. But
Oh my
there's
gosh,
things
Dulcie,
to
thank you so much for the $100 Venmo. Can we get a W, Dulcie, in the chat, everyone? Holy shit. Holy fuck, I just saw that. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Holy fuck, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, you can finish. I apologize.
You're good. Why are you announcing how much you're getting on Venmo and Cash App?
Because I'm thanking people?
Oh, okay. Anyways,
Should I not
illegal.
thank people?
No, I mean, I just think it's kind of interesting that you're asking for, or you. Never mind. Oh, I'll keep that.
That I'm getting paid? Are you talking about that?
No,
Like by people who donate to me?
I just don't understand why you do that. Well, you have a guest on. Like, why wouldn't you do it like after? It's like you just write it down and be like, "Thank you for this, this, and this." But that's out of this. Anyways, back to what we were talking about.
Yeah. I mean, I okay, whatever. But first,
Anyways, do you have a job by chance?
this is my job.
Debates?
Yeah.
Okay. This is very interesting.
Why is that interesting?
It's just me as a person that's trying to develop the country just by everyday labor and stuff. And just I leave my house every day in uncomfortable environments sometimes. And we pour concrete, we build buildings to develop places for people to live. And I feel like once you've started pouring into a country, you develop a love for it and you want the same quality to come from other people. And when other people don't put in a part to pretty much help the country out financially and structurally, I feel like there's going to be a very different perspective from people. And so me coming from where I am and you coming from where you are, it might not be the same perspective that you have.
Yeah, sure. But like, I mean, I think that we can provide things in different ways to the system that we live in. I'm not someone that's going to provide things by building stuff, right? That's not what I'm into. It's not what I like, right? But I can facilitate different types of skills or jobs, right? I can facilitate through conversation, through using my brain, by having productive dialogue, right? To incentivize other people to engage in the exact same type of entertainment that allowed me to inform myself. Okay. That produces something. If you don't think that produces something, that's fine, right? That's your perspective. But fundamentally, I've seen it myself. I've been doing this for years and I've seen plenty of people change their beliefs, change their perspectives just by having these types of conversations. Damn, I've experienced it myself, right? I've completely changed my positions. In 2016, I was a Trump supporter. Okay. That's a really important thing for us to engage in these types of conversations so that we
What
can
made you
progress
change your perspective
ourselves.
on Trump?
My access to information, the things that he did, right? Me rethinking things as it relates to the economy because I learned, right? I'm an economics major. I have a lot more information on how markets operate, on the different types of market failures to exist. I have a lot more information about like universal healthcare, the fact that people have lack of access to healthcare in this country. 68,000 people die every single year in this country because of lack of access to healthcare. When other countries have had this for decades, right? Decades in other countries where they have access to universal healthcare, right? Every single person in their country. Right, that's fundamental, right, to us. And that's just
Yes.
one thing. What about childcare? What about paid paternity leave? What about free
If you want
public
to talk about
universities?
childcare, though, think about the hormone things that are being given to children that are in ages where they shouldn't even be exposed to things that can change their hormones the way they do. Like the Biden administration.
What do you
and
mean
the
changing
people-
hormones? Plenty of drugs that we administer to children change hormones. I had a friend in high school that took hormones specifically because he didn't have as much development as it relates to that. There are plenty of children that need access to these different types of hormones, right? Because they don't have the development in the way in which is necessary for their health, right? Whether it be mental, whether it be physiological, plenty of different things.
Yes, but I'm talking
Raven,
about
I appreciate the
doses to
subscription. Thank you so
change-
much.
I'm
You're just
talking about
specifically
doses-
trying to target trans kids.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean, right? You're not willing to apply the
Because
same
these are being given to
standards.
children, and then the results in that once they turn like certain ages, the older they're getting, there's things happening, and they're wishing they had never had these hormones injected into their bodies or taken because the body was never meant to have. You have
Right
different
there, hold on,
chromosomes.
Let me explain this to you, Jared. There are plenty of people that regret the different types of things that they go through. Plenty of people that exist that do that. As it relates to the context of gender affirmation, it significantly betters people off. We're talking cost benefit analysis. That's why we engage in this particular types of behavior. And that's determined between a medical professional, right, the parent and that child, right? The same way that other types of things were, right? I took Accutane when I was a minor, right? When I was like 15, 16 years old, right? That was determined me, my doctor, and my mother. Okay, that's how it should be in that circumstance because fundamentally that's something that ended up benefiting me. And yeah, plenty of people out there probably would look back on them taking Accutane. Some things probably bad happened to them, and they might regret it, right? But I don't, right? And it helped me a lot. So there are plenty of different decisions that people should be able to make with their parents and with their doctor, right? That shouldn't be impeded on by the federal government. And I think this is one of them.
The gender change and stuff like that shouldn't be.
No, we're just talking about access to puberty blockers and like HRT and stuff.
Yeah.
Right? And HRT is
Okay.
way later than puberty blockers are. Puberty blockers
Ooh,
are not
what's
just given to trans
HRT
kids.
exactly?
Hormone replacement therapy.
Okay.
Puberty blockers are not just given to trans kids. They're given to cis kids as well. Okay. Some people have early onset puberty, right? And they take puberty blockers because of it. So there are plenty of people who are not trans who also require access to these types of things. So this is one of those circumstances
Yeah,
where when people try to discriminate against trans people, they end up discriminating against people who are also not trans. And this happens in plenty of other
but the
mechanisms
percentage
as
that
well.
they take and stuff would be in larger doses because they're changing not only the percentage of puberty, or not puberty, but the
I don't think
percentage
it's
of hormones
necessarily
they
larger. I
have
don't
at a
think it.
certain age.
Wait, no, so the types of hormone change is going to be, well, it depends on what you're referencing. If you're talking puberty blockers,
Could I get my
it's
phone
not
out?
necessarily different, right? I don't know why it would be different. Gavin, I appreciate the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Hey, could I get my thought out real quick?
Yeah, Sherman.
Okay. What I was saying was with what you said, well, just regular kids sometimes because of puberty and stuff need to take it, not to change gender or anything or block puberty, but to pretty much take care of the speed in which things are happening and maturing in life in a sense. But what I'm saying is the percentage of which these puberty blockers or these hormones are being given to these children that want to change gender is unnatural. The body was never meant to have these things happen to it. And when science starts trying to mess around with changing what gender a person naturally had, there are issues that end up happening, taking certain like surgeries and stuff. I watched a documentary on multiple, there were 3 different women.
Before you say that,
can't say their
can I
names off
address
the
this
top
real
of my
quick?
head.
Can I address this before you go on to the next thing? First of all, right,
Sure.
trans kids are regular kids, right? To say that they're not regular kids, I think is
I
ridiculous.
didn't say they weren't regular
And it's
kids.
it's
I
another
said
it's
that
another
the
method of creating.
hormone.
Yeah, but you're creating in groups and out groups. Just by that was a Freudian slip, right? Just by the types of language that you engage in, you are acknowledging that you consider them an out group. Okay, by the language that you're using, and that's clear.
They are humans, but they are taking certain procedures that
Yeah,
human
and again,
was
that
not
doesn't make
supposed to
them
have at
change.
young ages before they
Hold on.
even
Let me
turn
explain this
18.
because I wanted to change. So they don't change their gender when they have puberty blockers or when they have HRT, right? This is simply to match their gender, right? So the gender is
No,
already a particular way, right? That is their perception. That is their commitments, their desires to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with that sex. Okay, that's the type of notion of gender that we're relating to in this context, right? Like, let me give you an example. I think this might give you a way to empathize with it. If I were to take your brain, right, or no, aliens were to come down, right, and they have the sophisticated technology where they can put your consciousness or your brain into and transplant it into someone else's body. And they transplanted it and put it into the body of a biological female, right? And you woke up and you're in the body of a biological female, right? Because you felt like a man still, would you be delusional?
That is way out there, man. Like, where do you even get that analogy? Or I don't even know if that's an analogy, but like, dude, what the heck? Like, first you're bringing up aliens. Like, okay. I'm talking about everyday life. I was born, and people get mindsets from where they grow up, what the mom and dad believe, and half the time it's pressed on a child, and other times it's a mental illness. Honestly, it is. When you have to change
You have no
your
evidence.
gender to
Yeah,
feel
you have
better
no.
about
Hold
yourself.
up, Jared. Jared, that's a lie. Being trans is not a mental illness. Okay, you have no evidence of that. Okay, that is not qualified to be a mental illness under the DSM-5. Okay, what qualifications do you use to determine that they have a mental illness?
Mental illness. To think that you need to change your gender, that you aren't able to be a man. It was never questioned when you
No,
go
no, just
back
being
thousands
trans
of
itself is
years.
not a mental illness. I'm asking you for the
And now people think
qualifications.
they
What are the qualifications you use to determine that they have a mental illness? If you can't mention me the conditions or the qualifications, well, then that's just a
to take away the
conjecture-based point.
logic that they were born with a wiener in
You're not
a
giving me
the
qualifications.
reproductive dude. The amount of times, and I've seen you. It's like, well, maybe someone has a certain amount of chromosomes where it doesn't add up or some. I don't know the whole chromosome thing, honestly, but just come down to the basics. If I was born with
So not
something,
only did
I
you
just
not
accept
respond to
that's who
my
I am.
hypothetical, but now you're not responding to any of my questions at this point, okay?
What
Because
was
you're
your
not giving
question?
me the conditions or the qualifications necessary to grant someone a mental illness. Okay, if you can't give me that,
A
then you
mental
have to
illness
appeal.
is not accepting a natural or just a common sense condition of how you were born and then thinking that you need to change it in such a dramatic way
Wait.
as to where your whole
Trans
entire
people,
mindset is
trans
based
people are
on.
not accepting something delusional by being trans. They're not denying their biological sex. Trans people are not doing that. When they refer to the context of gender, they're not saying biological sex. What they're relating to is a set of social and cultural norms that they have a desire to be in accordance with as a prescription of identity. The same thing is true for me, right? There are certain types of social and cultural norms that I'm committed to, that I have a desire to be in accordance with as a prescription of my identity, and I'm cis. I'm not trans. Okay? So we all relate to this concept of gender in different ways, right? And we have different notions of how we describe it, right? And this is a way that people who are trans describe it and makes complete sense. And it's something you can
I'm
easily relate
talking
to.
most times, almost all times, honestly, I don't see why there would be another reason. People change their gender because they doubt or don't feel right about themselves in the gender that they're in or something. But
Can I ask you a question here? Like I want to relate
yeah,
this. I want you to go back to the question I asked you. Do you remember it, or do you want me to re-say it?
you asked me what makes someone mentally or what
No. I want to go back before that.
the
So
mentally ill
aliens.
question.
No, you didn't have any answer for that, so I thought that was already clear. I'm going back to the aliens point, okay? Aliens come down, they have sophisticated technology that allows for them to engage in brain transplants. They brain
We're bringing
transplant
aliens
your
into this.
brain. What?
Why are you bringing aliens into this? This is like so off.
It's to demonstrate something conceptually. Okay,
Okay,
can I go through it
continue.
or
Yeah,
okay? So
continue.
aliens come down, they have technology that allows for them to engage in brain transplants. They take your brain and put it into the brain of a biological female. Okay? You wake up, you're in the body of a biological female, and you still have the commitments and desires to be in accordance with things that are typically associated with the male sex, right? You still have the same perception in your brain, right? Are you delusional?
I'm not delusional because I originally had a male body. Okay, hold up.
But you
Before
don't
you say
now.
anything.
But you
No,
don't now.
wait, stop. I grew up in a male body. I knew I was male before I was transferred into this female body. So I obviously already know I'm male. But
Not at the
if I
moment.
had been a female, no, hold up. Let me continue. If I was a female and I was
What would
growing
you
up as
suggest
a
you
girl,
do?
I would have those types of mindsets. I would be that type of a person because I was a girl originally. But if someone's going to take my mind and swap me and I still have my same memories, yes, I'm going to think I'm a man. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
And you're not delusional.
Why would I think
And
I was anything other?
Jared, the funny point is that you think that you're not delusional. So you agree that trans identity is valid. You conceded right there. Okay?
No, I did not. I
You
said
quite
if I
literally
was
conceded
born
right
as a
there
man-
because it
no,
was
look, I
not
was born with a
descriptive,
wiener?
Jared, because it was
Please
in
stop.
the current moment. Let me finish my point. In the current moment,
Oh my
you were
gosh.
not describing a set of characteristics that you had access to, right? Biologically speaking, you were describing a set of characteristics that you had in your brain because gender, right, isn't
because
something
I
you're
was born
relating
with
to
a
in
wiener,
terms of
so
your
if I'm transferred to
chromosomes
another body,
or
I'd
your
still
or
know
your.
what I was before that.
Can I please finish? You're not relating to your chromosomes. You're not relating to your gametes. You're not even relating to your wee, bro. You're relating specifically to the context of your brain, your desires, and your commitments, and what they're in accordance to. That's what you're relating to. And that's why you're having such a hard time engaging with it here. Because you don't want to accept that gender in this circumstance, you believe it to not be biological.
No, because I was born biologically male. Say the aliens do come, like you said, and swap my brain. I still know I'm male because that was what I was before this ever was. They put me in a body without my consent, much less anything else, and I know, for a matter of fact, because I grew up as a boy, and it was logical because I knew biologically I had a wiener, and I was a boy. Like, there was no question about it. Okay? And then they put me in a body. Yeah, I'm still a boy. Because that's who I am. I know it. My mind was not in that body before. So my mind was in my body before it ever was put in that. Okay? So I'm a boy. It's not that hard to understand.
No.
With aliens, like, okay, the whole mind swapping thing, again, I think that's kind of a stupid analogy, but I see where you were trying to go with that.
It's
But
not a
no.
stupid analogy. You just don't want to accept it, right? This is a perfect analogy, okay? I've thought about this. Plenty of people have thought about this. There's not a critique that you could posit here, right? This is just something you can use to relate to show that you don't relate to it in the context of biology, and I'll explain why. Because when you say the word man and woman, what you typically would relate to is they're of the male sex or they're of female sex and they're an adult, okay? And you, when you say that, you're relating to their genitalia, you're relating to their chromosomes, and you're relating to their gametes, which none of these three are present in the state of the body that you were in. And if none of those three were present in the state of the body that you were in, you were relating to a concept of gender that was not predicated off of these particular foundations, but instead our brains. Appreciate the res. Thank you so much. And Sierra, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much.
I think the biggest thing is, I believe, and honestly, I apologize if I get worked up sometimes. I apologize for that. I believe that I was made in the image of a creator, or I believe in Jesus Christ. So, as him being my savior, it makes sense to me. He made me in his own
Jesus
own
accepts
image.
trans people. Jesus made trans people. in
Jesus
his own
loves
image,
everyone, yes.
And
But
actually,
we were made in his own
can I make
image.
this
Okay.
point for you? If you respect Jesus's pronouns, well, then you should respect trans people's pronouns because
Why
prior
are we
to
talking about
incarnation,
pronouns?
listen, prior to incarnation, right? Jesus or God, in this sense, didn't have a human body, yet you still refer to him as the Father. You still refer to him using he/him pronouns, right? Even prior to incarnation. So you're saying in this sense, the notion of he/him pronouns, the notion of a father is not predicated on biology because God doesn't have biology prior to incarnation.
And you're claiming to understand our Lord and Savior 100%, when honestly, there are things that we don't understand about him, but he is a man. Like, there is, well, I don't even know if I would say man. He is a God, okay? He's my God, and I believe in him. And so, what the Bible says is we are made in his own image, and he loves us for that. So why would we change what the Lord has given to us? We are his creations, and he has given us free will. But anyways, I feel like I'm getting way off track, and I'm not trying to.
If we were
bring
created in his
Christianity into
image,
this.
that indicates that prior
But-
to incarnation, he was a he. So the notion of he is not related to biology because God, prior to incarnation, did not have biology. Okay?
All right. Well, again, I feel like you're very well set in your mindset, and I appreciate you staying calm and just dealing with me, I
Thank you so
guess you
much.
could
Thank
say.
you.
But it's been good talking to you, man.
For sure, for sure.
And I hope you have a great rest of your day. And I guess it's time that you let someone else on. Okay.
For sure. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you think or if you will vote for Trump in 2024. Everyone, if you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, as well as you can gift me over TikTok as well. Follow me if you haven't already, everyone. We're about 300 followers away from 500 for the day. Everyone follow the fuck up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, bro? I'm two.
How old?
12.
12?
Yeah, I just want to say,
Fetuses are not old enough to be on the live, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? I'm 18,
What's your birth year?
7/23/05.
For sure. Will you vote for Trump in 2024?
I'm not really sure.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go on to the next person, but appreciate it. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Just looking for some debates, everyone. Let's get this next person up here, everyone. Fetus Friday. You know, all right? Fetus Friday. It's crazy. By the way, everyone, check out the video I just made. Trump had to pay $350 million, everyone. He's a fraudster. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Can we get some dubs in chat for the 350 million in fraud that Trump has to pay everyone? Can we get a W real quick, everyone? 350 million for business fraud, everyone. 350 for the business fraud, everyone. 350, please. Can we get some W's for the 350 in the chat? Woo! 350, 350, woo! 350, 350. Throwback to the Home Alone. Does everyone remember the parrot from Home Alone? 360, 360. It's essentially what Trump has to pay, man. That's crazy, bro. That's great. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. All right, we need the next person up. There was no fraud. Well, court literally determined it. Why is he paying $350 million then? That's crazy. That's crazy.
hey, bro, I just want to say, I think Donald Trump is a beautiful motherfucker.
How
Look
old
at
are
his
you?
mugshot.
Oh, you're just talking that? Okay.
Hey, bend your head down on.
Yeah, we will. The first presidential mugshot, you know what I mean? First presidential mugshot, you know? Yeah, I appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much to the crew. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Will he pay it? Yeah.
What's going
there's
on?
a crazy interest rate on it, I think. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Yeah, will you vote for Trump in 2024?
Yes, I will. For three, I'm gonna give like two or three main reasons just for time's sake. Don't want to stay on here too long.
Wait,
But,
so you will vote for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, for sure.
All right. So the points that I'm gonna bring are one, the immigrant thing. Two, I'm gonna bring in the trans athletes playing like the other gender sport, and then three, children under 18 getting genitalia surgery.
Does Biden have a position on trans athletes?
No, but the
Okay, so then
Democrat-
why? I don't think that's a relevant point, but you can try the other ones.
All right, we'll throw that one away then. We'll just do the other two. We can start with the immigrants. I'm voting for Trump mainly because I think the immigrant problem right now is just crazy that we're letting them stay in schools, that we're letting them stay in shelters.
How long was
where
that for?
It doesn't matter how long it was for.
Yes, it does, bro.
Just in general, that it happened at all. I mean, I think it's kind of crazy when there's U.S. citizens on the streets with nothing, while immigrants are getting free living. So I think that's just kind of hypocritical to U.S. citizens.
For one day, one night, woo, woo.
US citizens on the
You know,
streets
we'd rather
that
them
can't
you'd
even
rather them
vote
be out in the
on
storm.
that.
Typical Republican, for real. You'd
But
rather
there's-
people be out in the
there's
storm.
US citizens on the street that can't even get one day under a roof. So
Yeah, I think that they should be. None of them should be on the street, right?
I agree.
We live in the richest country in the history of the world.
that's why.
So
that's
instead
why
of giving hundreds of billions of dollars, right, and funding specifically to millionaires through tax cuts, instead we should give some of that money to people that actually fucking need it.
I agree in that aspect. I'm not saying the system is not jacked up because no matter what party's in office, the system's going to be jacked up. Millionaires will still be getting a bunch of money dumped into
Really?
them.
So, I mean, under Trump's administration, he increased the federal deficit from $380 billion a year to almost $1 trillion pre-COVID. I appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you so much. Just to make sure he can give a tax cut that gave 83% of taxes to people making over $500,000 a year.
Yeah, but the prices were still down for poor people to actually be able to live.
Inflation wasn't caused by Biden. Did Biden cause global inflation?
Where's proof that he didn't?
Proof that he didn't? It's global.
There's too many things that go into
Caden,
inflation.
there, right here. It's global. That's proof. Right there.
Okay, all right. But
You really? How did Biden cause global inflation? Really? Biden is so incompetent, but he can cause global inflation.
Back to the immigrants, which I came in here to discuss about. I don't think that any immigrant should get in not one, without a U.S. citizenship. And I think it's crazy that we're dumping them into the country.
So no
just for
visas?
the hell of it. Huh?
No visas?
If you have legal documentation that you can be here.
Can people? Okay, so legal documentation. You can be here. Should you make the legal system faster?
What?
And do you accept the asylum process?
I think
'Cause that's
that
legal.
I think they could make the process faster because the process does take a long time. But either way, it doesn't matter what you're coming over here for. No matter what your problem is, that's not America's issue that you're escaping your country. The bottom line,
The asylum process is legal here.
as hard as it is to say, if you are not a citizen or don't have a visa, you should not be here. It's just the bottom line.
So what about people who are coming here for vacation?
If they have a visa and are allowed to be here, then
You don't need a
obviously,
visa to come here for vacation, dude.
if you have documentation of who you are, not just letting random people without an
If you have a
ID
passport, you mean?
America.
So if people have a passport from Mexico, they can come live here.
No, they can vacation. They can't live here.
They can vacation. Well, what if they just vacation for a few years? You know?
Well, then I think they should make a maximum time you're allowed to stay.
And what's the maximum time?
6 months.
6 months. Okay, you can only stay for so. Say I have a significant other that is in another country, right? And they want to come here, right? You're saying that they only can stay here for 6 months?
I think that's a more than enough time to
Wow,
either
dude.
to their country.
Like, wow, you're trying to destroy people's love, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy.
But facts over feelings. There's bottom lines that are hard in life.
Facts over feelings. That's not a fact over a feeling, dude. You understand that, right? That was a feeling versus a feeling.
You can't make everyone happy. They're shitty situations.
You feel like they shouldn't have access to be able to be in this country. That's a feeling, dude. That's not a fact.
They can't live here if they're not allowed to. They're not a citizen.
Yeah, and that's your
live here.
feeling, dude. Caden, that's quite literally a feeling. You know that, right?
No, it's how it's,
You feel like they shouldn't be in the country. That's quite literally what you're referring to. You're not referring to any facts here, bro.
So you're saying that someone with no documentation should just be allowed to walk in here and live here?
What I'm saying is that I understand the reasons why people are coming here, right? And undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit violent crime than natural-born U.S. citizens. So I think that undocumented immigrants, right, aren't our biggest fucking issue. I think we need to make the system faster. So if people are currently in the country who are undocumented, I think that there should be routes for them to get access to citizenship.
I think they should make the citizenship faster. I agree with that. My neighbors who are now
If you're
like,
already in the
wrestling-
country and you're working, you're not committing crime. Why the fuck would we care if you want to continue staying in the country, right? In a way in which that would to deport
I think
someone.
they should,
I think
because
that's crazy.
They are taking jobs from Americans that need jobs right now.
Taking jobs. You know how economics functions, Caden?
I think
When someone goes to a job, right, they're not necessarily taking a job. They're growing the economy, right? Because they not only stimulate supply, but they stimulate demand, right?
Well, I
So
think
that
when there's
stimulates
demand-
more jobs.
homeless looking for jobs and can't get one while immigrants are being hired. I think that's an issue.
So you're just saying that they're better to be higher than you? So they're better. So you're just mad that they're better than you, essentially.
No, I have a job. I'm comfortable. So I'm not mad about anything at all.
Okay, so like you're mad that there are immigrants that can come to the country and that can compete better than you in the market. Okay. Well then,
Better than me,
get good, kid. Get good, kid.
Once again, it has nothing to do with me. That has stuff to do with people that are on the street with nothing, looking for a job but can't get one.
Again, as it relates to this, you understand that we can provide jobs for people who are here, who are migrants, and for people who are here for natural born U.S. citizens. The economy functions in such a way in which when people come here and they get a job, right, not only are they producing supply, but they're also producing demand for goods and services that create other types of jobs. So they're not taking away from the economy in any different of a way than you're taking away from the economy.
That's going off of what I said, though. The main point I'm making is that they are taking like Americans can't get jobs because these immigrants are being hired out of pity that they're immigrants. So it's.
Can you give me any source for that?
And I think that it's crazy that they are.
Can you give me a source that people who are immigrants are getting hired just out of pity because they're immigrants? Give me a source.
There's obviously not going to be a source that says
Yeah, because
that.
that's a bullshit claim, and you know it's bullshit.
Okay, but like I said, I think free roofing. I don't think they should get to live under a roof for free just because they fled here illegally. I think staying in a school is absolutely crazy.
Wait, no, people who are staying in a school, those were legal migrants.
Legal migrants that came running over from Mexico.
That came here through
All of
the
them were
asylum
legal?
process.
Not one of them were illegal. Not one of them were
Not to
illegal.
my knowledge. Give me a source that they were illegal.
Give me something that says that.
Can you give me a source that
every
says that
single
they
one.
were illegal?
No, I asked you. Can you give me a source where they say
No,
they
I
were
asked you
all
first and you
legal?
didn't respond.
I actually just asked you.
No, I
There's
asked you
no
and you didn't respond.
That says they were all legal. So both
Again,
of
as it
our
relates to
arguments-
this, you wouldn't be able to get access to resources. They would have been just deported. If they were illegal, they would have been deported.
So
Okay, so
I don't think
I have
all-
reason to believe that they're not. Can you give me reason to believe they are illegal?
yeah, because not all illegals get deported anymore. They're encouraging them to run in.
Oh, give me a source again for that claim that you just made.
Them trying to stop Texas from leaving the border open.
That's not giving me a source that indicates to me that these specific types of things included people who were illegal in the country.
People to come.
Hey,
run
Caden, can
over.
you just give me a source? Because you're just giving me feelings right now. And facts over
Look up
feelings.
on the internet. Are they trying to stop Texas?
Yeah,
from
and I have
securing the
seen
border?
nowhere on the internet that these people were here illegally. Okay? Texas is specifically breaking federal law in terms of their jurisdiction in terms of immigration. Putting razor wire on the border not only is inhumane, but breaks federal law.
They don't want people running into Mexico from Mexico into America with no documentation of who they
And why
are.
doesn't California have to do that? I live in
Because they don't
California
like-
right now. I live in Southern California. And where's this fucking issue?
California is like the hellhole of the United States. That's the issue in general.
Not true.
It's a
California is the
place-
number 5 economy in the world. You have no clue what you're talking about, Caden. California quite literally subsidizes red states in this country. You know that, right? California ran a fucking surplus. Like a very
California
big
is a
surplus, too.
well-run, peaceful state to be in.
I'm not saying everything in California is great. What I am saying is that it's a lot better than a lot of the Republican states you're referencing.
Like which ones?
Oh, you want to talk give me any Republican state. Name one, and I'll tell you, and it's better than that. Not a single Republican state. Yeah, California is better than Florida.
In what ways?
Oh, talk about GDP per capita, talk about median income, talk about standards of living. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. It's better in California comparative to Florida.
To live in, then obviously the
Florida
income's
has
not-
actually really low median income comparative to like other types of larger states.
Well, obviously in California, where every house is over $1 million in most places. Obviously,
I'm not trolling, but that's because the market is pumped so much by people who have a lot of money. Okay? So
Yeah,
the whole notion of the prices being higher in terms of housing is showing you that people in California make a lot more money to be able to actually produce the prices to be that high.
More expensive, though.
What's up?
More expensive, so that you have to pay your employees more so they can live. So obviously,
Yeah, but it seems like it still works.
a McDonald's worker in California is going to make more than a McDonald's worker in Florida.
Oh,
Every
it sounds like California's doing better. Yeah, there's more affordable living. I mean, affordable standards
More
of living
affordable
in the
living
context
in
of California than there is in Florida. In Florida,
More
Florida has a
affordable
very
living.
low minimum wage.
more affordable living than Florida in
Yeah,
California.
Florida has a very low minimum wage. I'm literally
Yes.
talking across the board.
Yeah, because the mean of income is lower in Florida It's cheaper to buy
Way
toilet
lower.
paper the white in Florida than it is in California.
Yeah. So again,
So
I'm
you
not.
don't have to pay employees as much.
Yeah, but you understand? Is the federal minimum wage? Or I'm not the federal. Is the minimum wage in? Hold up. I was
You
gonna
don't
say a point, man.
pay as much.
What'd you say?
If stuff is cheaper in one state than another, then you don't have to pay them as much. If there was a state where only millionaires lived, and then obviously everything's going to be more expensive there. Like it's just how it works.
Okay, if people are millionaires, that means they're doing better off. So in the context of Florida, I'm pretty sure it's still the federal minimum wage for Florida, isn't it? It's $7.25. I'm pretty sure, right?
It's $12.
Can people who are in Florida?
Yeah, it's $12.
You want me to look it up right now? You want to bet?
It's $12. Minimum
In
wage
Florida?
is $12. Yeah, it is.
Really?
Like yeah, it is. My brother
look it
just got his first job. He just turned 16, and the employer said $12 minimum wage.
Oh, it is 12.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, shit. That's a lot better. That's a lot better. So it was okay. So they are changing their minimum wage. The changes started September 2021.
Yeah.
So yeah, so it is. Yeah, so it's not the federal minimum wage. Okay, so yeah. I mean you can still look at the. Wait, if you look at here, it says okay. That's for federal. Never mind. Yeah, so 725 is Texas still.
Did
In the
it go up?
What's
Was
up?
it about like 4 years? When did it go up from 750? Was it about like 4? It's been 12 for a while.
2021. 2021 it went to
Okay.
10. It was only 12 in 2023. It's
Gotcha.
going up
Okay.
$1 a year. Until
Okay.
2026 it'll be at 15.
And what's California at for minimum wage?
I'll pull it up. 16.
16. Gotcha. Okay, so starting to close the gap slowly.
Yeah.
All right, well,
I mean, we do expect to see the California to increase till 2026 as well. But I think there's a $20 minimum wage for fast food workers.
In Florida? Or
California.
Okay. All right, well, I have to head to work. It was good talking to you, man.
For sure. All right, peace. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, Bo? 34.
For sure. Will you vote for Trump in 2024?
Probably, but
Gotcha.
I had a quick question. So in regards to the border crossing conversation that was happening a second ago, I'm curious to know. So what you're telling me is that what you're saying. This is what you're saying. You're saying that all of the people that are coming across the border are all the thousands of people that are coming across the border in droves right now, right? Like literally right now, are all following the due process. That's what you're telling me.
Never said there's no undocumented immigrants.
So you said that there's no illegals, like there's no illegals coming across, right? Like,
No, that's not what I
that's
said.
not what's happening.
No.
That's not what's happening right now. There's not thousands of people that are coming across the border right now in droves that are literally illegal.
Oh, so you're saying thousands a day that are illegal? I would have to have evidence
No,
for
I
that
said
claim.
thousands. I just said thousands.
Okay, so yeah, I definitely am not saying that there's no people coming across the border
So
who
what
are
you
like
are
illegal.
saying, though, is that
Would you like me to finish my statement, or would you like to keep speaking? It's up to you.
Go for it.
Okay, so I'm not saying that there's no one coming here that is undocumented. What we were talking about was the specific like housing thing, and like I'm pretty sure it was like New York, where like for a day during a storm, right, migrants were went into like a school and were able to stay in the school overnight.
Right.
And he was saying that they were undocumented. I was saying I had no evidence to indicate any of them were undocumented.
Well, like, of course you don't have evidence because you're obviously not there. You're not checking them in personally, right? But what you are saying,
You don't need to. We could relate to the news articles on it.
right. But what you're saying though is that the thousands of people are all following the due process, right?
But yeah, there are plenty of people who are following the due process. Yeah, there are thousands of people who are. Yeah.
No, they're not.
Can you give me any evidence?
Yeah, if you go to Alex, if you look at anything that Alex Jones has documented, and literally all these UN that are literally
Alex Jones. Your source is Alex Jones, bro. I can't
okay,
believe
so-
it. I actually can't believe it.
And so, and then on top of that, like what the UN has literally funded all of the camps that are across the United States right now, bringing these people in on buses, right? And then giving them millions, like I think it's over 600 million.
You know, Alex Jones also believes that reptilians are like controlling everything, right?
Okay, like that's not just the only source, right? You understand that, like if you go to the UN's website,
give me someone who's sane, please.
if you go to the UN's website,
I'm not trolling, Robert. Give me someone who's sane.
What?
I'm not trolling. Give me someone who's sane. Like I'm not trolling. Like Alex Jones is not a source. Come on.
No, he's a very credible source, but like
Yeah.
there's
So do you believe? So I bet Mike Lindell is a good source too, huh?
No, there's a reason why he's being silenced and has tried to be silenced, over the course of the last, 20 years, right? Ever since you broke
Spreads misinformation consistently.
No, he doesn't.
No, what about Sandy Hook?
No, the media,
Sandy Hook?
right?
Sandy Hook?
What about it?
I mean, he has to pay millions in damages. You know that, right?
So everybody like jumps to Sandy Hook when they don't listen to anything else that like Alex Jones says. Why?
He also, like, I've seen him on podcasts talk about how he thinks that reptilians are controlling everything. He believes in the adrenochrome bullshit. Like, he believes in the QAnon nonsense. Good. Whoever said that in the chat, them. That was fucking hilarious. QAnon nonsense.
And you don't.
No, I don't believe in QAnon nonsense.
Okay. Well, I mean, like that goes to show exactly how asleep you are. But anyway, the point is,
I'm asleep because I don't believe in the QAnon nonsense.
No, it's not. It's not about. It's the fact that you're not willing to open your mind up to the reality of the potential of something else happening in this country and something else happening in this world. And that's just.
No, I am. I do that all the time. I debate people all the time and change my beliefs all the time. But you bring up fucking Alex Jones as a source is laughable.
Right.
I actually used to watch Alex Jones. I used to like him. Right. When I was a Trump supporter in 2016, I actually would watch Alex Jones. I'm not trolling, Chad. It's really sad.
Okay, great, cool. So like we're talking about the evidence that is talking about undocumented, like, people coming across the border in the United States and the millions of dollars that are being funded by the UN, $600 million being funded by the UN in taxpayer dollars to these undocumented, like, people, migrants coming from another country on a border that is not secure, right? Unlike every other country in the world that has entirely secure borders, right? Where ours is completely unsecured. There are plenty of videos.
How is ours unsecured, dude?
Huh?
What do you mean by unsecure? Can you give me the definition?
Do you want to? I mean, like, I could send you videos of like,
No, I just want like how many, what threshold?
Like literal gates open at the border where there's no guards, nobody. Right at the border, that's unsecured.
There's border patrol.
No, you're apparently again, border patrol is being told to stand off. Like I can literally show you videos of people going down to the border.
Give me a source. Where is that order? That border patrol is because they're deporting more people under Biden. I'm pretty sure they're not. Thank you so much. Yeah, so I can send you something from the Cato Institute right now that indicates that 3.5 times as many people under the Biden DHS have been
and yet
what's it called, like sent back.
Right, and yet $600 million is being funded to all these people who are coming and being shipped on buses across, like to New York, right, and then being given
how much money?
Pay cards over $600 million.
That's a lie. There's an AP News fact check on that specifically, right? That I have right here that says
it's on the UN website.
No, please show me that because there's an AP News fact check here. You can look it up. Migrants in New York City will receive prepaid debit cards, not credit cards for designated goods. You could look that up, and then it fact checks the claim that they're being given like debit cards and stuff. I mean credit cards. It was an average of $12 per person. For food, and that's for migrants. The notion that they're illegal is wild. You have no evidence to support that. We're giving people access to food stamps, like food and food stamps. Oh my God, people have basic food and supplies. Crazy. By the way, when you're out of the app, we can't hear you. Just letting you know. It pauses you and makes it so that I can't hear you. If you want to support me, everyone, Venmo, Cash App in the bio as well. Tap that screen. Try to get to thousand
So
likes. Y'all.
you understand that all the fact checking apps and things like that, things that are like quote unquote fact checked on the internet, those are all AI bots that are literally going through and fact checking things just to shut off a certain.
AP News is not a bot. That's a lie.
No. Fact checking like AI is a
I'm
real
not
thing.
talking. This is not a fact checking AI. This is AP News.
Okay, so you're saying that like
AP
independent
News
fact.
is credible, dude.
Okay, so you're saying that it's independent fact checkers is what you're saying.
Yes, quite literally.
What constitutes credibility?
I believe AP News to be credible. Obviously,
you believe that. So your perception of reality is just based.
I mean, dude, it's AP, right? They're independent.
Right. So what you're telling me is that your opinion, your biased opinion.
I'm not like giving you like CNN or something.
I know, because CNN is garbage, and the only viewership that
I
they
also
actually
gave you the Cade Institute, who are libertarians. Katie, I appreciate the hand heart. Thank you so much. And they said you can look up the title. New data shows migrants were more likely to be released by Trump than Biden released into the country. In absolute terms, the Biden DHS is removing 3.5 times as many people per month as the Trump DHS is or did.
Okay, so come to Texas and say that. Like, you live in California, right?
I live in California. Yeah. What are you crying about? I literally live on the border. I live near the border too. What do you?
I'm originally from California, actually, from Pasadena, actually. But anyway, the point is that like, so now that I'm here in Texas, there's a very, very real reality that is not able to be seen from people who are literally subjected to the liberal mindset and brainwashing that happens in California. Until you actually come to Texas.
Brainwashing? Are you kidding me? What brainwashing?
Like literal brainwashing. Yeah. So,
Robert, I've been to Texas plenty of times. I have family that lives in Texas.
Apparently not enough for you to see any of the reality that's actually going on down here.
Yeah, what reality are you talking about?
The reality that we're both talking about right now, like the fact that
is
yes, these illegal immigrants are coming across the border in droves. Okay,
do you even have any numbers on that?
Thousands of people. Okay. There's plenty of videos for you to see. Like
there were thousands of people who were illegal immigrants coming into the country under Trump's administration.
No, so what you're telling me, that's why I asked you. I very simply asked you whether or not the people because what you're telling me by saying that all these people are coming in legally, they're all following the due process. That's what you're telling me.
I never said everyone, right? What I said is that lots of people who are coming into the country are coming through the legal asylum process.
Right. So it's very.
You just cut out. And again, there were tens of thousands of people, actually hundreds of thousands of people that came into the country who were on doc. You just cut out. You got called. You got to swipe out of the app and swipe back in. Robert, you have to swipe out of the app and swipe back in. There were hundreds of thousands of people that came into the country undocumented under Trump's administration. So you making this claim isn't specific to Trump. I mean, to Biden. But yeah, tap that screen, everyone. Let's get to 500,000 likes. By the way, everyone, I'll be on until I think like 7 or like the 10 o'clock latest. Everyone, 10 o'clock latest. Oh, he just left. Okay, all right. He probably went to go answer his call. So we're gonna have the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024. Everyone. Okay, it's not accepting that person. Let me try the next. Everyone, please only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, y'all. Okay, yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
How old am I?
Not old enough. Fetus. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's go to the next individual. Yes, I did see the 450 million. Yep, because the 100 million's in interest, right? The interest on his thing is crazy, chat. It is crazy, but yeah, 350. That's wild. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey man, what's up?
How old are you?
38.
For sure, will you vote for Trump in 2024?
Yeah, man.
Why so?
Well, the political circus won't be as entertaining for the next 4 years if it's not Trump.
Is that legitimately your reasoning?
No.
Okay, give me an actual reason.
I agree more with Trump's operation in the executive branch than I do with Biden's.
Like what specifically?
We'll start with the U.S.'s involvement and participation in foreign mineral support for countries in Africa that Biden has largely abandoned and allowed Russia and China to take advantage of.
So, and what countries are we referencing, and what were the reasons why Biden's not granting
So,
funding?
so, so Biden made a at the turn of each administration, the administration will make an allowance for funding that is normally earmarked for that purpose, and that allowance is distributed and spent at the discretion of the administration throughout the 4 years. And Biden used his allotment. He used a majority of it for other purposes and didn't use it to provide grants to countries to grant access for minerals. He did provide some, but he did not provide. I think forgive me, I don't know what the exact number was, but I think that if I recall correctly, it was approximately 70% of the earmarked funds that were earmarked for the usage to secure mineral rights in other countries in Africa and also in Eastern Europe was used for other things. So
What was it used for?
that I don't know.
Because like the needs of the country can change over time, right?
No, I understand that. No, I'm with you. I'm using that as an example because it directly ties to something that Biden did that I disagree with. You asked me why. So I'm pointing you directly to what it is that Biden did in this instance that I disagreed with, and I agreed with what Trump did. So essentially what Biden did was he took the money that was earmarked for giving to these other countries, and I would refer to it as slush money. I don't necessarily,
You're just talking about foreign aid, right? Like,
it's foreign aid money. Help build infrastructure, help develop rural areas, internet infrastructure, all sorts of different things is what the money is earmarked for.
Thank you, James. I appreciate it.
So that's one example. Things like that. Biden didn't make it a priority, and as a consequence of Biden not making it a priority, those countries then took their mineral interest and sold them to China and Russia instead.
So why was this necessary for us?
Well, there are a lot of manufacturing needs for a lot of minerals that we consume on a daily basis. And when the influence over the harvesting of those minerals goes to our largest manufacturing competitors, I'd say that's a pretty substantial problem.
What particular place are you referencing as it relates to the minerals? And like how much less did we give under Biden?
Forgive me, I don't know the exact number. I believe, if I recall correctly, approximately 70 or 75% of the money that was earmarked for that purpose was not used for that purpose. It was repurposed in the Biden administration. And
I'm just talking about what funding to what places, because it sounds like I don't know what you're referencing in terms of the mineral. Like what minerals are we referencing? What country specifically? Because I mean, we're giving money to plenty of different countries.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying that we're not. I'm not making that assertion. What I'm saying is that you asked me for an example, and I was providing you an example. I understand that it is at the discretion of the executive branch to use that money as they see fit. You asked me for an example as to what it was that I thought Trump handled better than Biden, and that was just one example.
Yeah, and I'm asking about that example, right? Like what country are you referencing and what minerals?
There are several different interests in several different countries that I'm referring to directly. Uganda, there's mineral harvesting in the Congo.
In 2022, we gave $790 million in 2022. It's Uganda.
Okay. How about South Africa? I mean, it's not. It's
South
not
Africa
just
in 2022, we gave $660 million about.
Can you see what they were compared to under the Trump administration?
Yep, I'll pull up Trump foreign aid by year. Let's pull this up and let's see.
But
You can
you
make a
have
point
to.
in between.
Just a side note, not to sidebar what we're talking about. You got to admit though, Trump did put on a pretty good show in between 2016 and 2020. And there was a lot of political circusry that was kind of entertaining.
Dude, I don't qualify who's a better candidate based on entertainment. But here I have something that says that Trump proposed a 21% cut in foreign aid, right? And this is in 2020. But I'm trying to find the particular the budget. So for the 2021 budget, let me see what Trump had it at. 700 million compared to 150 million. Sorry, if you want to make a point in between, you can, because I don't want to just sit here and we're just not talking.
No. You're good. Look, I don't want either one of them, man. I think our country needs to move on. I think that Trump is just as bad for our country as Biden is, and I would really love for both parties to get their act together and give us I mean, come on, we're the United States. Do we really not have some better options? Like this is what, like the only consensus right now between the parties is it's okay for ex-presidents to take classified documents home. Like, well, what are we doing as a country?
No,
here right
the
now?
issue
Like,
the
what's
issue
going
that
on?
they're now granting is that it's bad to not necessarily have the documents, but or not illegal to not give them back when asked for.
Oh yeah, no,
That's the thing that's sticking around.
I understand. I'm just making a joke that, like, we went from running campaigns to now it's like a competition between the candidates of, like, that is literally a conversation that's going on in the news. Both presidential candidates have been accused of having classified documents at their private residence. Like, that's where we are as a country. Don't you think that's a little comical?
I mean, yeah, I think it's obviously comical to look at that in terms of that. Sure. But like, so as it relates to this, I can't find the specific numbers.
That's okay.
They're just I'm on the CFR.org right now, and they are not coming up with ones below. What is this, Jordan? Yeah, Jordan at 1.2 billion. Because I click on the 200 countries one, and it says so far I can't open this page. So I can try to find it, but I won't be able to find it right now.
No, I understand. I think it would be a White House initiative document more so than it would be, or Congressional Budget Office should have an accounting of it. But neither here nor there. That was just one example. Look, I'm not saying that Trump is going to be our savior. I know he's not. Like, Orange Man bad. Like, I get it. He's not good for the country. I just don't agree that Biden's good for the country either. And I think if we're all honest with each other, everybody is going to vote with that same premise.
Here we go.
November.
What country were you saying again?
Uganda, the Congo, South Africa. I know Jordan.
Uganda. So Uganda. Uganda's not even on this list, and this list is at 250 million. So yeah. What was the other one you said? Congo got like about 750, 800. And that seems pretty similar under 2022. Yeah, that's basically the same. So I don't. I think your point here doesn't really stand. You'd have to give me a stand by stand one that says that, like, oh, this country we gave this much less, because otherwise it just kind of sounds like a generalized point.
Fair enough. That's fair. Well, I don't have that information with me at this moment because I don't have a computer, and I'd have to close out of the app and pause, and I don't want to hold up your live. Listen, man, I appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate you're very respectful to your guests. I get it. There's a lot of people on here that are not. I appreciate what you're doing. I may not agree with you, but hey, that's why we're America, man. We have to agree to disagree. I appreciate you, man, and I don't want to take up your time. I'll let you move on.
For sure. Appreciate you coming up, though.
All right, man.
Have a good day.
So much.
All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024. Everyone, let's get the next person up here real quick, everyone. Let's get the next person up. I should be on here for a bit longer. I do have something to like turn in later, everyone, for class. So I have to get off by like 10 o'clock. Stephanie, thank you for the $3 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Stephanie. I appreciate it. Let's try to get to the next person. Hopefully we can get someone up here real quick to get the debates going on, everyone.
Hello?
Yo, what's up, Balazar?
Hey, I'm actually 35. Sorry.
Is there a way you can turn off the background noise?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now, brother.
For sure. Appreciate it, man. Will you vote for
Hey,
Trump in
it's no
2024?
I believe I will, even though I don't like either candidate. I think we've gotten to a place in our country where we're not really able to decide for ourselves. We're only able to decide by, who's got the more money invested into it. We're given the choices dependent on who's given them the opportunity. The reason that I will say that I will vote for him is because I'd like to see more. I'm a Marine Corps veteran first and foremost. Sorry, let me get here in my car. But I'm a Marine Corps veteran first and foremost, and I think that we are on the brink of something really, really potentially devastating. And
that is?
I think that we're on a potential to go back to war with China. We're going to put more boots on the ground, more finances into Ukraine. President Trump has said from the beginning, like, hey, we need to let them figure it out. And I know there's a lot of vested interests as far as
Hey, so appreciate the description. Here, let me just ask you about this. So, like, as it relates to the context of China, what specifically about China makes you think that?
Specifically to China, well, how much debt that we're into them or in with them.
There's a few trillion. But like, as it relates to that, most of our debt is specifically held by United States citizens.
No, absolutely. And the thing is we're funding these wars that we're not really needing to be a part of. We need to be able to have our sanctions. We need to be able to build ourselves stronger before we can even think about, building somewhere else. Because now I live down in Kentucky, where
so we shouldn't give any foreign aid.
Oh no, we should. But what we should do first and foremost is build our infrastructure, and we should be able to take care of our people. Because look at the amount of money that's been given to. We'll just take Ukraine as an example. Billions and billions and billions of dollars, correct? Hundreds of billions of dollars.
About 170 billion that I've seen so far. We've dedicated over $1 trillion to infrastructure.
Could you imagine what that would do for the United States? All the disabled veterans that are homeless, for the 22% of people that aren't able to get could be life-saving treatment through the VA because they're overcrowded and overpopulated because we sent so many people to war.
Yeah, we should do universal health care.
Yeah,
Medicare for all would save us $450 billion a year and 68,000 American lives. That's due to a Yale study.
If you look at universal health care as well, like I have a lot of friends that moved to Canada because they had family in Canada. They had split families, so they were from the United States, but they have family in Canada. They moved to Canada, and the universal health care in Canada was okay. You can say you have something, but you're going to wait months and months and months to be able to be seen.
It depends on what you're talking about. Like, what specific things are you talking about? Things that are going to have that are going to be less needed right away are going to take longer to get in terms of the wait times. But typically, it would depend more on location, like where you are. Like in rural areas, it's going to be longer waits than it's going to be in like big cities. There are plenty of people I know in Canada that do not have to wait like at all, right? For getting into places, and there are people in America that I know that do have to wait. And we're not even taking into account the amount of wait time there is for people who who can't pay.
Absolutely.
Right? 137 million Americans in the U.S. have extreme amounts of medical debt. Right. Lots of other European democracies in Canada, they don't have issues like that.
Absolutely. But back to my point of all the foreign aid to countries in war, it seems like we're funding a war against something that I don't think that we know all the all the details on. I think that the details are very vague between two countries that have been in war, and now we're in
Alex, before I finish real quick, before you finish real quick, I just want to say that why didn't not apply this same critique that you just applied to Democrats as it relates to the foreign aid, to Trump as it relates to the tax policy that he engaged in? He gave in hundreds of billions of dollars of tax cuts, increased our federal deficit to almost $1 trillion pre-COVID, cutting taxes for millionaires. People make over $500,000 a year. 83% of the taxes in the tax policy specifically went to people that are
I
making
can
500K a year plus.
I completely agree with you right there. What I'm saying is I'd like for it to be more directed towards America. We need to have a candidate that might have it more us first. And right now, if you go, like I live close to Cincinnati, if you go to the inner cities, they're not seeing any of that. There's more poverty in the inner cities of America right now than what I've seen, my 35 years of existence. And I have a lot of friends, and I have a lot of my coworkers. I have a lot of my colleagues that live in the inner cities, and they're saying it's getting bad. But everybody depends on the next check. Everybody's gotten built up to stimulus checks, and we need that foreign aid. But what we're not doing is we're not spending the money to make sure that our farmers have what they need. We're not spending it on being self-sufficient. And if we can get to a spot of where we're self-sufficient as a country and we can limit more on our import and export, and I know if we can limit more on our import, if we can produce more export, then we'll have more money coming in on the import.
So as it relates to this, I don't see any reason why we would have to do anything as it relates to imports and exports, right? Those are just funds and whatnot that are going through the American economy. I mean, money might go out as it relates to exports, or imports might come in terms of money, but then we were trading other types of goods, right? So if there was a trade in goods, well, then we know that it's going towards higher value use.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Okay, so regardless of whether or not it goes to a different country or it comes to the United States, right, it's still that trade is beneficial.
Yeah, that trade is definitely beneficial. But when it comes to the farmers, and we have our farmers being
The
told
tariffs
to burn
have hurt the
crops,
farmers. The tariffs
well,
Trump engaged in hurt farmers in Iowa and around the
absolutely they
U.S.
did, especially in the corn. Absolutely. I live in a rural part of Kentucky, and we see people having to burn not just corn farms, but soy farms and hemp farms. And
I mean,
being
they're paying
mandated to
people
put-
next to my grandpa owns a corn farm in Iowa. They're paying people near his plot to not make corn.
Yeah,
They literally pay them not to make corn in their land.
real quick.
You're cutting out. Hello?
Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm so
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had to mute a call real quick.
You're good. Don't worry.
All right, good deal. But no, now it's all right.
Do you have an echo?
Hold on. I do.
You got to swipe out of the app and swipe back in, and it should fix
All right.
it. Give it a second, everyone. Tap that
All right.
screen. Let's try to get to
I'm here.
500,000 likes, everyone.
I am here.
Oh, I do want to say thank you, everyone. Yo, Moni, thank you so much for the $15 on Cash App. I really appreciate that, Moni. Can we get a W Moni in the
Absolutely.
comment section, everyone? It's MONIE, everyone, for typing it in the comments.
Hey, everybody following Parker. Like, absolutely follow him and support him. He is a very respectful dude to talk to, for real. But like I was saying, when it comes to paying off people to not produce the crop, I think it would be more beneficial to subsidize it. So even if you don't get that much money out of it, if it drives the prices down and you want to subsidize it that way, at least it's coming back into the American farmer's hands, who's going to be able to, improve and better their crop and be able to, live a better lifestyle and be able to get up to date with the equipment. I know farmers that are farming tobacco, being here in Kentucky, and I know farmers that are farming corn and soy, that they're running on old farmhalls because the checks from the government aren't really cutting what they're being allowed to grow and what they're being paid off of the
Katie, for subscription. Thank you so much, Katie. Well, I think that also kind of creates a dependency, right? Because right there, the way that you're throwing off the survivability of the market, right, in somewhere that isn't necessarily going to hold up, right? Farming in America, I appreciate the Corky. Thank you so much. For particular types of goods, right, isn't always effective, right? And the way that we determine whether or not a farming practice is effective in America, appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Is whether or not it would be profitable. Right? If it's not profitable and we have to subsidize it subsequently, rather to keep it profitable or to keep it surviving, right? Well, then that means that that's going to create a dependency relation, that they depend upon this governmental subsidy in order to continue their firm, right? It's not just for recessionary, it's indefinite. Like typically you really only want to provide these in the context of if it's for social welfare, which corn isn't necessarily for social welfare, right? Like corn, we're kind of just propping up corn for no reason. just because we
No,
want to help farmers. And like, I get it, but like, I mean, really, we could just create other jobs and other opportunities for people.
you're very true. But even the jobs under the Biden administration, it's like 60. I'm not sure, but it was a high number that was only that was created of his jobs that were, only government jobs within, uh, you know, within the government. He's not branching out and giving it to industrial jobs. He's not branching out and, giving it to research and development. I actually happen to work for a Fortune 50 company in ADM, and I get to see the global the reaction to what we're able to produce. And we have everything from, making dog treats and prime drinks and Plezzy for Michelle Obama. She's coming out with a drink. Um, but we also do everything down to reduction of corn products. So everything that boils down, and after we use everything that we can out of it, it goes into more types of fuels, more types of, green, sustainable living things. And that's not things that are actually being promoted in the market. Those aren't things that, well, I don't know that America in general will consume them, just like we saw with the meats, with the green meats. It's a flop in the United States, so we've actually moved away from that market because it was such a losing battle. But if we
I mean,
could,
if it's losing, then that means it's not as profitable to do it through the
exactly,
context of corn, which is another indication here that the resources can be best used a different way. So,
absolutely,
like the context of the money that we have in our system, they send certain types of signals, right? And we can use that information to make better determinations. That's kind of what I'm saying here. And as it relates to the context of corn, if it's not effective for us to do it here in the United States, well, we're just going to import it from other places around the world where they more effectively grow it. Appreciate the
hey,
hat mustache. Thank you so much.
you're absolutely right.
So there's just going
But
to be all these different responses to the market that will be able to produce this because the market is
uh,
going to work in this particular circumstance because we're not relating to like the context of market failures or necessarily human necessity even, right?
for sure, for sure. But to circle back around, one of the reasons that I think I will vote for Donald Trump is obviously for the first fact that I stated, that I don't think that we have enough quality candidates. The two-party system is absolute garbage. I think
Yeah,
if you gave us
absolutely.
a handful of candidates from all different parties that were able to be voted on, I think that America would be in a way better place because we'd start voting over person and policies over party, and I think that matters tremendously. But
It
the
holds people more
secondary,
accountable. That's the issue with our
exactly,
two-party system is that there's a
absolutely,
lack of accountability.
exactly. And what
Hmm.
accountability they have, they all have a scapegoat. Everybody has a scapegoat because they have their whole party backing them, and everybody has everything riding on two parties. So they'll figure out a way to make it work for them. So if you open it up like that, it would be tremendous for our country.
And
But I
I
think
don't
my
think
sec,
both of us disagree on that. I don't think most of Republicans and Democrats disagree on that. I think what's the issue there is making sure our politicians are on the same side we are.
yes, yes,
That
and
starts at
I
local
think
politics. That starts with getting people involved. And when people
absolutely.
don't
I'm on city
see,
council.
yeah, when people see the two-party system, right, they kind of get disincentivized to engage in the political system. But what that does
Absolutely,
is it creates a self-fulfilling prophecy of us never changing it in the first place because we never vote to get ourselves heard and get it changed. Right. And when we
absolutely. Nobody
constantly keep
has the
doing
reason
that,
to
well,
change.
obviously there's not going to be much change. That's why it's
Amen.
important to have these conversations, to get involved, to be informed, so that we can make sure that they actually address these types of things. Because
Y'all
fundamentally
better be
speaking,
listening.
if we don't make this a number one priority for our politicians, they're fundamentally not going to do it. And this is
Absolutely, and
the
it fundamentally
basis.
won't work.
This is the basis to us getting lots of other policies through. So this is one of
Correct.
the most important things in the United States right now to ensure that plenty of different policies that we support as a population are actually able to get through the system.
Absolutely. But I think the main reason why is because under the Trump administration the first time, it was a it was a nightmare as far as hearts and minds are considered. Um, it was, stupid stunt after stupid stunt after stupid stunt. That is what it was. But at the same time, I feel like that we held the rest of the world more accountable for what they were doing. And I think that we held people within their lane, what we did with North Korea. I think that all somebody like Vladimir Putin needed was somebody to say, listen, I'm going to show up and I'm going to shake your hand obnoxiously long, let you know that America is still a superpower. And I think that a lot of these countries are
I mean, I don't know.
taking the
I don't think they looked at Trump in like a, oh, I'm terrified of him way. Like I can send you articles right now that indicate that Trump was mocked by people like Putin and Assad, right?
yeah.
I can show you stuff that as it relates to our allies, they mocked Trump. I think that we could relate to plenty of things that show us and indicate to us that Trump was mocked globally and the world laughed at Trump.
Biden is also being mocked as well.
Well, I mean, I can agree
Yeah.
with that, right? There's
Yeah.
probably scenarios you can bring up with that, but I think I have more scenarios I can bring up as it relates to Trump than I would be able to with Biden here,
No,
right? What I want to get to a lot of things more that we would disagree upon. There's a few things here I think are very, very, very relevant. One of them is recent. How do you feel about the fact that Trump had to pay $350 million for business fraud?
I think that that is something that if you dive into any large corporation around the world, go ahead and Google right now, ADM, a Fortune 50 company, and you look on their stock trading posts and you can see exactly what's going on. I think they funneled almost $70 million into the board that was just at my location here a couple months ago in Erlanger, Kentucky. That happens a lot. It happens a lot on a large scale in America. We don't hold people accountable. And I think that Donald Trump has been one of them people that uses policy against itself, just like any other businessman or businesswoman should. And it 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 is what it is. If they have to pay $300 million on top or underneath the billions that they already have, that's not a very big chunk of change, but it's probably made them a lot of what it is. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's right at all. I'm saying that it happens a lot, and I'm not proud of it. Another thing that I'm not proud of is I don't think that Congress should have vested interest in any business that they can make policy over.
Well,
Any of
yeah,
them.
yeah. Again, the Trump took millions of dollars from foreign companies under his administration. Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
There
Foreign
was
countries. I mean,
there was a lot of candidates that took millions of dollars.
the House Oversight
Uh,
Committee. I mean, he had a business. Like as it relates to the context of Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter to sell his peanut farm.
yeah.
You're not supposed to have businesses because they can be like a medium between you and other types of foreign governments in terms of supporting particular policies.
It's a
So, I
conflict
mean,
of
I think that's
interest.
problematic. That's definitely a conflict of interest.
Absolutely.
But as it relates to this, I think it's important to acknowledge that we have a very, very, very bad set of characteristics here for Trump, right? He's a proven fraudster, a proven sexual abuser. He has been lying about the election for the past few years, right? And or you consider him Delulu. He's been wrong, and right, and he believes that he's right that he won when there's no sufficient evidence indicating that. CISA.gov indicated this was the most secure election in recorded history. He doesn't dispute 2016, but he does dispute 2020, even though it was more secure than 2016.
Okay.
Right? There were 17 Trump-appointed judges specifically, right, that did not indicate sufficient evidence for the election. Seems like if they either were treasonous judges appointed by Trump, so Trump's bad at appointing judges, right, or he lost the election, so he's been lying, or he's Delulu, right? And I mean, there are plenty of other things I can reference.
Well, here's
Those
the
are just
thing.
a
Why
few.
would somebody appoint a judge that wouldn't be in their favor? I mean, I think that you could argue the point as well, just as cool, calm, and collected as you are, that you would know that we're looking at that on both sides. Even even the special prosecutor right now that's down in Georgia, they're on the verge of being dismissed because the special prosecution is in cahoots with the lawyers. I think there's been a lot of things. I think I think our wealth system in the United States is absolutely corrupt. I think there's a lot of people in power that are very bad people. I think that's not just of Donald Trump. I think that's of Joe Biden. I think that's of uh, uh, all of them, really. And I think the best thing that could really happen is if we just completely washed out the two-party system and we started with people that we elect in from the state level, from the county level, elect them up. We need complete overhaul in Washington. We have career politicians that are making way more than what their salaries or their co-partner or what their partner is and their husband or wife would ever make. That's not how politics should run. We shouldn't be lining our pockets. We should be here in the interest of the people, the constituents that have appointed them. And I think that America in general has lost that.
Yeah, and one thing that I would reference here is if you want us to have accountability, how can we have accountability in a democratic system when people deny the results of a fair and democratic election?
Well, at the same time, you can also say the Russia hoax that has been disproven.
Was that supported by
the
Biden?
FBI was.
I mean, we're not talking
it was
about
supported by
someone.
the Democratic Party. I mean,
But like
understand
we
that
have evidence to indicate now there's not sufficient proofs for that notion of interference.
So would you say that
to a
Joe
degree
Biden
that is
never
sufficient
said-
to overturn the election? I might add.
No,
but
absolutely.
But what I would say is that it's not like it was pushed by the one who is running for office, right? Who has a predominant amount of support over the entire over most of the party. Trump has a predominant amount of support over most of the party. Like what he indicates, right? What he believes influences millions of people, tens of millions of people. Okay.
Correct.
So clearly, if he is going to dispute the result of the election, that's going to change how people interact with this. I mean, we saw it on January 6th. The way that he related to it, he was trying to get them to fight like hell, right? To go try to take their country back, right? After telling them that the election was stolen from them.
Oh, okay. Now, may I please interject
Yeah,
there?
go for
If
it.
you want to bring up January 6th, do we want to bring up the whole Democratic Party to tell people riot in the streets, burn that shit down? Fist fight. They were calling for violence the whole time.
Wait, who said
There's
riot?
video-
Who said riot?
It was senator from Chicago.
I would senator
they're-
from Chicago. Are they from Chicago? Because there's not senators.
Yeah.
That would be senators are for states.
It was there was the mayor of Chicago. Afterwards, I think it was the mayor of Chicago. It was a lady. There was a lot of people that are the face of the Democratic Party as well that were telling people to take up arms, to be violent.
Yeah, I would
it
have
was
to
in
see the
Raleigh- it
specific
was in
person
Ra-
that you're
it was in
referencing,
Raleigh.
because
Okay,
if they're supporting violence, right, I would be against the violence.
I can 100%.
Right.
I can.
I think that
100% say
there
I
are more
saw them.
effective ways to bring about change.
Oh,
right,
absolutely.
rather than
That was
using
heartbreaking
violence.
because
I think that
what you're
people in the-
seeing
Go ahead.
is you're seeing your neighbor's businesses burned down. You're seeing it's not the hurt on the government. You're seeing, the hurt on your neighbor, even though they have insurance claims and stuff like that. Why would somebody want to put another business there? You're seeing a hurt on your own city. And being American and not caring what
It's because
party
people
you
want
are.
change, right? People are doing it because they want change. Do I think it's the most effective thing to do for change? No, right? But I acknowledge that a huge reason why people are engaging in this is because there's real issues that exist in the United States that have not been dealt with that do need to be changed, right?
Yeah.
And that's
sure.
kind of a representation of that to some degree. Okay.
Absolutely. How do you see the people in France, the farmers in France that have taken up against their government, against the things that they were making them do, that they've gone and they've spread? Is this PG? Can I say the S word, SH?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. So they were taking cow shit and manure and they were spreading all their government buildings, and they were making it impossible for their government to operate because they want to change. Now, how would you see that in comparison to January 6th, when they literally walked through the Capitol and walked out after being let in? Video evidence.
It's not just walking into the Capitol. As it relates to the context of January 6th, there were people there with guillotines. Okay? There were people there that were quite literally trying to go way further, right, than what we see in these other contexts.
Absolutely. Right? We're always going to have an extremist level of America, and that is not what I promote ever. Don't get me twisted on that. But we have the extremist level on both sides. We have riots where old ladies in wheelchairs are getting beat up, and we have people getting killed. We have riots where they're burning down they're burning down houses with kids in them. And on either side, it's not right. It's not right at all.
Here, so let's get to the broader point of what we're trying to say here, right? Is we're trying to say that violence is not a good mechanism for change in this particular scenario here in the United States, right? We have more effective measures to be able to change things. People feel disenfranchised because it is the case that our system has not been able to quickly change because of the lack of accountability that is in our system. And supporting people like Trump aids to that lack of accountability. To some degree, supporting people like Biden also leads to that lack of accountability, right? I do think it is the case that There's Trump, there's Biden, right? And that one of them is going to be president. But as soon as it is the case that we can call out both of them and we can do this and we can actually implement accountability, it should be applied to both people on both sides as it relates to Biden, as it relates to Trump, as it relates to Democrats, as it relates to Republicans. I'm not against that. I think that there needs to be a lot of fundamental change here in the United States. But saying that there needs to be fundamental change is antithetical to the notion that you want to vote for Biden. I mean, vote for Trump. That was a mistake.
No, I
To some degree, I would kind of agree with that if it was
No.
like another candidate that's better than Biden. But
Yeah, no, and listen, you can take my words for water rolling off a duck's ass. It is what it is. I'm just this guy that occasionally gets on TikTok to go fishing. I just get to. I live, what I see, and what I see being so close to a major city like Cincinnati. I believe it's still the 13th largest city in the United States, and I'm there frequently. I'm not seeing a lot of support for the antics that's gone over for the past 4 years, but I'm not seeing a whole lot of support for the other side as well. I think that in general, I think that the United States is over it, but we haven't had that revolution yet. Nobody's had that
No.
revolutionary idea.
Alex, I
And once
completely
we do-
disagree. This does not mean the United States is over, right? That's a complete
Oh no, I
mistake
didn't
that
say
people-
it's over. I said we're over it.
Oh
We're
yeah,
over
people
it. Yeah,
people
we're
are over
over
the
it.
issues in the United States and they want fixes to the issues. They
Yes,
feel like there's not
absolutely.
fixing to the issues, and that's why they fail to engage in the democratic processes, which are the very basis of holding these particular institutions accountable.
Absolutely.
That's the self-fulfilling prophecy that I was mentioning earlier, right? That is super relevant to engage with. And not only is it relevant to engage with on a broader narrative, but it's important that people my age particularly engage with this, because historically speaking, people my age have not voted very high numbers. Why? Because young people feel disenfranchised, feel like politics doesn't matter, they feel like it doesn't really affect them, when in
We've been
reality,
shit on
these
our
things
whole
are
life.
extremely, extremely important, right? And
Yeah,
when we
we
don't
bonded
vote,
through trauma.
we don't get heard. And you know who's out there voting every single time?
Oh, but
Yeah. People who are older, people who have got the time, people who are looking at this all the time, people who have completely fundamentally different interests from me and you.
and yeah, here's one of the other things that keeps people from voting. There's not jobs that'll allow people to take off a day. We don't do like
Yeah,
other
it should
countries.
be
We
it should
don't
be a holiday. Yeah, it's
exactly. It
ridiculous.
should be definitely be a holiday because we're disallowing so many people to actually cast their vote and to make their difference. And I mean, if we gave a shit about any of it, then that's what we would do. But they want to keep the retired populace or the populace that are able to step away from their job to be able to do such to vote, and it's not allowing the everyday 9 to 5 worker. I work from 7 o'clock in the morning till typically 6 o'clock at night. I really think that if we allowed our populace to vote, then we would have a way. I don't even think that we'd be still with the two-party system. I think that we'd see a different party get more popular, more popular, more popular.
Sure. Well, is there anything else you'd like to go over or talk about before we go on to the next person, Alex?
Hey, no, brother. I actually just appreciate your time. It's been a pleasure. Actually, I got to follow you. My bad, man. That is
You're
my
good.
bad. I
Don't
didn't
worry,
even
man.
follow you yet. No, I am. I actually look forward to seeing your next person up.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Have a great
Hey,
day, man.
thank you. You too, brother.
Let's go to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, everyone. Let's get the next person up here. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes, everyone. It helps get it out to more people, gets more people involved in the conversations. As always, if you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App is in the bio, and you can gift me over TikTok again. My gifting was gone for like 2.5 months, everyone, but we did get it back. So I am happy to say that to everyone. Happy to say that because it was gone for so long. And also, everyone, there's been a lot of TikTok bans going around recently. This topic seems to be the only one that is not getting banned, really. Appreciate the hand heart. Thank you so much. Like every other topic I've done has gotten banned. Yesterday, I actually experienced like 4 bans. Yo, thank you for the money gun. I appreciate it, Tony. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So there's a lot of bans going around right now. So do follow me here if you have not already. Sorry, I can't speak right now. Yeah, thank you for the hand hearts. I appreciate it, Tony. Thank you so much. CoinCot was between February 2nd to February 9th. We did participate. Yeah, I appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the hand hearts. Thank you. Today we will have to see everyone. It's not accepting people. I'm trying really hard to get someone up, so do give it a second, everyone. It might not be. I think it's sending out. So we have a little bit less guests today, but we have enough where it seems like it's still sending out. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello. All right, let's get this next person up here, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, y'all. What time is it there? It's currently 4:11 p.m. for me right now. I am Pacific Standard Time. I live in Southern California. So that's why when people always say like the border stuff in Texas, I'm like, I literally live pretty probably as close to the border as they do, so I don't know what they're talking about. Yo, Sarah, thank you so much for the travel with me. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, everyone.
Hello?
What's up? How old are you?
Hi. I'm 45.
For sure. Will you vote for Trump in 2024?
Yes.
Why so?
So the reason why I am from the perspective as an immigrant, and I agree with you on all these issues. So the problem is that those people who come here illegally are slaves. They're going to work for less than minimum wage with no insurance, with no legal stance. And
wait, did you say you were going to vote for Trump, right? Because you said you agree with me.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I agree. I agree that we need to make. So I'll tell you, I work with illegal immigrants in South Korea in early 2000s. So these people will come on a tourist visa and they just stay in Korea and work. So the people will, Korean factories was 70% of illegal aliens workers.
I'm confused what your point is. So I think what you mean by this is that undocumented immigrants who come to this country are taken advantage of.
Yes, big time.
Okay.
So what South Korea did, they basically busted all these factories who hire illegal migrants, illegal aliens, they call back then. And they give the factory owners options. You either legalize these employees, giving them working visas, or they're going home. And in 2003, they pack everybody on a plane, on a boat, and
why not hold the business accountable then? If you're holding the immigrants accountable, hold the business accountable then.
They did. They punish them with huge penalties. And then they give them options. You give these people visas, working visas, or they're going home. That's all they did. In 6 months, there was a zero illegal immigrant in South Korea. Because
I don't think you can say that there's zero, by the way. But
zero, because they stopped them everywhere. I can tell you that because I was there.
You can't say zero.
Yes.
You can't say zero, but
because
like you could say that there was way less. Sure, there's way less.
No. Because they sent everybody home. I'm talking to about like a SWAT team visiting factories, arrest everyone, every single factory, and everybody who was not on a working visa or overstayed was sent home. So that's the thing is like, let's make it easy for the business owner to hire these people. Let's make them easy to get working visas so we can legally pay these people a minimum wage.
I absolutely agree with you. I think, yeah. But like, is that a policy that Trump would support?
I sure hope so. We need to change this stuff because, and that's another thing.
It doesn't seem like Trump is.
Yeah.
Trump is more focused on deporting people rather than ensuring that they can have working visas here in the United States.
We need to.
I mean, actually, you know that Trump has hired undocumented immigrants, right?
That's my point. Let's make this not possible to take advantage by anybody.
I mean, Trump is one of those people that has taken advantage of people.
Sure. Everybody do. And that's
no, not everyone does. But like
it's very easy. I'm telling you what I lived through. And if I decide to hire illegal workers and then decide to not to pay them, who they're gonna complain? They can't. We can't put them in a system because they're not documented it here. We cannot pay taxes on them. And those illegal workers, they own money, and most of money went home. They sent most of the money home. They're not participating in this economy. They're not buying houses and businesses. They're just working here to support their family over the seas. And let me tell you about, you're talking about legal migrants in here. So let me explain to you how paperwork works. To come to this country legally, you have to have a sponsor. No legal alien would sleep in a school or wherever because they have a sponsor. They have a
that's
sponsor
not
in
true.
this country. I fill up documents
Wait, that's not
to-
true. The asylum
It
process
is.
does not grant that.
Asylum process do not that. Asylum process only requires, so rules for the asylum, you have to stop in the first country you cross the border. You cannot
tell
go
me-
3-4 countries to come here seek asylum at all.
Let me ask you a question. Can you tell me where in the asylum process it says that?
It says right there that you're supposed to stop. You can do you in U.S. immigration laws. It says you're supposed to stop, and I go through the paperwork after paperwork. When I come to this country, my husband was my sponsor. You have to provide that you're making enough money with your W-2s from previous year that you make enough money to support this immigrant. This is U.S. constitutional law.
Yeah, no, as it relates to the context of asylum, right? Asylum does not require you to have a
But
sponsor.
asylum do
right?
not allow
It's
you
a different
across
process.
3 countries.
It's a different
yes,
process.
it's a different visa.
Can I please finish?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So asylum process does not require you to have a sponsor. Secondly, as it relates to the context of asylum, right? It is the case. Sorry, you're kind of making me forget. But as it relates to the context of asylum, clearly people can come into the country based upon the next stable country. Okay, so
Absolutely.
for many individuals, the closest stable country, right, can be the United States. Right. And as it relates to the context of the asylum code, right, most people, as we would relate to the context of the border, right, would be related towards legal methods of coming through the country. Right. There are people who are undocumented coming to the country, but we don't have sufficient data to indicate the amount of people specifically coming into the country under this administration right now.
I agree. But the asylum seekers, it's usually people who escape in persecution from the government and the country. And they need to, like say, Russian can't go Belarus because it's the same corrupt communist country. So they can go to Poland or something like that. But they cannot. Russian go through all this country to come here across the border. I see tons of videos of Russians escaping Putin's regime, and they come in here seeking asylum when they could go to near border, Finland and stuff like this. We have plenty of countries you can go and seek asylum, but they come in here. You understand what I'm saying? Like, they not really asylum seeker. They're just trying to find better life. And for us to make sure that they not be taken advantage of, those people. I don't want them to work for free.
If they don't meet the asylum criteria, they would go back to the country that they came from.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, I agree with you.
That's the current law.
But the process is so slow. What is these people gonna live on? In
the process is slow for a lot of these because they're not funded properly. They don't have enough people who are going through the system to be able to put this through. So what it requires is funding specifically to ensure that the process can go faster. Right now, for legal immigration in this country, it can take 5 to 7 years on average. Okay. So I think that's ridiculous. I think that's way too much. I think most people agree that that's way too much as it relates to being able to come to the country legally. And I think that incentivizes people to go through methods in which are undocumented.
Yeah. I think one of the problems is Americans doesn't know their own law to get to the country. They think it's so much easier. It's not. I can invite my cousin.
It's kind of hard to hear you. It sounds
I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, it's hard. It was kind of hard to hear you. It seems a little muffled.
Sorry.
You're fine.
So I can invite my cousin to visit me because he's a single male and United States government are not allowing the visa, even like a guest visa for these people. It's a lot of messed up stuff, that should be fixed, and we should unite it to fix it. You know, we would love to more workers, hard workers who looking for better life, you know, and they can provide services, and absolutely, but you have to close the border. So basically, you cannot mop under the broken sink. You have to fix it first. We need to close the border.
Oh, if you want to close the border,
completely.
why didn't House Republicans or not House
I
Republicans,
agree. I
Senate
agree.
Republicans support policy that allowed for Biden to close the border?
Because everything was fine until in the first 90 days in office, Biden canceled all the Trump policies. They were
No, hold on,
working
hold on. No,
just
I'm talking
fine.
about right now. So there was a Senate bill that they did not
Yeah,
pass, and that Trump tried to get people not to pass, that allowed for Biden specifically to close the border. Okay.
that's not to close in the border. You just need to embrace the law already there. That's all you need to do. It's
So now
not
you
about
don't want to
that.
close the border. So that was what
I
you were bringing up
do,
before.
but that's my thing is like, I do. It's just you don't need to new laws. You just need to embrace what you have. You need to bring back the
No, you
policy
do need
Trump
a
put
new
in.
law in order to be able to close the border
No,
specifically.
they just talk about today. They don't need to new law. You just need to embrace what you have. They work just fine before. What's happened?
No,
What's happened in
so
this last 3 years that it
there can
doesn't
be
work
plenty of
anymore?
things. There can be plenty of
Not
things. I
like
think
what?
it's
Name 5.
name 5 things. Okay, so as it relates to the context of the situation, it could be related to particularly like different conditions of countries around the world in terms of this, right? It could be related to like outcomes as it relates to COVID that have just taken time to manifest. It could relate to the rhetoric that existed from like the Trump campaign and the Trump administration as it relates to immigration. It could relate to like inflation globally, like those different types of conditions as it relates to that, and then war, right? Is also what it
Sure,
could relate to. So
absolutely.
all of those, a lot of those I referenced are environmental conditions in which could produce someone's ability to need to come to this country that wouldn't specifically be related to the president of the United States, right? One was related to the president of the United States as it relates to
Sure.
the context of rhetoric. But I think that would have happened regardless of whether or not it was even a new Republican. Okay, if it was a different Republican, right, it probably would have happened as well, very similarly, depending on their rhetoric associated with immigration.
I guess with new problems, you need to create new solutions. And I think we need to make working visas easy. We need to deport all the who does criminal activities and not let them back in. That way, like, you know, if I gonna be deported, I'm not gonna create a new law. I'm not gonna commit the crimes because I don't want to leave. They're gonna be more law-abiding citizens if they're not, and if you're holding them to accountable. So, and another things about it, you talk about the Trump conviction, whatever it is you heard, right?
Oh, so yeah,
The
so Trump had to pay $350 million, or actually
okay,
450, including interest, $450 million for business fraud. He had to pay
yeah.
$88.3 million for essay and for defamation.
Mm, I
And
mean, I would, yeah, I'm sorry. I know what it is, but unfortunately, he can appeal. So it doesn't account anymore yet.
he cannot
He will
what?
be appeal. He will appeal that verdict,
Yeah,
and
his
that's it.
appeals historically don't go through.
It doesn't matter. He can, even people on a death row can appeal. So he will definitely gonna appeal in
He's
this.
likely going to have to pay it.
Sure. No, I don't know. We'll see. But that's a reality is that it's not a big things. Like, you know what I think about? Like, he was, until he become president, he have no criminal charges. And now you have everything comes to him. You know, like, how did you never catch him before he become a president? Where is the oldest criminal charges of this lady who's accusing him? Like, that's my question. Is like, why did he never been accused before of anything,
I mean,
of
he
any
definitely
crime
was accused. But when it is the case that you
before
are,
the presidency?
listen, yeah. But when it is the case that he has also run for office, he's in the face in the public a lot more. So there are plenty of people who might reconsider, right, different types of circumstances in terms of coming out about them, given, right, the impact it has on people, right?
Sure.
So, I mean, I think that there's plenty of reason to believe that if someone did run for president, that a lot of this information would come out. And we see that all the time.
But you see, I see Republican frustration in that you go after Trump, and Biden on the camera was firing Ukrainian prosecutor who was investigated his son. So I'm okay for prosecutions of Trump, but you have to hold the same standards for Biden.
I'm fine with holding same standards for Biden.
Absolutely. So when he said, he's like, you need to fire this prosecutor, it's a bribery and it's not okay. And everybody like, okay,
So
we
the
will vote
firing,
for you.
that person was extremely corrupt. But if you're going to relate to the Burisma claims as it relates to the context of Hunter Biden and Joe Biden,
No.
you're not relating to that? Because that just came out recently. That person got charged for lying.
I don't know. What I'm concerned about that you not give them military aid because they prosecuting your son. They investigating your son. This is a problem for me. I don't care what's his deal, not deal. You have no rights to tell other countries to fight their corruptions in their countries. You understand? So that's my problem. And he talk about this. It's not legal.
So again, as it relates to this, if you're talking about the context of Hunter Biden and with Joe Biden, again, that person who just came out, particularly about the Burisma claim, he specifically has been charged with lying. That's one thing. Two, as it relates to this, I think it's important to acknowledge with this particularly that individual, right? Secondly, not the one that we were talking about, Burisma, but with the prosecutor, that was specifically that individual was very corrupt. Okay, so I think that they're. Hold up.
Not about that. About that.
So,
Biden saying that if you not fire this guy who investigated my son, you're not gonna get military aid. That's my problem. Like
no.
Why?
So it's not because of the investigation of a son. It was because he was corrupt. Okay.
Who?
Okay. The prosecutor.
I don't really care what's the prosecutor. You can come up with this later, but you have no rights to threaten other people with your power to whoever doing investigation. I don't care. If he would pay him hush money, we would never know. But he went and said, hey, how about you fire this guy right now? If I come to the college and say you have to kick out the student out of here or you're not going to get the funds, is that okay?
Yeah. So, do you think that's okay? It depends on the circumstance, the context. Are we talking about an individual that's corrupt? Are we talking about an individual that has different types of beliefs and opinions that we would consider to be bad? Right? If they consider that it should be the case that certain things that we consider completely okay should be illegal, there could be particular circumstances in which it is the case that we would not provide funding given the fact that they don't meet this particular qualification. Right? I don't think that we are obligated to engage in business or to fund entities which are corrupt. Right?
It's fine. It's absolutely fine to do business with whoever they want. The question is, if you're doing this, like you cannot come there as a vice president and threat them because some kind of investigation going on, not even on you.
You just lied.
On your son.
You just lied.
What do you mean?
You said it was because of the investigation on his son. That was not the reason. I already explained to you before that it was because he was corrupt.
Because it doesn't matter. It
does matter. You just lied multiple times.
No, it's not.
You just lied again after I told you that was wrong. Okay, so you can continue to perpetuate. Hold up, you can continue to perpetuate the misinformation, but I've simply already given you responses to this.
Okay, it's two different topics. Hunter Biden and his deal with Burisma is one. The vice president have no rights to fire anybody or threaten with the aid, pull out the money, and brag about on TV. He proud that they fired this prosecutor. Do you think it's right? Nothing to do with Hunter. Nothing to do with Hunter.
Yeah. He was corrupt. Yeah.
Who?
The one we were just talking about. I just told you multiple times that individual was corrupt. I don't have an issue with that.
It doesn't matter. You're not threatening that individual. You threaten the country. You threaten the country, not give them money because somebody prosecute. He didn't
Because
know
yeah,
what's the
because they're no,
corruption.
it's not.
You did
You just lied
no,
again. You're trying to make it seem like it's because of the
no,
prosecution there,
no.
or
It's
maybe because
not.
of the investigation.
You can investigate anybody in your own country. We
It
investigate
wasn't
like
because of the investigation.
it doesn't matter. You
It does.
threaten
It does.
other.
Stop. Can you
It's
stop?
not.
Can you stop repeating yourself over the same point that we just went over that I just responded to? Because
You
otherwise, it just
lying.
seems like
It's
this is not
not
productive.
about Hunter. It's not about
I
Hunter. It's
never brought up
about
Hunter
Vice
there.
President. Yes, you saying it's a lie because the
Not
corrupt
in that
Vice
circumstance, I never brought up Hunter. We were talking about Hunter earlier as
Yeah.
it relates to Burisma, right? But what we clarified is in the scenario as it relates to the prosecutor, and I didn't bring up Hunter as it relates to that.
Prosecutor or not, he was prosecuting Hunter Biden. Why is the Biden have
You're
a
saying he was
vote in it?
investigating. So
Why is it okay? Then Hunter can go and talk about corruptions with the not vice president. He's dead. It's
okay.
Hunter's business. It's Hunter supposed to do. Vice president, who have apparently he said he have no business with his son, have no right to say that I'm not gonna give you money. It's up to Hunter, right? He's the one
No,
who be
this doesn't
investigated.
relate to Hunter.
Huh?
That didn't relate to Hunter, right? So again, you keep trying to argue that this specifically relates to like the reason why Biden did this is because he was trying to like stop that investigation, right? And that's not the reason. Or you've already gone over that. I don't see anything productive coming from this. Is there anything
Okay,
further you'd like to
that's
talk
fine.
about as it relates to this
Okay.
topic?
We can drop that. We can talk about free healthcare that you so dream about.
Yeah,
How
sure.
awful is that?
Awful. Well,
Awful,
European
awful.
countries around the world, right, have
And how is
universal
it? I'm from that country with free healthcare. My mom have to kidnap me from the hospital because they don't care you live or die.
What country are you
Because
referencing?
USSR, Russia.
So you're talking about Russia. Russia is not the USSR currently.
It's when I
And
was a kid.
and
Do you understand? When I was born in
so
USSR, raised
so
in
I'm talking
USSR,
and I
Russia.
wouldn't look at the context of the USSR as
Okay,
how we should
okay.
adopt. Can I finish my point?
Mhm. Oh yeah.
Benjamin, I appreciate the dollar on Cash App. Thank you so much. I'm not looking at the context of the USSR to determine like whether or not we want to adopt healthcare, right? I would look at the OECD average. A bunch of different European democracies
Okay.
have adopted universal
Okay.
healthcare systems, and they spend half as much per individual on healthcare expenditure, and they actually have better average health outcomes.
It's not true.
That is
You know
that is a
why?
fact.
Again, I lived through that. Healthcare, universal healthcare means we all paying equal taxpayers into the system, right? And you all get it. But let me explain what's happened. First of all, if you are using a drug or you're a cigarette smoker or whatever, why do I have to buy you a new liver or new kidneys when they shut down when I have a healthy lifestyle? So government will gonna dictate you what you can and cannot eat, how much you can drink or smoke, because you equally distributing this healthcare. So you have to equally be healthy. Do you know that?
So I think that we should incentivize people to be healthy, and I think that we should take care of people who
Then it's not
have
freedom.
circumstances. I think
That is not freedom.
I don't care if you consider that freedom or not. I would like a system where 68,000 people in America do not die because of lack of access to healthcare, and I would like a system where we spend $450 billion less per year on healthcare expenditure because of things like Medicare
Nope.
for all,
You're
while
gonna lose
also
all the-
ensuring that everyone is covered here in America with vision, with dental, with mental health, with access to many different services that currently right now hundreds of millions of people have medical debt as it relates to, right? Along with the
When
context in
people
which
don't have a healthy lifestyle, they pay for it. I'm not any drug addict. New
you understand
organs.
that there are plenty of
None of my
people
business. Sucks to
there are
be them.
plenty of people that have healthy lifestyles that still end up in circumstances where they have harmful things. For
And that's
example,
why you have an insurance for it.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
is it.
Yeah, so insurance doesn't cover a lot of people. There are tens of millions of people in my country that specifically do not have this type of insurance. They are underinsured or not insured at all. Tens of millions of people, okay? So I don't want to live in a system where tens of millions of people do not have access to these types of basic services because they simply cannot afford it. Right. Again, as it relates to the context of these different types of systems, you can look at the OECD library that indicates as a fact that these countries spend half as much per individual on healthcare expenditure. I appreciate the $2, Kevin. Thank you so much. Comparative to the United States. And it's a fact that they have better average health outcomes.
Are you gonna tell Americans not to eat fried food? Are you gonna tell Americans not to eat?
It depends on the
chips?
circumstance.
Oh,
right?
that's it. That's called dictatorship. Hello.
No, this is not dictatorship. I'm
It
not,
is.
wait,
It is.
telling people that they should or shouldn't eat particular foods does not mean I make it legal or illegal to eat these foods. Right? I would not make it legal or illegal, but there are plenty of circumstances where dieting is effective for particular individuals. For me, it actually quite literally is effective for me to eat these particular types of things that you might considerably say are like fried or bad for your health or something like that. Because I need the calories, right? So that's going to be different depending on the context.
Sure, but you have a largest obesity population in the world. What are you gonna do? You think that's because they are need more calories? Is that your argument?
No, I never made that claim. As it relates to the context of this, right? It's plentifully because of many of the different types of things in America that we do not take into account as it relates to dieting and health comparative to other countries in the world. We don't regulate
Put
these
them
same.
on a diet against their will? How you gonna?
Can you let me finish, please? I'm being way too respectful. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Please be quiet. Okay. It's ridiculous at this point.
You do not
okay?
talk to me like this. You do not.
You're the one. You're the one cutting me off. I just told you to be quiet.
I understand you lose an argument. Don't get.
I'm not losing any argument. I'll mute you if I want. Right. I'm being totally respectful. Way too respectful. I literally told you to be quiet, and you said don't talk to me that way. I'm sorry. This is a boundary on my live. You can come up on my live and treat me with more respect, please. Okay. As it relates to these particular scenarios, right? It is absolutely the case that we can provide these particular standards for people by regulating plenty of the things in Europe that they've regulated, right? As it relates to food health. There are things like Red 40, like Yellow 4, plenty of different things that particularly have been regulated in countries around the world that have been attributed to be associated with bad health outcomes. So plenty of things in the United States as it relates to our culture promote these different types of food habits that we see detrimental to our health. Okay. So improving access to healthy foods, improving health education so that people can make these types of decisions themselves is necessary to us being able to increase health in America. We can't just ignore this, right? And we can't also just say that having a privatized health system is going to help with this, right? Because it's clearly not.
Okay. So let me ask you, what is it healthcare means to you?
Healthcare, what does that mean to me?
What does it mean to you?
Yeah, typically it's going to relate to goods or services associated with one's physiological health.
Okay, so what does it includes? Does that include syringes, gas, soap to wash the laundry, bed sheets? Does that includes all the IV tubes, oxygen tanks? What is included in that? There is a people who making that product and you have to pay them. Do you understand why is everywhere collapse? Because it's not just the services of the doctor. It's so much go to in the healthcare. I work in a healthcare in Russia and in the United States. Russian doctors do not care if you live or die because they're going to get paid on the first no matter what. American doctors bring everybody back. And
that's false. American doctors do not bring everyone back.
Please do not interrupt me. You asked me not to do it. Please don't do it yourself.
You just lied.
I work in ER. Who
yeah,
you
and my
lying
parents
to?
also work in the hospital,
And
right?
they-
And they
sure,
know that it's
bad
true
cases-
that doctors do not save everyone. My parents could tell you themselves that.
If you make it to the hospital, you would leave. When people die in a crash over there, maybe 50-50 chance. Everybody who comes to ER, the problem is you probably can't
That's
compare
completely
how,
false.
you just don't compare to people who actually live through bad healthcare. It's amazing what these doctors, nurses doing in here. They are true heroes. They bring everybody back because they want them to pay the bills. The dead people do not pay bills. That's
Yeah,
why it's
so
really, really, really necessary to make sure your patients survive to pay the bills. Otherwise, who cares?
yeah, so they don't bring everyone back. And secondly, in these types of countries, in order for the doctors to get paid, there has to be an individual they're getting a subsidy to take care of. Okay, so there's also, right, going to be particular influences for individuals to have better health. There's also more influences for the government to produce standards or qualities for better health, given that it relates to their own funding mechanisms, right? They have to spend more to retain a population in which has less standards as it relates to health that then have detrimental outcomes as it relates to how much we have to pay. Secondly, it allows for us to understand the costs associated with healthcare significantly more, insofar as that we can hold plenty of different businesses accountable for the different types of things that they do, negative externalities that they create, whether it be an oil spill, whether it be the train that got derailed, or plenty of different things in America that relate to businesses engaging in activities that negatively impact human health.
We pay 80% in taxes to be able to sustain the free healthcare.
We wouldn't have to pay 80% in taxes to do that.
How come?
Because right now we spend I think well over like $1 trillion, probably like 1.5 trillion on healthcare expenditure in America, right? And businesses spend around 1.7 trillion, right? So if we were to tax businesses for the exact amount of money that they put into our current healthcare expenditure in America right now, we almost by that itself can afford for a Medicare for all system that would cost, right? I think it's like 35 trillion over 10 years. Which again would save us $450 billion every single year in administrative costs.
It's just a wishful thinking.
It's not wishful thinking. I can send you a study right now.
Okay, ask your parents sometimes to calculate how much all the stuff that they have, small things like a bleached mop floor, like the gas, like a syringe, all the disposable stuff. How much is it all? If you calculate every single thing, how much is the cost?
Yeah, the cost for Medicare for all is estimated to be about 35 trillion over a decade, which again specifically would save us $450 billion, around $4.5 trillion over 10 years, right? $450 billion every single year. And that was determined by a Yale study.
Lots of.
I don't know why you're laughing. I just gave you a study.
Because I lived through this. It's not you imagine.
I'm referencing a study. What you lived through as it relates to the context of universal healthcare isn't always going to be representative of lots of other systems that exist around the world.
You always think you're going to be better, or what?
What do you mean?
You're going to think you're going to do better than the other country who implement universal healthcare?
We have lots more funding in the U.S. Very plenty can, but the USSR is not the system I'm comparing it to.
USSR was huge and rich.
Okay, the USSR specifically led to collapse, right, and was fundamentally not able to continue on, right. So
Why
I'm not
is that?
using that. Well, there are plenty of different reasons, right, that don't relate necessarily to healthcare, right.
Because I was there. Please tell me. I was there.
Okay. So again, as it relates to the context of the situation that's relevant, right? The USSR is not the country that I'm comparing to. I'm comparing to the OECD average, the bunch of different European democracies that have had universal healthcare systems for a very long time. We're talking for decades. Okay.
Which country are you talking about?
We can talk about the Northern European countries, Canada. We can talk about the UK. We can talk about like Germany. Plenty of countries in Europe that have lower healthcare costs, right, per individual
just
by
a
about
second.
half, right, and they have better average health outcomes.
You understand the population of Canada is 30 million people, and the United States is 34 million. There's 340 million.
Yeah, and you understand if we add up all of these places, they will equal very similarly as it relates to the states, right? We're talking Canada could be related to a state. We can relate the UK to a state. We can relate Sweden to a state. We can relate Denmark to a state. Because fundamentally, that healthcare funding anyway goes through the context of the states.
Okay, I'll give you a perfect example in US. VA, military hospitals. They failing. Why? It's not many people in there, but they failing. Why? Everybody paying for that.
Emma, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Because it's underfunded.
Really? It's funded by the whole country, and it's not many people who serve in military in US.
No, it's not you again as it relates to the context of the VA. It's not funded to a degree because it's not held accountable to the same degree because it's not universal.
But
if we have a
it's
universal
taxing from
system,
us.
if we have a universal system, there's more accountability to increase quality standards. Okay.
And another problem would be lots of smart people would leave because they're not gonna work for the pay that described by the government. They're gonna
Really?
get paid.
Yeah. Countries
they're
around
gonna leave.
countries around the world that have these universal healthcare systems have more physicians per capita.
They
That's
left.
a fact.
I telling you, lots of people left because they can do better.
They
somewhere
have
else who
more
do better
physicians per
money.
capita than we have in the US.
It's no. How many VA
That's a
doctors
fact.
do you see? They don't have enough doctors in VA.
I don't know why people always use the VA. We can just look at countries around the world that have universal healthcare systems overall.
Which one? Canada struggle.
Canada
which
has a
one?
way better healthcare system than we have in the US.
They
on
not.
average.
They waiting for months for surgeries. Sometimes they die.
There are people in the US that wait even longer and die because they don't have access to health insurance. 68,000 people die in the US
Where?
68,000 people die in the US every single year because of lack of access to healthcare or health insurance.
Where?
What do you mean where?
Getting the
This is
statistics?
the Yale study
What
I just
is
referenced.
statistic? Again,
It's a
no.
Yale study I just referenced.
Again, these people living freely their life. They drink, they doing drugs, they smoke all their life. Are you gonna stop them from doing this? So you cannot have a both. You either gonna eliminate the freedom of people life, or you're gonna have to not pay for their problems later in life. You can live wherever you want.
So again,
right
you
now.
can incentivize people to engage in better behavior without necessarily regulating it so that they can't engage in this bad behavior, right?
I'm sorry.
Again, and we can also, even with them engaging in this behavior, still fund it because right now in America, our per capita health expenditure is twice as much as what they have in those countries, right? And we have
But that's
worse average health outcomes. I've told you this multiple times,
Yeah,
and you haven't
but
taken into
that's a
account any of the
question.
you haven't taken into account any of the things that I've said related to that.
This is a question. Who is decided those guidance? Who gonna call what's healthy and not? Who is these people who gonna make those decisions that you're talking about? Who?
What decisions? I don't know what you're referencing.
Like, who gonna make decision what's healthy and not healthy for people? Who are those people who make those calls?
Dietitians, if we're talking about food.
They people too. So if you're gonna
Yeah,
tell
but
me
they're
I cannot
what? So are
smoke,
scientists. So are
wow.
doctors. So is any individual. What's your point with that?
Here we go. Here we go. You make exactly point that somebody gonna allow you what you can and cannot do.
No, it's not about allowance. It's about what's recommended. That's what I was saying. I'm not saying that I won't allow people to engage in smoking cigarettes or
Then
vaping
you can.
or things that would considerably lead towards bad health outcomes. What I would say is that we can incentivize people not to engage in these particular types of behaviors by ensuring that people have access to education, information associated with these different types of health outcomes so that
They do
clearly they can
now.
make these decisions themselves. Right? It's about
I'm
informing
sorry.
people. It's about recommending
Dietitians
people to
exist
engage.
now, right?
I understand that, but it's about access to the
happened?
information, right? Are
So-
dietitians always going on the internet, on social media, and giving out this
Yeah.
information,
Yeah.
right? Not to the degree that I think is in front of a lot of people or is relevant for us to be able to have a better society. And the same thing can be held with a lot of academia, whether it be
Like what?
people who are in the field of physics, whether it be people who are in the field of astronomy. We have a lack of academics that are engaging with people on social media, And some people on TikTok are doing things like this, right? Blitz is doing a great job. He's an academic, right? And he's engaging with people. That's exactly what academics should be doing, because fundamentally they have the greatest access to information, the greatest ability to be able to explain it to the population. And a lot of people in academia just don't do it. They don't communicate. And what that does is it creates a division between academia and the public. And
I'm
the greater
sorry.
the division exists, the harder it is for people in academia to communicate with the rest of society.
I can open any PubMed and research it. It's up to me. Internet available everywhere. Every dummy have a Wi-Fi and smartphone. They can research anything, but they're not doing it.
Yeah, it's not
That's
necessarily about research, right? You have
Mhm.
to be able to incentivize people to research. You have to be able to condense this information to people so that they can be able to engage with it. Plenty of people don't have the time, right, in order to be able to go through and read through these things, right? So it's about
Why?
having
What do you
good
mean don't have
scientific
time?
communicators that are able to express this information to people in a manner in which is easily condensable, okay?
It's a lie. I'm sorry. It's a lie. Every research you want to know, you go, it's a groups of different illnesses, of different nutritions. It's so many of them. You only need to look.
What was the
And
lie that I
people don't
said?
doing it. No, people don't doing it now, not because it's not available, it's because they have no interest. And
No,
for you
no,
to
the
think that the
scientific
universal,
communicators.
just a second. And for you
No,
to
you
think that
misunderstood my point.
universe and
So I'm gonna go to my
health
point because you
gonna
misunderstood
fix
my
it.
point. The scientific communicators is what does not exist and what we do not have access to. I'm not saying it is the case that people don't have access to look these things up, but
I'm
oftentimes
sorry.
people
I'm
don't
sorry.
learn that way. People
Can you
learn through the
explain me that
context of it being
communicator
condensed
things?
and explained. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
people go on social.
No. What does it mean? The communicators? What does it mean?
Yeah, so scientific communicators would be people
What
like
is that?
Blitz who are in the context of academia that are able to condense the extremely complex issues of academia to the average population so that people can interact with this information. Because a lot of the times, the information that exists in the context of these studies, right, is not easily accessible, right, in terms of interpretation to the average public. And that's why leaving it up to the average person just to interpret it themselves leads to the spread of misinformation.
But it's a government sites, medical sites. It's a groups. You can ask a friend. You can ask everybody. You don't have to particularly have some specific things. They exist now. It's the same with the border law. They already exist. You need to embrace it. The same things. They already exist, but nobody using it, right? They exist.
So I don't think you listened to what I said, right? I'm going to say it one more time, right? It's about the interpretation, okay? They're interpreting the information, right, incorrectly, which then leads to the spread of misinformation. So scientific communicators, people who do know how to interpret this and condense it to us, are very necessary to exist on social media platforms to limit the spread of misinformation. That's way better at limiting the spread of misinformation than it is to ban people who are scientific professionals from engaging in this. So like, for example, during COVID, instead of banning particular types of individuals like Robert Malone or Peter McCullough, I think that there should have been lots of academics that went on social media and dismantled the misinformation by education, right? I think that's the best way to do it. But they
isn't it
didn't
like
do that, and then it creates lots of people that are conspiratorial, that distrust the government, that distrust medical institutions and doctors and stuff, which can create problematic outcomes, right? And can increase the spread of misinformation because they are relying more upon their own interpretations, right? Rather than the interpretations of people who actually understand what it means.
I think that people have distrust in American government in terms of the healthcare, big time.
Is there less distrust in countries around the world in Europe that have universal healthcare systems?
Well, it's only in US there was a Tuskegee experiment. I'm sorry. There is only in US you spray DDT on the kids.
Yeah,
So,
so
no.
the Tuskegee was in the context of the US, but there were plenty of countries around the world that have also engaged in experimentation that is racist, okay?
Like what?
Yeah, so if you want to talk about European colonial states going into places in Africa and testing upon people there, going in places in Indonesia
Like,
and testing
what are
upon
they
people there,
testing? What are they testing?
different
Can you
types of
explain?
different types of things that were associated with scientific advancements. We can talk
Okay,
about the Nazis going
what
to
is it?
Argentina and testing upon the people in those different types of places, right after World War II, because tens of thousands of Nazi officials got outside of the context of Europe, went into places called Colonia Dignidad, created communities, and tested upon the people in those communities. So not
So
only has
you're
the go ahead.
you saying either Nazi or United States? What is the other experiment that I don't know? I know about Union
Those are
37
experiments
in
that I was
Japan,
referencing.
but that's us all. What is the other countries? Only Nazis? So you
I gave
understand how, again, Nazi was in 1940s. We're talking about history of Tuskegee
you're
going
covering
to
your
up to
mic.
I'm sorry. There is a people come to
You're still
Tuskegee
covering your mic,
experiment
it
was.
seems.
I'm not.
No, I'm
Can you
just
hear
telling
me?
you that it sounds a little muffled.
Oh, I'm sorry. So
It's
the
better now.
Nazi or U.S. government, but the Tuskegee experiment was going on by U.S. government till 70s.
Yeah, what I'm talking about as it relates to colonial dignidad has been going on in the after World War II, because the Nazis went to colonial dignidad after World War II because they were evading, right, being held accountable and going on trial for war crimes, for crimes against humanity. Okay? That's why they created these communities, right? And in those communities, they tested people. There are plenty of stories that you can listen to of the people who have been tested on as it relates to these particular types of facilities that were
I'm
created in that particular
guaranteed
area.
nobody trusts the Nazis. And same way, nobody trusts in the United States government in terms of the healthcare, right?
No, there are plenty of people that trust the United States as it relates to healthcare, because the healthcare, specifically from the government, can be fundamentally different from other types of things. And also, just because one particular action was a particular way does not indicate that it all operates this way. Appreciate the team bracelet. Thank you so much, Weber. I appreciate it. That would be a composition fallacy.
Again, I telling you how it is. You either gonna put everybody on a treadmill and make sure they eating healthy, so they distribute it equally into the healthcare system. It's a dictatorship. Or you're gonna be free and eat and drink.
So
and
you're just
smoke
going to say
whatever
the
the hell
same
you want.
bullshit after we had this conversation already? So is there anything further
I-
you'd like to go over?
You
Or do
understand
you
that's
just want to
why
keep...
it's a. Okay, no, I think I've got my point across, but problem is you telling me about study and I telling you about real life.
Yeah,
You understand
studies
the
describe
difference?
real life. I don't know what you're talking about.
You're describing a study from Yale,
Yeah, a
which has
study
never
from
been
Yale that
tested.
indicated that is a test. It indicates specifically that 68,000 American lives are lost every year due to lack of access to health insurance. Appreciate the paper crane. Thank you so much. And that Medicare for all would save $450 billion a year. That is
Okay,
what the study
let's-
says, and you're not able to engage with that. So instead of engaging with that or any of the examples that I provided as it relates to universal health care, you've provided anecdotal
Cuba.
experiences
Here we
as
go. No.
as it relates
Cuba
to
is the
particular types of
universal
countries
healthcare.
that I wouldn't
Venezuela,
compare to the United
universal
States as it
healthcare.
relates to their healthcare system, because fundamentally, I don't think that they've had the same type of funding. I don't think they have the same type of conditions, environmentally speaking. Insofar as that, I would probably like to relate it more towards the OECD average and more towards the modern era. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
So Cuba's failed universal healthcare. Venezuela failed universal healthcare. Name me one country where is that universal healthcare working? Because Canadians are not happy. What else?
Yeah. Norway, Sweden,
And they have a
Denmark,
smaller-
UK, Canada,
Sweden
right?
and
Germany.
Denmark doesn't have it.
They
a
have
very
broader
high
access to
percentage-
insurance programs. They have broader access to universal health care. Clearly, in these
And it's a
countries,
small
in terms of the
countries.
OECD average, yeah, again, which I already told you is comparable to states in the United States. If
No,
you're
they're
going
not.
to
They're
keep,
smaller than
I'm
the
sorry.
states.
No, they're not. There are plenty of countries in
Yes.
Europe that are way bigger than states in the US. Way bigger. Okay.
Which ones?
Yeah, Germany has a way bigger population than any state in the United States, right? If
They
you want
don't
to talk
have a universal healthcare.
yes, they do. They have what's it called? A public
They have
and a
both.
private system, right? It's called a multi-payer system where they have a broader access to these types of systems. right? If you want to talk about Canada, Canada has a comparable population to California, one of the biggest states here in the US in terms of population, right? If you want to talk about, like, say, countries like even Sweden, Sweden having a very, very lower population comparative to other European countries, have comparable country sizes and population sizes to like the state I'm from, Iowa, right? Iowa's actually smaller.
A question for you. Are you already eaten like in Sweden? Are you ready to have a food and everything else like in Sweden?
Again, as it relates to the context of these particular systems, right? I don't think that we have to have the exact same dieting mechanisms in order to have a functioning system. When you're saying that you have to force people to eat a particular way in order for this to happen, well, they don't do that in those countries, and yet they still have these particular standards. So it's dependent upon regulation of harmful different types of things that are put into the context of the foods that exist in America that can produce negative health outcomes down the road. Okay, we've already had this conversation. I'm not interested in having this conversation with you anymore because you're not learning anything from it. Okay, you made the same points that I've already explained to you.
I don't know what
thank you so much.
You studying. It's you study. I lived through this. I know how it works. Doctors do not care if they're not getting
You didn't
paid.
live through the countries that I'm referencing. Okay. And again, if in order for them to get paid under the context of a Medicare for all system, there has to be people that would exist that would get the goods and services either way. Under the context of a Medicare for all system, there still remains choice, right? As a particular person, you can choose which doctor you want to go to. It's just subsidized specifically by the government.
There is no government money. It's a taxpayer money. How many of us want to pay for
That is
drug addict's
government
liver?
money.
I don't want to pay for drug addict's liver. But can you deny him?
So you can cry about it when you're going to have to pay for it because it is the case that we care about human health. You don't care about the fact that people need health care. You don't care about the fact that people are dying. You don't care about the fact that people have extreme medical debt, right? Because you are selfish.
No.
Quite literally.
No, absolutely.
Okay? I have to pay taxes too, right? And I'm willing to pay taxes
You're not,
to
because
ensure
you're still in school.
and I pay taxes.
No, you don't.
You want to bet?
How much you pay in taxes this year?
I'm not going to tell you my tax bill, but I
Of course.
probably paid more than you.
No way. I'm a business owner with multiple properties. You're never going to pay as much as me.
How much did you pay? Because you asked me. I appreciate the glowing jellyfish. Thank you so much, David. I appreciate it. If you're
I
willing to
didn't
say.
see mine yet. It's going to be probably about 15 grand.
15?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
You
paid
pay
more than
more?
you. Yes,
Yeah,
I
right.
definitely paid more
Because
than you.
you're in California. Hello.
Even if I didn't live in
I'm
California, I
living
would
in
have
a
paid more than
tiny
you.
town. I live in a tiny town with 10,000
She said I would never pay as much as you. I paid more than you. What are you talking about?
Well, I didn't see you pay. We didn't
Yeah.
see it. So, of what? You don't
Right,
have a
thank you.
job. You
This is
cannot
my
pay
job.
more. Well, here we go, people. But that's the thing. I don't want to buy drug addicts any new organs. He don't care about his health. Why should
Appreciate the
I?
handout. Thank you so much. Okay, I pay more into the system than you. Stop crying.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
guarantee you don't. No,
I
you don't.
promise you I
Because
do.
you're in California. How many people in your town and your state? You're paying because your state is have higher population.
No, most of my income tax was not state income tax. Most of it was federal.
How much taxes do you pay percentage wise?
Percentage?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what my effective rate was.
Then you're lying, sweetie.
I'm not lying.
You
It's
don't
de-
know how much income tax you pay?
Well, I mean, I would have to have my estimated overall income.
No.
which-
It's everybody knows.
Yeah, and then you take the taxable income from that. I don't know how much money I'm going to get back. So I
It's not what I'm
probably
saying. How much percentage do you pay?
I don't know because I have to wait till I get money back.
Well, I do. I pay 45% in tax, income tax. How much you pay in percentage?
You do not pay 45% in the
I
US.
do because I'm self-employed.
Yeah, I'm self-employed too, and I do not pay 45%.
Yeah, and you don't have a state law like we do. I have to pay 45% of income tax. You
No,
don't
you
even know
don't.
how much. Yes, I am.
40? No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
45% effective tax is
Yes,
bullshit.
it's
Okay?
an income tax.
I
My
know you
income
don't.
tax.
What
Yes, I
what state?
do.
What state?
Montana.
Yeah, in Montana, you do not pay 45% income tax
As a
on that low of an
self-employed,
income.
you do.
You
think
paid
I have
$15,000. You paid $15,000, and you said
Mm-hmm.
that's 45%. You are not paying that rate at paying $15,000 a year. I promise you, you're not.
Yes, I do.
No,
guarantee
that's actually a lie.
what is my
That's actually a lie.
rate. It's not, because business owners paying way more than you think. I pay 45%
I'm
income tax.
I'm
How
technically a
much
business
you
owner.
paying? Tell me. Tell me how much you
I'm
paying.
technically a business owner in the context of
How much
California.
you paying? How much is your rate?
I don't know
Income
because I don't know
tax.
how much money I'm going to get back.
It's not about how much you give it back. It's how much you require to pay.
Yeah,
You
so
said you have, I'm sorry, you said you have a degree in economics. How do you not know
I'm a
this?
senior in economics. I do know this.
Well, it doesn't matter, but it's like you should know.
And I
If you
know,
pay
I
taxes,
promise you,
you
I
should know
promise
how
you, you
much
don't
you
pay that
income
much.
tax. Oh, I can't guarantee I
I
get
have to
that
wait
much.
to see how much money I get back. Okay?
It's not about get back. Why you
It
keep
is. It
repeating
is
yourself?
because
It's about
because I
percentage.
think because no, again, as it relates to this, because then I would have to know what my overall tax liability was.
sorry.
I don't know what my overall
you
tax
wanna
liability
say-
was fully until I get my money back from the government because I did overpay, right? That's the whole point of what I did.
No, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but my question to you is: everybody have a bracket of income tax. What is your bracket?
I'm not going to tell you the bracket because then you can calculate what my income is.
How can I calculate? It's just a bracket. What are you talking about?
If I tell you what bracket I'm in, you
I'm
can
telling
see
you
what
45%.
income range I'm
Can
in.
you tell me how much I make? I told you I make 45% income tax. How much do I make?
You do not pay 45%
I
income
do.
tax
In the state of
Montana.
Montana, you can check
That's
it
bullshit.
out. It is not. I wish it
bullshit.
would be. I would like to not to pay Uncle Sam half of my paycheck. As a business
promise you,
owner,
you do
a
not pay
property
45%.
owner, I guarantee you. That's
You do
what I
not pay 45% when you pay $15,000 a year in your
just a
tax
second.
liability.
So tell me, how much do I make if I pay that much? Because you're saying you would not tell me because I know how much you make. You
In
understand?
order to pay that much, you would have to live in like California or New York. And you'd have to be making hundreds of thousands of dollars a
We have a really
year.
high property taxes in Montana because we don't have a sales tax. You don't even know that.
Yeah, I promise you you're not paying 45%.
I guarantee you I am paying that. That's what's my accountant, and I have to sit down every year and, hey, honey,
Well,
there
then
it goes.
your accountant is quite literally scamming you, bro.
No, it is not. That's what
Yes,
we
they
pay.
are, dude. If you're paying
No, they're not.
45% when
You
your
tell
tax
me how
liability
much
is
you pay.
$15,000 a year,
bracket
you are
for-
getting scammed.
Answer me then. How much money do I make if I pay 45% income tax? Please tell me.
I don't
Because
think
you
you
said
can
that's
pay
how
a
I figure out.
45% income.
No,
I don't even think you can pay 45%
Don't
in
jabber
Montana.
about this. I asking you. You said you can.
I don't
figure
think
out
at
how
any
much I'm
income you
making.
pay 45%
No.
in Montana.
Well, Google is your friend. So tell me,
Yeah,
how do you know
the highest
if you pay
the highest
percentage,
bracket's
if you pay
37%.
45, it's not. Self-employed
is.
paying a top 10% of that. Have a go.
No, you know, the self-employment's 15.4%. I'm pretty sure.
Here we go. So that's my thing. Tell me how much money I make if I pay 45% in taxes.
Yeah.
I might pay. You said you can figure
you're
out.
gonna ask me the same question, and again, Kate, I appreciate the $6.66. Thank you so much.
I call on UBS because you said you can figure it out how much you make if I tell you how much percentage I get. That's his level of your
Yeah, I promise you,
knowledge
you
of
don't pay
economics.
45%.
Don't worry about that. Okay, 12%.
And by
How
the way,
much
this
money I
isn't
demand?
the amount of
If I
money
make-
that you pay in taxes is more or less an accounting thing. That's not necessarily related to economics.
Okay,
Economics would
but-
question like what would be the impact of a tax rate? That would be more of like what an economics question,
Okay.
rather than like what is your tax
So
liability?
you can tell me how much in percentage income tax do you pay? Because we can't figure it out. It's percentage. It doesn't mean that your level of that money, you're just paying that much percentage. We don't know how much you're paying. We don't know how much money you bring in. Only you do. But
you
you
can
know
calculate
which
it if I
bracket
tell
you
you
are.
that, but
How can I calculate?
in
It's a
California, you can,
percentage.
if you look at the tax brackets, you can calculate an effective rate the same way an accountant calculates it, given just having giving my taxable income.
I can't do this without knowing how much money you make.
No, you can figure it out. I'm not gonna tell you, but I promise you, I paid way more than you. Okay.
Do you make in 1.5 million a year?
No, I do not make 1.5
That's
million a
why
year.
you don't pay in as much as I do. So I'm sorry, sweetie.
You said you
You're
paid
not
$15,000. I paid more than 15,000.
But I have a tax breaks
You have
as a
tax
business
breaks.
owner.
So
Of
so
course.
you made 1.5 million. You have tax breaks, and you said that you paid 45%. That's called
Yeah,
lies.
as an income tax. No,
That's
it's an
called
income tax.
lies.
It's not. Go look it up. Montana have to pay with self-employment over 45% income tax. As
So
if you are
so are you saying the
self-employed.
1.5 million is revenue for your business? And then
It's a
you
gross.
so that's not how much you get. Okay? The
No,
1.5
absolutely
million
not.
is the
Absolutely
1.5
not.
million is of the business, right? The profit margin you could get.
One
And then of that
business.
profit margin going into your business account, you can give yourself a salary. So the salary it seems that you gave yourself, you paid taxes on that, and I promise you did not pay a 45% tax rate.
Yes. Because
On a
I
salary
was
that
smart
indicated
about
on a
because
salary
I
that
smart
indicated
about
15,000 in taxes, you did not
Yeah.
pay 45%, I promise you.
That's why I don't pay myself. That's how I avoid huge taxes. Do you
Yeah,
understand?
apparently you're paying
The game-
45%, so
Yes. If I'm gonna pay myself, I'm gonna pay freaking 45%.
I promise you you're not paying 45%.
I sure do. You see that in front of computer, just freaking look it up. Montana self-employed business owners.
This is like the most useless conversation ever because you know you're wrong.
Yeah, because you're failing to realize how much percentage of the taxes people already paying. All right.
I promise you
So-
you're not paying 45%, but like I don't care.
I know it sounds too good to be true, but taxing
Too good
the
to be
rich is a
true?
real thing. So, yeah.
No, you're just
Taxing
sitting here
rich-
and you're trying to justify reasons as to why millions of people, over 100 million people in America should have medical debt, right? That people who would get cancer shouldn't have access to the funds to be able to pay for their help, right? That people in America should die because they don't have access to health insurance. And fundamentally, I disagree with that point. I pay more in taxes than you did, right? I have more of a risk as it relates to that. I am arguing against my own interests as it relates to how much money I will have because I care about people. Okay.
If you
should
know
care about
about
people
your
as
health
well.
problems, then you should be saving for those problems in the future. It's not my responsibility.
There are
for that,
plenty of
isn't it?
people that can't save because they're living paycheck to paycheck. I appreciate the orange. Thank you so much. And there are plenty of people that do not have the knowledge that this is going to negatively impact them. There are plenty of things that happen to people in which it is the case that comes out of absolutely nowhere, right? I don't believe that because my mom has cancer, that means that she has to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars in services to be able to help that. I don't think that because my grandpa got cancer, that he had to die because he didn't have the ability to fund it, right? My family was able to pay for it. There are plenty of families out there in the world, in the US specifically, that do not have the capacity to pay for it. And that should not limit their access to life-saving medical care.
So to answer your question, my aunt right now dying from the cancer. And now what's the worst part? That there is no machines to do CT. There is no medical health doctors, specialists to help her. I know it's funny, right? When it's not your pain.
I wasn't laughing at anything.
Yes, you were.
What? I said
So,
thank you to
and-
someone who sent a gift.
So that's my thing. This is reality, is that people actually don't have it because it's universal health care.
Okay.
She's dying,
People
and she
have greater
doesn't even.
people have greater access in countries that have universal health care. They have better
You
health
have a
outcomes on
good-
average.
You
and
have
they
a good
spend half
health
as much
care
per
in this
capita.
country. You wanna
Yeah,
screw it up?
if you can pay for it. If you can pay for it.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
we have-
I'm not going to disagree. You can get good health care in this country if you can pay for it. The issue is not many people can pay
Poor
for it because
people
it's
don't pay
extreme in
for
the
healthcare.
costs.
They have a Medicaid and Medicaid. They have a Blue Cross Blue Shield. Are they paying?
Yeah, and that
No.
doesn't mean everyone is taken care of. Again, 68,000 people in the US die every single year because of lack of access to health care or health insurance. Okay? That is a fundamental problem in the United States. If you don't care about their lives and you'd rather have like a few thousand extra dollars as it relates to your tax liability, then be my fucking guest, right? You can be selfish, okay? But
Sure.
that's a policy that fundamentally does not care about other people, because we can have a better system overall and ensure that everyone is covered.
I think we should do, like you said, to have a two system and see which one is crushed and burned. Because if you have, like in Germany, like healthcare that you can pay to, or you can have a government healthcare, like a VA. So let's see how's that work.
Yeah, so in the context of the notion of VA, right? Again, it's not in the same way that you're referencing the United States, because the VA is historically underfunded, right? Again, the comparison that we want to make is we want to relate to countries that have overall universal healthcare. You're not doing that, though. You're not actually engaging in this conversation legitimately. Instead, you have this bias against universal healthcare systems, okay? Which I think you have no reason for.
That.
Again,
I've been to that.
universal healthcare in one country is not the same as universal healthcare in other countries. Again, you're talking about the Soviet Union right next to collapse, okay?
Okay.
I'm not in support of how the Soviet Union conducted their economic
It
model.
still is universal healthcare in Russia. What are you talking about? It still is. You want to
You
go
live in
get
Russia right
treatment in
now.
there? My family actually there, and my aunt dying in there from cancer. Do you want
And
to
also
hear about it?
the
It's a free
conditions,
healthcare.
yeah, the conditions in Russia,
It's
right, as it relates to their
excuses.
economic, no, the median income in Russia is like $14,000 a year, okay? You're comparing the standards of a country that makes $14,000 a year on average to a country that makes almost double that on average, okay? Or in terms of medians, okay?
Sure.
More than double that, okay?
And not everybody serve in army, right?
What? Say that again?
Not everybody serve in military. So you can't even work with a people who just like, how many people serve in army? Not many, right?
Are you just going to try and relate back to the VA? I'm sorry, this conversation is not working, right? You're not engaging with
I'm
anything
sure.
I'm saying.
Because you want a fantasy, and everybody who follow this fantasy.
I'm not
we read it
referencing a
very
fantasy.
much.
I'm referencing things that exist in the world.
In a tiny countries.
Again,
With a
countries
tiny
that are
population.
comparable to states in the United States, in which is how the funding is distributed anyway. Funding for education is distributed by state. Funding for plenty of things is distributed by state. Why couldn't we do it in this scenario?
Well, that's exactly how it's gonna be. And if you want a second opinion, so it's how it's work is they basically like a public schools. You're gonna be signed up with your area to specific doctor, and like it or not, you can.
No, that's not how Medicare for All works. No, Medicare for All works
Why
like
is it
this.
Medicare for all? I'm talking about universal healthcare. That's
Yeah,
how it
Medicare for
works.
All is a form of universal healthcare that I was specifically referencing. In the context of Medicare for All, you can pick which doctor you want to go to. It's just subsidized by the government. So there's still an element of competition that exists within this particular system that allows for there to be accountability to doctors. Okay?
Doctors would not want to work more for the same amount of money that the other guy gonna get.
Yeah, so in these countries in Europe that you're referencing, or that I was referencing, they have more physicians per capita than we do here in the United States, because right now here in the United States, right, the American Medical Association limits how many doctors can go through the system to artificially increase the salaries of doctors.
You know, and I agree with you. We should definitely lower student loans for medical professionals. They should have a cheaper student loans
Oh,
to go through the
that really,
medical
wait, I thought that relates to taxpayers though. I thought, now
What
you
do you
want to
mean?
spend money into the system?
No, colleges need to lower the tuition for this.
Yeah, how do you get them to
institution.
lower tuition without providing substitutes or competition in the market? By providing free public
Competition in the
universities.
market? Competition in the market. Lower the standards for the small towns. It's easy to fix.
What standards?
Like do you realize how much
What
people
standards?
be not passing through
what
the
standards?
medical school?
What
The
standards?
medical school.
Medical school.
health
So what I was
school.
referencing in terms of the American Medical Association. So you're talking about the American Medical Association limiting how many doctors can go through medical school. But you want to know what also limits how many doctors can go through medical school? The insane cost as it relates to the context of schooling systems that already exist. So that doesn't get rid of the initial funding mechanism that would be required in order to ensure that more people are incentivized to go become doctors, okay? Other countries in Europe have had access to this. They've implemented this, and they have higher levels of doctors per capita, physicians per capita than here in the United States, even considering they have universal healthcare systems. So this idea here specifically that privatized healthcare systems produce, right, greater systems for doctors to want to be able to be doctors, right? And that we're not going to have as many doctors as we need as it relates to the system if it was universal healthcare, dies and falls right on its head, because it is the case that they have more doctors per capita than we do.
The doctors is not everything in the healthcare. Do you understand that?
We were talking about the incentives as it relates to doctors existing. Now you can pivot to another point. What point would you like to pivot to that's worse in the universal healthcare systems?
Like,
Do you have one?
where are you getting the bed sheets for the beds? Where are you getting a soap or
The same way we
gas
fund
or
systems
all
right
this
now.
disposable syringes? Where are you getting it? It's a people
Yeah,
making it.
that we
Who
fund
gonna
it
pay?
through
Are
the
you gonna bring
system.
your own? Are you gonna bring your own? Or
No,
you
we fund it through the system the same way we're funding private healthcare right now. VT, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
I will
Medicare for All would
recommend
save
you to
$450 billion per year in administration costs. So how do we afford the system right now?
You can't.
Oh, we can't. Exactly. We can't afford the system right now. The system I'm talking about, we actually can afford because it costs less. You're not listening to me. I've said this point 4 times now. If I have to repeat myself one more time, I'm going on to the next person.
I think we need to end this conversation, but the reality is it's that every universal healthcare sucks because it's not just doctors and services. It's required other things.
I never
And
said
there
it
is a
was.
people.
Never
What
said
do
it
you
was.
think they're
so-
buying? Who producing all the medical
I'm
equipment?
going to the next person. Is there anything else you'd like to say
Okay.
before I get off?
No,
Or go on to the next person?
thank you. Have a good night.
All right, peace out. All right, everyone, only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Let's get the next person. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to run it up to 500,000 likes, everyone. Tap that screen, everyone. Tap that screen. Yo, Boma, I appreciate the money gun. Thank you so much. Chat, I might do this from now on. I have my Apple Pencil, and it's like actually fucking nice to use it to like click on like people joining in the live. It's kind of fucking sick. And I get to like fidget with it, you know? Okay, let me get the next person. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024. Everyone, if you want to support me again, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, as well as you can gift me over TikTok, everyone. I did just get that back, everyone. I did just get that back. Trying to get people up here, everyone. I love my Apple Pencil. Same. I use it for notes in class all the time. It's a necessary fact. Yo, VT, thank you so much for the shiny air balloon. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, VT. Thank you. Again, everyone, I do want to say in the meantime, everyone, there is a few things that came out about Trump today specifically. Apparently, he's in support of a 16-week federal abortion bill, federal abortion ban that actually has like exceptions for basically everything, which actually is a pretty pro-choice position. That's apparently what Politico just reported on this chat. That's a pretty pro-choice position. That's what he's holding to. So it seems like he's not very pro-life, chat. Seems like he's not very pro-life. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 20.
Yeah, will you vote for Trump in 2024?
Of course.
Yeah, for sure. Why so?
Well, out of every other president that there has been, Trump has been the one that does the most.
Really? Really?
mean,
Trump did the most? VT, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Trump did more than Abraham Lincoln?
I mean, have you seen the conspiracies and the allegations against Abraham Lincoln?
I don't think Abraham Lincoln was a good person. Right? I'm just asking you. He did more than Abraham Lincoln? He did more than George Washington? He did more than FDR? He did more than JFK? He did more than every president in American history? Really?
Were you alive when those people were president? Did you believe in those presidents?
So you mean modern history then?
I mean, I don't see. I mean, other than the misogynistic comments and the accusations against Trump.
Oh, he
other
had to
than
pay
that-
$350 million in business fraud. He's currently paying that right now. Another $100 million added on top in terms of interest. He has to pay $88 million, right, in charges for defamation and for sexual abuse. Okay, so he's a proven sexual abuser, a fraudster, right? He's been claiming the election's been stolen for the past few years without sufficient evidence to indicate that. So he's also Delulu. He's a Delulu, proven sexual abuser, fraudster, right? Why do you want to vote for him?
I mean, I don't live in America, so according to you, I sound American.
So you can't vote for him?
If I was, I'd
Wait,
still
Leona,
vote.
do you understand the question behind me is why will you vote for Trump in 2024? I asked you, will you vote for Trump in 2024? And you said yes.
Listen, if I was American, I'd vote for him.
Okay, well, you're not, so I don't really even have
Not
to
yet.
care about your opinion, to be honest,
Not
right?
yet.
Your opinion doesn't really matter then.
Not American yet.
Oh, so you're going to be an American citizen.
I will be.
You will be?
Yeah.
Okay, so are you going to vote for Trump?
Yeah.
Really? You're going to be an American citizen by 2024? I mean, or actually this year.
Who's he going up against?
Biden.
Yeah, Trump for sure. What have you seen Joe Biden fucking do in the last year?
If you want to talk about during his administration, there's the CHIPS Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, there's an American Rescue Plan, the Build Back Better, there's the inflation, or I mean, not the inflation, the insulin cap, there's the PACT Act, there's plenty of things I can relate to, particularly as it relates to Biden. Can you even name one of Trump's policies?
What's the crime rate right now?
Can you tell me one of Trump's policies?
I mean, no, listen to me. What's
No,
the
name
crime-
one. Just name one. One Trump policy. Yeah, you don't even know. So, like, what the fuck are you supporting?
I'm supporting someone.
You're
that-
supporting a proven sexual abuser, a fraudster, and a Delulu guy that's denying the results of a fair and democratic election. For what reason? You can't even name a single policy.
Have you met half the people in America right now?
What's that?
Have you met half the people in America? All of them are.
Apparently, you haven't because you don't even live here. What's your point?
I don't.
Yeah. So, what's your point? I actually live in America. What's your point? You can't name a single policy. You have no clue what you're even supporting, right? And you're supporting someone that quite literally, or you admitted is already misogynistic. You admitted specifically, right, as a fraudster, right, a liar, right? Why do you want to support this man given all these conditions that are bad and you can't even name one that's good?
The only things I don't agree with about Donald Trump are his views on women, his views on immigrants, and his misogynistic and sexual abuse behavior. But other than that, some of his
Other than that, that's that's not a
no.
thing to go other than that about. Him being
No,
proven
but
to be a
listen.
sexual abuser is not like
but-
that's just another thing. You know what I mean? Like what? What are you
but
talking
before-
about?
No, but before cutting someone off, you should listen to what they have to say.
I did
instead
listen
of
to what you
cutting
said,
them off.
Leona, and it wasn't
No,
very
but you cut me off.
very much adding to the conversation.
No, but you cut me off at the same time.
Go for it.
Some of his opinions, I'm not saying all of them, but like one or two of his opinions aren't that drastic, aren't that like fucking insane. Like a couple of his opinions are what we need to be looking at in America. And yes, I'm not American, I'm British, but I do want to move to America and I do want it to be a safe place when I do move there.
Yeah, and if Biden's president, that's not going to make it an unsafe place. Give me one policy that Biden
No,
supports that's
I'm
going to
not
make
saying-
the U.S. a unsafe place.
No, I'm not saying that with Biden president it's going to be unsafe. I'm saying that I think we should be voting for someone that's younger than everyone that we have right now.
Then why
That's
aren't you
why-
voting for RFK? RFK is younger than both Trump and Biden.
See, I haven't heard much about RFK.
Yeah, you don't even know about American politics. How can you even make a determination then?
That's why I joined this live, because instead of talking about Trump, I would think you'd be talking about something more serious, someone that we should be
Serious?
voting for.
This is quite literally going to be the election,
Okay,
right? He's one of the biggest candidates in the election, right? This is historic to be able to respond to. You understand that this conversation is very necessary.
Okay, but when Trump was being elected, I think people were only voting for him because he had no experience in law or anything. And I think more people need to discuss that. I'm not saying, oh, I definitely vote for Trump. I just want to know more and get more knowledge on the people that are running for president when it's open.
All right, for sure. So you should listen to the live. I'm going to go on to the next person, but I appreciate you coming up.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024. Everyone tap that screen. Let's run it up to 500,000 likes, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up? I'm 38.
For sure. Will you vote for Trump in 2024?
100% yes.
Why so?
Well, I mean, I came out here to talk to you about about Biden. Actually, obviously, a lot of stuff I'm going to say you're not going to agree with. So you're going to point out, and my point here is to point out your hypocrisy, right?
Go ahead.
That's why I came on. You're talking about like the CHIPS Act and some of the policies that Biden passed. So I'm curious if Donald Trump passed the exact same law, the CHIPS and Science Act, as Biden, would you have given Trump the praise that he gave Biden?
Mm-hmm.
You would.
Yeah, I give Trump praise for giving funding to historically black universities. I give Trump praise for
Okay.
the Operation Warp Speed. I can give Trump praise for the different types of policies that I think were particularly good, right? But I think there are significantly more things I would relate to, particularly with Trump, that are bad.
Okay, so it's good. At least like you're, somewhat moderate on that, on some of the policies that he passed. So you see some of the good side, because a lot of people on your side see absolute like Trump did absolutely no good, right? And my point is like I know like okay, what about his the when he reduced the tax rate, the corporate tax rate from 32, I think it was 32% to 21%.
35 to
What
21.
do you think about
So,
that?
well, I think his overall tax policy led to
I'm sorry.
83% of taxes going to people who make over $500,000 a year. So he increased the federal deficit from almost $380 billion a year to almost $1 trillion pre-COVID. So I think that his tax policy specifically was meant to benefit people who are millionaires doing great rather than benefiting particularly middle-class citizens.
I mean, I could disagree about that, but my point is, do you believe in trickle-down economics? I'm curious.
What you disagree with? And no, I believe it's not effective.
So virtually the CHIPS and Science Act is somewhat of a trickle-down economics, right? That's kind of what
No,
it is. We are virtually,
it's for manufacturing.
no,
It's
we
not
virtually
just like giving
gave,
money to people who are
uh,
rich to then hope it trickles down to the average worker. It's providing subsidies and different funding for the development of different types of chips, specifically in the context of America.
so so the CHIPS and Science Act, we're giving about roughly, I think, $60 billion, right? And who is this going to? It's not going to employees. It's not going to average citizens, right? It's going to companies like Intel that already profit 10 to 15 billion dollars, I believe, every year, right? And
It's to
virtually, what are we
incentivize the
subsidizing?
production of chips in the context of America. That's what it's
So
made for
Intel,
specifically. The notion of trickle down is cutting
yeah,
taxes specifically for rich people to then hopefully
uh-huh.
get passed down as like payment in the context of as our employees. But the issue with that is that the company owners don't have a financial incentive necessarily to increase those types of wages. They have more of an incentive to create administrative burdens, right, or to give the money to themselves or investors. Okay, that's mainly
But
where their profit incentive relates to.
so the CHIPS and Science Act, the money that Intel is getting, what incentive do they have to hire more people, right? Like, what incentive do they have?
It's
How
not
is that?
necessary.
What incentive do they have? They could like I mean, Intel's
Because they're
already
buying because
producing
they're
semiconductors
producing. It's for producing. So in order to produce, they have to
yeah.
have workers. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much.
No, I get it. They've been producing. It's not like they're going to
No,
start a
it's
whole
more
new
production.
branch, right?
It's a greater
More
level of
production. Yeah,
production. If it's a greater level
yeah.
of production, you need more workers to account for that new greater level of production. So there is
Yeah,
something
so
in the
you're
context of the policy that produces there to be more jobs. Right. So there is some sense of it's going to get passed on. All of it's
I
going to
think
get
the
passed on.
projection is
No,
like
it's mainly
40,000.
for the
Yeah.
incentives here, right? As it relates to producing
Yeah.
chips.
Okay, yeah. I mean, again, I mean, just to be fair, I like the fact that I mean, I'm for the CHIPS and Science Act. I'm happy that that passed because I think it is going to create jobs. I think it's projected to create, I think, like around 40,000 high-paying jobs, which is a great thing. But again, like I think it's a little hypocritical when your side, constantly says like, oh, you're giving tax breaks for the rich, where this is virtually, it's not necessarily a tax break, but you're virtually handing out $60 billion to big corporations. Like if Donald Trump did this, your side virtually would have been like, oh, look at Donald Trump. He's giving $60 billion to his rich billionaire friends, right? Like that's the hypocrisy I'm trying to point out. It looks like you're a little bit more moderate on it. You do support some of the stuff that Trump did, but
I didn't
most
say.
people
I
on your
actually
side I
that's
speak
wrong,
to,
Steve.
yeah.
That's wrong. You know why that's wrong? Because Operation
Why?
Warp Speed gave money to bigger businesses to be able to produce the vaccinations, and I didn't say that about Operation Warp Speed. I actually told you Operation Warp Speed was a good thing. So you just lied.
I know. That's what I'm
You
saying.
heard
It was
me.
good. No,
You
I
heard
didn't
me
lie.
specifically not do stuff like that, and then said that I would do that.
No, I'm actually no. That's not what I said. I said that I'm happy that you're moderate. I'm saying your side is not like the way you are. Like I'm happy that you actually give wins. I didn't lie about that. I said I'm actually happy that you do that.
I
You
thought you were
actually,
saying, my
you
bad.
know,
I thought I'm miscommunication there. I thought you were saying
yeah.
that I would be against, particularly like Trump, for the
Hmm.
context of giving money to people who make more. The incentives were the point here. The incentives with Operation Warp Speed to produce higher human health as it relates to vaccinations, and the incentives for
Hmm.
chips, the CHIPS Act, is going to be to create more computer processing chips to lower different types
Okay.
of prices for goods and
So
services related to technology in America.
I think we generally agree on the idea of, like, obviously there's good policies on both sides. It just it's a little. I mean, again, when I speak to 90%, 99% of people on your side, don't agree with anything. Like Trump is this,
I doubt that. No,
like,
no, no. There are things
evil
that they
guy.
agree with.
I'm
There are
telling you.
definitely things that they agree with. There's criminal justice reform we could
Well,
relate to. That's pretty decent.
yeah.
There's plenty of things we could
Okay.
relate to that people would agree with.
Go on.
It might
Go
be
on
the
some of the
case,
platforms and mention it and see
Steve.
what
I
happens. Like
do.
break
I
it
do. I
down.
say this all the time.
Yeah.
Dude, I go live every single day. I'm in front of people. I
Hmm.
debate with people on my side and the other side all the time. I'm constantly communicating with
Yeah.
people. This is literally my job.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, of course, there's on both sides. We've radicalized both the right and the left, right? I'm more on this. I'm pretty moderate, so I do have a lot of liberal views myself. Like I'm pro-choice, but I'm still voting for Trump. Like a lot of, I mean, a second ago you were talking to the lady before me, talking about like E. Jean Carroll and the whole SA situation that he was, convicted and the virtually found liable for it, right? To me, I don't think there was enough evidence, and I think that was very politicized. And I'm not one of those say, "Hey, believe all women," because I think that's very irrational, right? I think there has to be some sort of evidence, considering you're trying to
It went
get
through
this
the
guy to pay
context of a court.
83
It went
million
through the
dollars.
context of a court case. There was.
What was it? Do you know what the evidence they showed was? Do you know
Yeah,
how?
yeah.
What was the evidence?
Yeah,
Because I
so
know
there,
exactly
there,
what the evidence was.
yeah, there were multiple people that talked to E. Jean Carroll at that particular time period that E. Jean Carroll confided to at that particular time, right?
No, no,
So
two of
this
her
is
friends, not multiple people. It was two of her close friends that testified. Okay,
that's
they
typically
used that's one of the evidence. Yeah.
that's typically how it is. So there's multiple
Okay.
witnesses as it relates to the context of this particular thing that can indicate that this would be evidence of this happening, right? This went through the context of a jury of his peers, right?
Okay.
Very clearly, right? And they indicate based upon preponderance of the evidence that he's liable for this and he had to pay damages. Okay? That's
Okay. Yeah.
evidence in the context of court, right? That's pretty clear, right? I think it's important to acknowledge that here, proven sexual abuser, he's a fraudster, right? He's been denying the fair and democratic election for the past few years. Most 83% of his taxes went to the top 1%, right? He referred to particularly people who are immigrating to the country, coming from Mexico. Some I assume are good people, right? Specifically, some is a term that is used for a minority of individuals. So if you were to say about a group of people, any group of people, say women specifically, some women I assume are good people, right? But they're rapists, they're criminals, right? Do you think that would be a crazy statement to say towards women? Appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
Oh, dude, a lot of stuff Trump says is fucking like it's crazy. Like I'm not going to sit here and defend every word he says. I mean, I'm not defending Donald Trump's personality here. Like, I mean, in that sense, I give him an F. I mean, I'm not trying to sit here and say
But
he's a
you're willing
good
to
person.
overlook all of that for
We
what
should
reason?
idolize him.
You're
Well,
willing to look
because
over all of those things that I just mentioned for what reason?
I'm not looking over it.
You are?
Everything is in consideration, right?
Yeah.
Everything is in consideration. I consider everything, right? And I don't think me personally, I don't think, I mean, from what, obviously I followed the case, I saw the situation, I saw the evidence they brought. I think it's very politically motivated when you get someone for $83 million because
defamation.
E. Jean Carroll's friends, two of her friends came out and said, oh yeah,
No,
yeah,
that was for the
she came and
defamation.
told us about it.
83 million is
Okay.
for defamation.
Okay, yeah, so that's kind of, I mean, that's very politically motivated, okay? And what just happened right now with
No.
like today's case with like $355 million, like this shit doesn't
If it was
happen
just
to anybody
politically
else.
motivated, it wouldn't have gone through the
Dude,
court system. Okay?
this shit doesn't happen to anybody else. Please name me one other case that this happened to another person in this ever in the history of mankind. You don't think it's a little
That
politically
like a
motivated?
liability case happened to?
That someone had to pay $355 million? Yes, please.
For
Liability
business
cases
fraud?
happen.
Or just for
Yes.
$350 million in general?
for business fraud, for pretty much what happened to Trump exactly. Like, give me one example of someone that, okay, even that specifically someone did essay a person, okay? Like there's actual a video recording of them, 100% undeniable fact that they got sued for $83 million. Please, or more, or even 50 million, or even 10 million.
So you're asking me for completely different things. Which claim do you want?
Any of those. If you show me one
Appreciate the
proof that
roses. Thank you so
someone,
much. I
I'm
appreciate
just
it.
saying, like for me, I'm just looking at it as it's very politically motivated.
Appreciate
You know, like
appreciate
I'm
the
not,
hand arts. Thank you so much.
you know, like that for me. I just see it as a political motivation.
Appreciate the hand
It's
art. Thank
very
you so
politically
much.
motivated. So, yeah.
Yeah, you're just claiming that it's politically motivated. I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. If I can provide you one circumstance where there is an individual that had to pay more or around that, appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. Would you concede and would you not vote for him?
No, that's
Appreciate the hand art.
not
Thank
enough
you.
for me to concede. I'm just saying it's just you know, obviously for me, I just see it as a pretty ridiculous claim here that this guy has to pay, you know, $83 million on something that there was no actual hard evidence here, right? I'm not in support of like
Appreciate the hand art.
there
Thank you
was
so
no
much.
hard evidence.
There was hard evidence for his defamation.
What was the hard evidence?
Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. The
There
defamation
was a
was
picture they
continually.
used.
The defamation isn't going to be a picture. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. It's based upon what he would say. He would defame her in front of people all the time. We have lots of recorded evidence of this. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. He would defame her as it relates to the context of going out on his campaign trail. He would defame her in the context of things that are right in front of hundreds of thousands of people. So for you to deny that, I think is crazy, man. Like the defamation aspect.
So Eugene Carroll
That's
didn't
clear
defame
evidence.
Trump,
But that
right?
tells me what's up?
Eugene Carroll didn't defame Trump.
No. Well, give me evidence of that.
It was vice versa. Evident what? Are you
Yeah,
kidding
give me
me?
evidence
The
of
fact
that.
that look at the hatred towards Trump because everyone thinks all of a sudden Trump is this like essaying like you know this crazy person that commits essay left and right. And there's I mean the picture that drew
Here's one.
that, like
Here's one.
everyone
So
this is the
there's
picture
something
that
here
drew,
from the
right?
Office of
That's
Public
huge.
Affairs, right? Shire PLC subsidiaries to pay $350 million to settle False Claims Act. So this is a fraud against federal health care programs in 2017. Okay, that's one.
Okay.
That's the same number. Same number.
Are you in the camp of like believe all women in any scenario? Are you in that camp? Or do you want to see some kind
If
of
someone
evidence?
comes up here and makes a false claim as it relates to the election and they're a woman, I wouldn't believe it.
I'm talking about specifically like essay, right? Like grave
In the
allegations.
context of essay, yes, I think that you should listen to people and believe people that you have these different types of prior experiences with. Is it indicative of someone being a rapist in all circumstances? No, but it is the case that if you have a relationship with someone, that it's indicative of these particular types of stories being true, because people are not likely to make up stories about this. They're not likely to just randomly make claims like this. Okay. So because they're not likely to randomly make claims like this, when they do tell you a story specifically about this, it is likely to be the case. And that's why you should believe victims in most circumstances. Why? Because it's probable that if they are telling you that they are a victim, that it is the case. Right?
Yeah, no, I
Especially if
agree
you
with
know
that.
them.
If someone is coming to you and saying, "Hey, this just happened," for me, like my first reaction
Yeah, like
would
you
be
should
like,
you should believe
"Oh,
them. If someone
prove
in your
it,"
life,
you know,
like
like
if
no,
my
I don't
friends
do
tell
that,
me,
right?
if my friend tells me that they've been raped, right? I should believe them. Why? Because it's likely to be true if they are
Yeah.
telling me that in this particular circumstance.
No, I'll go as far
Could
as
it
saying a
not be
stranger.
true? It could not be
Yeah.
true, but it is likely to be true.
I'll go as far as saying a stranger walks up to me and say, "Oh my God, I just got raped. Can you help me?" Or like, you know, I'm not going to be like, "Hey, prove it to me before I help
That's
you."
likely to be
I'm
true.
gonna,
Like
yeah,
some random person's not going to just come up to you and say that, right?
yeah.
So
I'm
you
just
have
saying,
to
like,
think about the
if it happened,
conditions
I
of the
was the first person
scenario
they saw they
to
needed help,
determine whether or
right?
not the statement that they're
Yeah.
making is likely to be true. And when people question this and they're like, "Oh, I'm not going to believe victims," right? I question that because you would believe people if I told you I ate cereal this morning. You'd believe that because it's likely to be true based upon the types of circumstances. Even though
Yeah.
I didn't give you a photo evidence of it happening, I didn't give you corroborating evidence as it relates to a witness, right? None of that was given to you, yet you still believe that I ate cereal this morning. Why? So the statistical probability of if I make this claim that it's likely to be true. Did I actually eat cereal this morning? No, but it's a likely claim to be true.
Yeah, but again, that claim, whether it's a lie or not, you're not really hurting me, right? Like, you're not trying to get me for $83 million. I'm just saying, whenever you're trying to get someone for $83 million, there has to be a little bit more than just, hey, I told my friends, hey, here's a picture with me with him. Hey, look at what he said with the whole Access Hollywood. That was the main evidence that
Your
that
standard
they
of
used
proof as
against
it
him.
relates to these contexts of cases is going to
Yeah.
essentially mean that no one gets put in prison who has been victimizing people. You know that, right? If you're not willing to
Well, no,
accept witness-based
yeah.
evidence as it relates to the context of court cases for rape cases, well, then you are not going to accept this. Well, we can also
So-
relate to the context of the dress. There are plenty of things. He also refused a DNA test. Why did he refuse the DNA test? Tell me.
Well, because
If he's so innocent,
no,
why did he
he
refuse
doesn't
it?
have to. Why, dude? If someone's going to come out, look, that's on his prerogative. He could refuse that because it makes him look bad to take the test too.
How does it make him look bad to take the test? Tell me.
It does. What do you mean?
How?
Why?
How?
Like,
Tell me.
because they're like, because he's kowtowing to them at that point, right? He's
No,
like, oh, shit. Yeah.
come
Yeah,
on,
that's what
bro.
it is.
It does not make him
Yeah.
look bad. You know what it does? It shows that he could be more likely to be innocent if he actually did that. But he didn't. Want to know why? Because it is the case that it could very likely indict him, right? Not indict him, prove him to be the case, right? I think
Okay.
it's important to say that if you were innocent, that you would give that up, right? I would give up
Yeah,
my
a lot of
DNA. If
people would
someone
give that
asked
up.
right now, they did that, I would give up my DNA. Actually, shit, they already have my DNA.
Dude, if it was such a ridiculous case, if it was as ridiculous as Trump is saying, like why would you? Why would you? Be like, I would tell everyone to F off. Like I'm not
Well,
doing shit.
because
Why
you
would
want
I
to
do
prove that it's not you. You want to prove
It's
that's not you.
no, that's not. No, let the burden of proof be on everyone else. Like I'm not going to sit here and try to,
Dude,
like why would you?
that's
why
such
would
a
you count
bullshit
out
way to
them?
get out of not giving the DNA. Get a fucking grip.
That's just how we did it, bro. I'm not saying I would agree with that. Maybe like me personally, I would
That-
probably just give my DNA.
I think that increases the likelihood of him being guilty. Would
Maybe
you
it
agree
does.
with me?
Hey, I'm not saying. Look, I'll tell you this. I'm not saying 100% sure he didn't do it. I'm not going to say that. But like, you cannot. So no one could sit here and say 100% he did it, right? Like,
I'm not saying 100%. I'm
so-
saying it's likely to be the case.
It is likely to be the case, and I agree with that. It is likely, right? But doesn't mean
Steve, most things you can't say
actually
100%.
happened, right?
You can't say most
Yeah.
things for 100%. So no one is giving a standard of 100% for claims to be true, right? We're all granting it based
So-
on what's most likely to be the case or what the evidence is indicative of.
So the whole idea of like believing all women, right? Like you're pretty young. You look young. I don't think you have kids yet. I'm assuming, right? So I have a son.
I've got
right?
10, dude.
If you have 10 kids, all right. So
No, I'm trolling.
if
I
one of
always
your
say that. I
sons
always
came
say
up
that
to
when
you-
people ask that.
So okay, I have a son, right? Like if some girl comes up to me, some lady's like, "Hey, you know what? Your son just essayed me, right?" Or there's some kind of allegation towards my son, and my son is straight up telling me, "Hey, Dad, I don't even know who this girl is. I don't know. Like this is all bullshit. I don't know what's happening. I don't know this person, right? Is it logical that I would just believe my son, or am I supposed to just blindly believe in this stranger? Like I would believe my son, right? That's logical.
I think
Or am I
think
supposed to
that
sit and question my son?
Yeah, I think that in this circumstance, clearly, right, you would have experience with an individual, right, to be able to indicate that it might be more likely that the claim is true as it relates to it. If you have experiences with your son that would indicate that they're a good person, but it is the case that you should investigate it. Okay,
Yeah, you should.
but that's all
investigate,
predicated
right?
off of your relation to them. If someone is closer to you, the stuff that they say to you is more likely to be true. Although it's important to acknowledge that it is the case that there are family members that manipulate, that lie. And it very well could be the case that they are manipulating and lying in this circumstance. So you should investigate.
There's
Right?
also
Anyone
friends
anyone
that
who's
would manipulate
questioned
and
of
lie.
this, even if it is the case that they end up being innocent, you should still investigate.
Yeah, but friends also can manipulate and lie, right? On behalf of, the person that's making the claims too, right? I'm just saying, like, I agree. We should investigate. If it gets as far as, hey, you want to put someone in jail, you want to, like get some money out of, like, at the end of the day, you can make the allegation, okay? And let's
Cassie, I
just say
appreciate the
someone
7
comes at my
month. Thank you
son.
so
I'll
much,
be like, okay,
Cassie.
you know what? This is bullshit. Let's go to court. Prove it. Give me some evidence. If you're trying to indict my
We went
son,
to
I
court,
wanna
and
see
what
some
happened? He had to
evidence.
pay $88 million in damages, and then you just agree with it. So even when it does go through the context of the court system, do you even accept it?
Well, no, I wouldn't accept it.
Thank you
if
for
my
the crown.
son
I
is
appreciate it.
saying-
Thank you so much.
If my son is telling me he didn't do it, I would believe my son, regardless if he was found liable or not, right? Like O.J. Simpson was acquitted, bro. Do you believe he did it or not? Just
I
because the
believe-
court said he's found liable or not doesn't make him an essayer, okay? It doesn't make him, So it's just that's what I'm saying. To me, it was politically motivated. in my opinion,
So,
you know?
dude,
It's
So I
completely
think there are.
logical to
I
see it
think
that
court
way.
cases would indicate that it's likely that they engaged in this.
What do you mean? If what? I'm sorry. I
Court
didn't get
cases will
clear.
indicate that it's likely that they engaged in this. If it gets to the context of the court system, it would indicate that it's likely to be this way. And OJ was held civilly liable.
No, he was acquitted for the crimes. He was
Wasn't that?
liable
Wasn't
for, I
that?
believe, something else.
I don't know if that was
He was
statute of
found not
limitation
guilty,
based,
bro.
but I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure in the context of a civil case, he had to pay.
No. He was proven not guilty. He hadn't paid shit. And then later on, they brought him in for, I think, something else. It was like some other defamation, or they brought him in like again later on, and retried him, and they got some kind of settlement or something on that. But he wasn't found liable for unaliving those, his wife and the other guy. So like, I'm just saying, like,
Civil
just 'cause
court
the
case
court,
unliable. Yeah, that's what I thought.
yeah,
So yeah.
yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I think that there's pretty good reason to believe that these things are the case, right? And I don't think that you should vote for, right, a proven sexual abuser, a fraudster, right? I
No,
don't think
he's
that
not
you
a
should
proven
vote for
sexual
someone who
abuser.
doesn't accept fair and democratic elections, because that's the basis of holding people accountable as it relates to politicians.
Mhm.
I don't think that you should vote for an individual where 83% of the taxes went to the top 1%, specifically people making
Mhm.
over $500,000 a year. I don't think you should vote for someone that refers to Mexican immigrants that way. I don't think you should vote for someone specifically that has incited individuals to further engage in what we would associate to be an insurrection. I don't think that you should vote
Mhm.
for a person that has, historically speaking, lied multiple times about the different types of things that he will support and actually push through to the context of our system, whether it be Mexico
Mhm.
paying for the wall, whether it be the context of him bringing back more jobs to the U.S., right, when more jobs were
Mhm.
outsourced in his administration than brought
I
back.
agree with everything
Whether
you
it be,
just said. Yeah,
I mean, these are all, if you agree with everything I just said, there
yeah.
is no good point to say that Trump is better than Biden.
No, because I don't think any of that applied to Trump. No, he's not an essayer. I don't believe that. I
So
would
you don't
never
agree with it.
knowingly. No, because I don't. I do agree with the fact when you said no, you shouldn't. You shouldn't vote for someone that's an essayer. Let's say, right? Someone that has done essay. Yes, I shouldn't. No one should ever vote for anyone that has committed any kind of grape act or essay act ever. That person should just capital punishment, bro. Like, you should get rid of that person. People like that should, face the worst of the worst punishment
Well,
we
then
can
you got a
possibly
reason
do,
to do
right?
that with Trump, my guy.
No, actually, no, I
Ripperoni
don't
to
think
Trump. Can we
so.
get a rip Trump in the
No,
chat? Can we get a rip Trump, everyone?
no,
Can we get a
yeah.
rip Trump?
So again, yeah, again, if there's enough evidence, hey, if there's actual evidence, bro, I'll be completely shoulder to shoulder with you fighting against Trump myself. But there wasn't any till today. Why is it
That's your
so
guy,
hard
bro.
to have any evidence of anything that's happening? Everything is just like all in the air, and it's all like finding him on stuff that is just the most ridiculous, most bullshit stuff. Like even with this current case that he's held liable, and he's obviously with he's supposed to pay like $355 million for what, bro? That's insane.
Oh, you
But
want to see?
then,
I mean, it's business fraud, dude.
yeah, business fraud. Okay, yeah. For business fraud, he's getting charged $355 million.
Yeah.
Like no one who is
Yeah,
who is
and
a
he
victim
can't
of
engage in
business fraud?
business for multiple years in the
Who
state
is
of
a
New York.
victim? Who is a victim of business
It's
fraud?
business
His
fraud, dude.
quote
It's
unquote.
business fraud. I appreciate that.
No, who was
Tate,
the
I appreciate the
victim, bro?
7-month subscription. Thank you so much. I don't know the whole conditions. I'm just telling you what happened in the court system.
I'm just telling you right now, there was no victims, bro. No, he paid taxes. Okay, like he's hired people. He's done everything right. The whole concept of what he did and being charged for $355 million is 100% politically motivated. That's this. I'm just telling you what this side sees, how we see it. Like you could somehow try to just deconstruct it. Maybe turn some of us more moderate and maybe potentially go against Trump. But this is how we see
Dan,
it,
thank you for the
right?
the $6.66. Thank you, Dan.
$6.66. Wow,
Yeah.
666. Interesting.
Yeah, that's not
Got
even the
some
number of
Satanists
the
up in
devil. You know that, right?
here.
The number of
I
the
know.
devil is
Just
616, dude.
is it? I don't know. I'm not
Yeah, it
really
is.
religious, to be honest. So I thought it was funny. 666.
Yeah, people send that all the time.
Yeah. Interesting. All right, bro. It was
All right, well,
nice
is there
talking
anything
to you.
else? All right, appreciate you coming on, man.
That's it, bro. All
All
right, man.
right.
Thank you.
For sure. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, everyone. Taxpayers were the victims. That is true. That is true. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next person up here. Everyone, only send a guest request.
Yeah, you hear me?
You there, man? Yeah, will you vote for Trump in 2024?
Yeah, I did it by accident.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Appreciate you coming up, man.
No, I did it by accident. Boot me off.
They were so nice. They were so nice. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's run it up to 100 to 1 million likes, everyone, before I do end the live. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
For me?
Yeah,
60.
for sure. Will you vote for Trump in 2024?
Oh, hell yeah.
Allison, thank you so
Definitely.
much for the $10 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Allison. Why so?
Oh, he's pretty good, I think. Even though he's not a regular politician, he does pretty good at being a president. He was in there for not being,
What did he do that was good?
well, he got jobs back. He did a lot of different stuff. He helped the military funding, and he's not giving all our billions of tax dollars away. Biden is daily. He's
Okay, so let's address these things. Okay, so he brought jobs back, you said?
yes.
How so? Chris, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. Can we get a W, Chris, in the comment section? Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it.
By giving incentives to corporations that have moved overseas back and bring them back to America.
There were more jobs outsourced under Trump's administration than brought back to the United States.
Yeah. And he didn't give our space station to Russia like Obama did, and put a lot of people out of work.
Space station?
Oh yeah, remember Obama got rid of our space program and gave our space station to Russia?
Wait, which one?
The one that was ours and gave to Russia?
Yo, Jessica, thank you for the $6.16, and Patrick, thank you for the $6.16. Thank you so much. So yeah,
We put a lot
what was the name?
We put a lot of people that work for NASA out of a job.
You're talking about the ISS? The ISS is still, how is that controlled by Russia? It's the International Space Station.
Yeah, it used to be ours, but he gave it away to Russia.
Dude, when did he give it away to Russia? What do you mean by that?
And he put all our
Robert, when did he do that?
it was on the news a while back when he did that.
Do you want to give me what news?
ABC.
It's
NBC.
quite literally international, all right? Like,
Yeah. Yeah, he gave it away.
I don't know. Ryan, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much, Ryan.
And all this insurrection stuff on Biden's side, picking on Trump.
On Biden's side? You mean on Trump's side? Trump incited the insurrection.
No, a lot of people were tired of the way Congress was
Max,
doing.
I appreciate the
And
subscription.
all
Thank you so much.
he
So him
said
saying
was,
fight like
we
hell,
were gonna wa-
go steal, go
on
take your
sidewalk.
country back, right? And telling them that the election has been stolen from them. Those are not inciting insurrection.
No, it's just an opinion.
No, what? Fight like hell, take your country back, right? Go to the Capitol, and the election has been taken from you unjustly is absolutely inciting of an insurrection.
He didn't tell them to go inside and do all that stuff.
He told them to fight like hell, right? He told them to, again, right, go take their shit back. That's quite what do you mean?
Who told them to fight like hell?
Trump.
I don't think he did.
Yeah, he did. He quite literally did.
Well, Nancy Pelosi on C-SPAN said herself when
Ariel, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much, Ariel.
about that insurrection stuff, she said they knew there were going to be an insurrection, and she said they were going to have an insurrection, and she invited the media to uh, market it for them. And she said it worked beautifully in Trump's case, and she said, thank God Trump got rid of Mr. Trump. But she called it Operation Megasmear on C-SPAN.
I don't even know who you're talking about.
Nancy Pelosi.
Nancy Pelosi. Why are we talking about Nancy Pelosi?
About the insurrectionists at the Capitol when they stormed. She knew all about that they were going to do that. She invited the media.
Can you give me evidence?
Marketed it for it.
Can you give me
It was
evidence?
well, look it up on C-SPAN or on the film archives.
What's the title?
C-SPAN. She was talking about the insurrectionists at the White House.
I like how you still believe it's an insurrection, by the way. So there's a fact check from AP News and from the New York Times that said that what?
It was on C-SPAN.
Pelosi did not block the National Guard from the Capitol on January 6th. That's from AP News.
Well, I didn't say she blocked the National Guard.
So what did you said that she knew it was happening?
Yeah, she knew that there was going to be the insurrectionists were going to start something, and so she.
And where does it say that? Because I just looked that up, and I don't see anything that supports that claim.
It was on C-SPAN. I saw it myself. A lot of other people saw it.
So this is what it is. What you're relating to is the Secret Service knew of a threat to Nancy Pelosi on January 6th, but did not pass on the intel until hours after the Capitol was breached. Is that what you're referencing?
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with Nancy Pelosi withholding the information. That's the Secret Service knowing of the threat towards Nancy Pelosi on January 6th, but withholding it until hours after the Capitol was breached.
Yeah, but Nancy Pelosi also capitalized on it with the media to market it for him, to make Trump look bad. She called it Operation Megasmear on C-SPAN.
Okay, I don't. Yeah, so again, I don't see anywhere that's indicating this specifically, like the claim that you are making.
You have to go back in our archives to the C-SPAN video because it was on their.
You're covering your mic, man.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was on their videos. On the C-SPAN video when she did that, when she stood up.
Dude, what? Your account, bro. Why are there young kids on your page, bro?
Oh, because I used to work for a advertising company.
So why do you have young shirtless kids on your profile?
For marketing different clothing lines and stuff.
Like
for
this?
an advertising. Yeah,
They look
advertising
really
company.
young.
They're 18.
You sure about that one?
Yeah, they're from DOS models or Helix models too.
Okay, all right. What are you advertising?
I worked for the advertising company back in the day.
Appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. What year?
Back in 1980 through.
This picture is not from 1980. This video is from 2023 on your page.
Yeah. So I worked for the company, Helix.
Okay, we're just gonna go on to the next person, everyone. I'm getting the eck. Because they look very young, everyone, and that's obviously a lie. That was the 80s. They didn't have those types of cameras in the 80s. That's clearly not a picture from the 80s. Like, I'm sorry, chat. That's like Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, he's lagging everyone. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, everyone. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. By the way, everyone, we'll probably be on until like I'm feeling like 9, maybe 10 latest. I have an assignment still to finish and to post. And to submit and stuff. So it could take me a little bit. So I might want to get off at that time. But that's going to be a long time for today, everyone. So do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 1 million likes if we can by the end of today, everyone. End of today, everyone. Let's try to do that. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, someone's at Six Flags. Let's go to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 21.
For sure. Will you vote for Trump in 2024?
Yes, I will be voting for Trump in 2024.
Why so?
Well, Trump promised to make Minions great again, and that's something
Oh my
that
god,
I
it's
have
you
not
again.
seen
Oh my god, it's you
any
again.
other
Dude, it's you again. I forgot. Oh my god, chat. Dude. Dude. The Minion costume is crazy, chat. The Minion making Minions great again is crazy, bro. That's crazy. Let's go to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, everyone. That might have been the best argument I've heard today, everyone. Might have been the best argument I heard today. That's so funny, chat. That's so funny. Okay, so I'm sorry, everyone. It's taken a second to add people up. I do apologize, everyone. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up. If you are new here, send a guest request if you will vote for Trump, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, all right. Let's go to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Bananas? That's crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, half the people are like not here sometimes. All right, we're going to try to get the next individual, everyone. I do apologize. I literally have to say the same thing over and over again because I'm trying to add people up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Yeah, will you vote for Trump in 2024?
Probably not.
Okay. All right. Well, I am going to look for someone who actually disagrees. Coming up. Let's go to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree and you are new here, everyone. All right, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
All right. Let's get the next person up here, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Okay, you're a fetus, dude.
Fuck you.
Making the voice deeper is crazy, chat. I can't. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
57.
Yeah, will you vote for Trump in 2024?
Yeah, but not for the reason you think. The reason is because I think it will be better in the long run. And by long run, I mean multiple generations for humanity to get taken down faster rather than slower. We're going to suck less marrow out of the bones of Mother Nature if our society collapses sooner rather than later. And Trump
would you be in support of a nuclear weapon being dropped on every country, every big city in the world?
To what end?
Well, because it would end human civilization. That was your end goal, right? So, like, do you think that should happen?
No. The end.
That was your end goal, though.
Civilization is not the desired outcome, but I think at this point it's an inevitable outcome, and how it happens, I think, is going to have an effect on how long.
You said you want it to happen faster, so this would make it go even faster, right? So, like,
yeah,
wouldn't you be in support of that?
No, because there's too much collateral damage.
Doesn't this cause collateral damage?
No. Well, yes, but at this point, everything causes collateral damage.
Okay, so then what says that it's too much collateral damage in that scenario, but not this?
The horrific slaughter of innocents and the multi-generational radioactive effects on DNA, and the ability of the ecosystem.
So negatively impacting the population. Okay, so I can point to many things in which are negatively impacting the population as it relates to a Trump in office, right? I can mention many of those. He's a proven sexual abuser. He's a proven fraudster.
No, he
right?
he is the worst person possible to be president of the United States.
Okay, well, you've just now conceded that Biden's better, so why don't you vote for Biden?
Because the end of civilization is kind of going to happen anyway. And if it happens under...
Are you trolling?
No.
Okay,
No.
so again, right, your goal is not end of human civilization. Your goal is better off. So if you agree that one is better off, that's more preferable to you. So you can't say that Trump is worse off, so he's less preferable, and then more preferable simultaneously. That would be a contradiction. Yeetus, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sorry, do you want me to respond, or would you like me to go away?
CCK, thank you so much for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, CCK. I appreciate it. Can we get a WCCK in the comment section? Or Lola. Thank you so much, Lola. I appreciate it. W Lola. W Lola.
Thank you, W. Lola.
Okay, so you have a response?
Yeah, let me try putting it another way. Do you believe that our economic civilization is headed for decline?
Economic civilization?
Yeah. The consumerism, the instant access to the internet. I mean, you guys don't understand what it was like back before there was wireless communication. Okay, back before there were computers and supercomputers in your pocket and telephones everywhere.
There was wireless communication as it relates to your life as well.
Yeah, sure. TV broadcasts were and radio were broadcast into my house. It was
so what are you talking about? You don't know it either.
No, what I'm talking about is that our consumer civilization is going to be coming to an end because we are killing the planet. Okay, and at some point this civilization will end.
No, so we're not. First of all, we're not killing the planet, right? We're changing conditions on the planet so that it might not be able to suit us. The planet's going to be fine, right?
Sure, yes, but I would like human civilization to continue.
If you want human civilization to continue, you don't want to engage in things that are going to be worse for human civilization. So you just made a counteractive point to your original goals.
Your question was voting for Trump in 2024. And I was postulating that voting for Trump in 2024 will cause certain changes to happen in the world that I think over the long run of centuries will be beneficial, will be
David,
a better...
thank you for the chasing the dream. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And what would those be?
Sorry, what would what be?
What would be those beneficial things?
A disruption
Jasmine,
to the
thank you for the
status
$5. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Jay Bierman, I appreciate the $1. Thank you. Sorry, go for it.
Donald Trump disrupts the status quo. Okay, puts the system into chaos. Okay, and he perturbs things. He is a perturbing individual. He has a perturbing force in the universe. He is a force for perturbment. How's that?
What do you mean by that?
He makes shit. He whatever he touches falls to shit.
Yeah, so that means you think it's bad.
Destroys everything that he interacts.
You want things to be destroyed?
I'm saying things are getting destroyed, and I think if some of his destruction happens sooner rather than later, things will be better off in the long run.
And what makes you think that? You never gave me any reason for that. You just told me that he makes things fail to shit.
Yeah, because the more years we have of economic productivity, the worse things will be in the long run, climate wise, because we're going to put more and more gases into
That's not true.
the atmosphere.
So having economic productivity is not antithetical to our ability to be able to deal with climate change, right? Appreciate the hearts. Thank you so much. What's relevant is making sure that the internalization of different types of negative outcomes, negative externalities, are felt by people that are polluting, okay? Because if they do not have an internalization of those different types of things, well, then they will not engage in that behavior. Then they will continue to engage in that behavior. So it's about shifting the incentives within the context of our market-based system to ensure that people respond to the market and to the negative impacts of what would impact other people. That's what I'm saying. So there are things
and
like
that's a
carbon
great
taxes
strategy.
that we can cause that will then allow for us to move away from these different types of things by internalizing, right, certain types of incentives within the context of polluters.
Yeah, and that's a great thing, and all the power to you, and we should try to do that. But people have been trying to do that for decades. I've been trying to do that for decades. And humans there's a lot of inertia, a lot of momentum. It's like turning a super tanker.
There's also technology that we can use in order to be able to deal with this.
Yeah.
So economic productivity can allow for us to produce technology that can allow for us to respond to this. That's one of the necessary things for us to be able to respond to this. You cannot get to a circumstance where you can actually legitimately do something about climate change if we do not have the economic capacity to do so. Economic capacity to do so is a relevant faculty. Okay, if you just want to burn the system because you think that the system causes this, you're misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding what is causing this in the first place.
Look, Sonny, we have different opinions about where things came
Just
from.
call me
and where
Sonny,
they're
bro.
going. I did. Look, I'm 57. Give me a break.
Yeah, okay, man.
Look, yes, absolutely. I agree. 100%. You're totally right. Great observation. Way to put it in a very succinct, precise way. Absolutely. Over the next 20 years, the effects of accumulating climate change combined with infrastructure deficit, combined with, rich people causing countries to, squeeze the vacuum cleaner to suck up tax dollars from rich people. Okay, have been choking off democracies by not taxing rich people. Okay, and allow people to hoard billions and soon trillions of dollars. Sorry, I got distracted. Anyway, you have a great evening. I've enjoyed this conversation. Thank you very much.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024. Everyone, let's get the next person up here, everyone. That was interesting, everyone. Can we get some L Sunnies in the chat, everyone? L Sunnies in the chat? L Sunny? This guy just dunked on Sunny. So real, dude. So real. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? L Sunny in the chat, everyone. L Sunny in the chat. Can someone explain Sunny to me? He called me Sunny. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's get the next person up here, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Gregory, thank you for the coral. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hello?
Hey, Parker.
Yeah, will you vote for Trump in 2024?
No, I just wanted to tell you really quick, I appreciate everything you do. Keep doing what you do. And I'm 45 years old and I watch you every night.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Lisa.
You're welcome.
Have a fantastic night.
You too.
All right, let's go into the next person, everyone. Only set a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, everyone. That was a W guest. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
And I'm glad
Hello?
he did, because when I took the tabletop test, I could
All right, let's get this next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024. Duck Trump? For real, Duck Trump. Why'd she turn the TV up? I don't know. I don't even know. Like, literally joined and then turned it up to, like, maybe it was the other way.
The Greblings.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
The Voidling Grebling.
Okay. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, everyone. Let's try to get the next person up here. We might need to hit a restart, everyone. I don't know why it's not like... There's like way less guest requests than normal. I think that could be something we could fix by restarting. I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll think about it, everyone. I'll think about it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Everyone, should I restart? Because right now the guest request is being weird. Yeah, restart. A lot of people are saying restart. I'm going to try 3 more people. If I can't get someone on 3 more people, I'm going to restart everyone. I'll restart 3 more people. That's 1. All right, this person. Goodbye 600K. Yeah, I know, right? But like it's like sometimes the algorithm fucks up and it's not sending out to people, I think, or something. That's 2. All right, let's try 1 more, everyone. Last person. If not, we're going to hit a restart real quick, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. All right, everyone, we're gonna hit a restart real quick. There's not enough guest requests to continue going on, it seems. But give me 1 second, everyone. I'll be right back. I do want to be able to... I wish we didn't have to lose the likes, everyone. It's unfortunate, but I'll be right back, everyone. If you want to come through, I'll see you in like 2 minutes, everyone. Love y'all so much. Be right back, everyone. Be right back.
3,